What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the liberal loudmouth. All right, and I'm a little bit late today. My son, his Wi-Fi wasn't to his liking, so he ran cable to his own computer, and it, ended up unplugging mine. So my computer had internet, but it was on Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi here is crap. Because of where I'm at, I'm so far away from the router. Anyway, we're live now, so let's get this party started, shall we? Let me go in and lib loudmouth the fuck out of this. All right, share it out to my peoples. Let's see, we are live. Cool. What's up, y'all? Now, I know this is kind of a similar topic from yesterday, but I honestly, what we're watching is history in the making, and it's kind of wild to be part of this and see this shift in alliances and shift in the world order. The new world order. And I just, I think the world at some point is going to be like, okay, we just can't trust the United States anymore. And so, I think that's where we're at. So if you want to just jump on the panel, we can get right into talking about it, because I know a lot of people will probably disagree with my assessment, but, what's up, Yatu Sabez?
Yeah, what's up? Good morning, my friends.
Yeah, so what say you about all this?
I mean, this whole UN talk, right? I mean, we could veto any decision that the UN makes, right? Let's say that we went through those channels, right? We asked permission for this thing, right? I mean, even if the decision, the aftermath of the decision wasn't to our liking, we could still veto that decision and go ahead and do what we want, right?
Well, I mean, we've always done what we wanted.
Yeah, but you have to understand we're doing it on a legal basis with the veto. We have veto powers in that UN, right? So I don't know why this discussion from the UN is such a factor on this, right? And then when it comes to Congress, right, we just have to notify them 48 hours after the fact of doing the action, right? The only thing we have to prove is that 1973 War Resolution Act, right, where if we are attacking,
I think you're missing the point, though. You're delving into legalese. We're talking about reputation here.
Well, that's moral based, then, right? You're basing it on moral base.
I mean, you can make
there's
that
no
argument.
Morality in politics, my friend.
Other people may not look at it from a moral perspective. They may look at it from the U.S. has been doing what it wanted to do for a long time now, and we're tired of it.
I mean,
is that a moral argument? I don't know.
Right, it is, because we are doing it under a legal matter, right? So everything else will be emotional. It'll be morality. I mean, I don't look for politics. I don't look for morality in politics, man. I'm just happy that we're gaining power in that Western Hemisphere. That's all I care about.
So you think we have the right to take over countries?
It's not. We're not taking over a country. We're basically controlling the Western Hemisphere. Like, how would you
we're
like
not
in your
taking
backyard?
Over a country?
No, we're not.
Okay,
you have to understand.
Stealing oil.
We're not stealing oil. Do you know how that actually started, right? In the 1920s.
Yes, wait.
In the 1920s and the 1930s.
We are stealing their oil, yes.
Okay, so let me explain this. So in the 1920s and the 1930s.
I understand how Venezuelan oil infrastructure was put into place.
It's still used by our own infrastructure. You know that, right?
Corporations do not own countries.
But do you understand that our infrastructure is still used by them till this day? It hasn't been even fixed. It hasn't even been. What do you mean? It's our infrastructure.
Okay, so the United States is beholden to what a corporation wants. Is that what your claim is?
Hold on. Is it an American corporation?
No. Is that what your claim is?
Hold on. Is it an American corporation?
It doesn't matter.
Is it an American corporation?
Pick any corporation. American corporation, Chinese corporation, Venezuelan corporation in the United States. Are you telling me that the United States government has to defer to what that corporation wants? Is that your claim?
No, you're putting words in my mouth. That's what
I'm
you're doing.
asking. Okay, then
Yeah,
clarify.
it's putting words in
because
my mouth. So
because
let me
these are
explain.
U.S. companies that went into
Right. U.S.
Venezuela.
companies. U.S.
U.S.
Right.
based.
U.S.
based.
U.S. companies.
But they operate internationally, don't they?
Correct. To benefit
Okay,
America.
so U.S.
To benefit America.
Not necessarily to benefit
How
themselves.
is it not necessarily?
Corporations, oil companies do not do things to benefit the country of their origin. They do things to
let me
benefit their
explain this.
shareholders.
Right. So let me explain this.
Am I wrong?
That's your way
Am
of
I
viewing it,
wrong?
right?
No. Am
I mean,
I wrong?
I could be a shareholder.
Am
You
I
could be a
wrong?
shareholder, right?
And so can foreigners. Am I wrong that a corporation exists to make more wealthy its shareholders and the people within the corporation?
Well,
is
that's
that not
the
their
point.
job?
Okay, so if you don't interrupt, if I can
Is
speak,
that
please.
their job? Do you
Well,
agree
are you
with
gonna let
that?
me speak?
Are you going
let
to
me
answer
speak?
the goddamn
Of
question?
course, you would have to let me speak.
Answer
Thank
the
you.
question.
So
is that their role?
corporations,
Yes or no?
You're gonna have to let me speak.
Go ahead.
So corporations, right? What's the point of a corporation? To make money, right?
Yes.
Okay, so are you knocking that? An American corporation
So
that
you agree with
actually,
me?
that actually gets employees that are American?
So you agree with me? The role of the corporation is not to benefit the country that it's from.
I think it's to benefit
themselves.
No, I think it's to benefit the country as well.
That is your belief. That is an
Well,
assumption.
yeah,
but
just
what
like your
we
belief
know
is
for a
morally in this
fact,
point.
so
Right.
we can both disagree on that point. But what we both have to agree on is that the corporation is there to enrich its own shareholders. Is that correct?
I mean, yeah, you could become a
Okay,
shareholder.
so we both agree on that point. We
Yeah,
disagree
it's
on
besides the point,
on
right?
the
It's besides the
corporation's purpose is to
Right,
enrich
but
its
we're
country of
waiving the
origin.
whole big thing about this, right? It's controlling the Western Hemisphere. Do
No.
you feel
Let's go
feel,
back to the original point. Let's not pivot away from
I'm
what
not
I said.
pivoted. That's the point of doing this.
You claim, and it is your contention, and correct me if I'm wrong, that because
I didn't
U.S.
claim anything about
corporation,
corporations.
let me.
You mentioned corporations. I didn't.
You were about to bring it up in Venezuela.
No,
you
I
went
wasn't.
into the
How are you
1920s.
assuming that I was going to bring up
Because
corporations?
that's exactly what we're talking about.
No, you brought up corporations. I brought up the
That is
Western
what we're
Hemisphere
talking
and
about.
controlling it. That's it.
That is what we're talking about. Corporations.
No, we're talking about controlling the
Yes.
Western Hemisphere against our enemies.
Okay,
That's it.
so what did we do in Venezuela that
So
give us a
basically,
right?
Venezuela is a base for China, Iran.
No. What
Cuba,
did we do? What did we
Russia.
do? You said that we had a right to go into Venezuela because,
Correct, 'cause
and then
there
you
are
went and you
infrastructure.
said in the 1920s, what happened?
Yeah, in the 1920s and the 1930s, if it wasn't for our infrastructure, Venezuela wouldn't become as rich as
And
it
who
was
built that
once.
infrastructure?
Sorry?
Who built that infrastructure?
Americans.
No.
No?
Who built that
No?
infrastructure?
So hold on. There weren't American engineers
American
in that corporation?
corporations.
There weren't American
built-
engineers in that operation?
Was it not corporations that did that?
Now you're losing
Wasn't it
this
corporations
argument. You know
that did
right?
that?
So you're
No.
telling me that these American corporations were not employing American
Okay,
citizens.
there we have it. There we go. We're talking about corporations. And then you gaslit
American
me to
corporations
act as
employed
if
by
we aren't
Americans.
talking. They used Venezuelans to build the infrastructure. You do
American
get
engineers.
that. They went in, the
American
engineers told those people what to do, and Venezuelans built that shit. What are you talking about, bro?
What do you mean Venezuela built that shit?
The people in
serious?
Venezuela
They
were
don't have enough
paid to
infrastructure
build
to
the
do that.
infrastructure in their own country.
No,
you do
they
get
don't.
this. Yes, they did.
No, they
Yes, they
nationalized
did.
it under Chavez. And
No,
then
that came much
haven't-
later. Whoa.
Hold on,
No.
hold on.
You're
Hold
talking
on.
about the
Let's have
20s.
Listen,
You're
let's stop
talking. You went
interrupting
back to the
ourselves. So you
20s.
gotta give me a minute, and then I'll give you.
No.
yours,
No.
right?
You were talking about the 20s. Now you're talking
gotta
about
give me
Chavez
you gotta give me 2 minutes for me
nationalizing,
to
which
speak.
was in the 1970s.
1970s. No, dude. What are you talking
Chavez was in the
about? Chavez
1920s.
was in the early 2000s, Baba.
Was
This is
it
how
was it
misinformed you are.
in the 2000?
You're misinformed,
yes,
dude.
but we're talking about the
1970s?
1920s. You said 1920s.
1920s was the development of the infrastructure that
By
was given to
who?
Venezuela.
By who?
By the American corporations.
Yes. Okay.
Great.
So stop gaslighting.
So why would I want? So why?
You
would I
said
want
American
China?
people. It was
Hold on.
corporations.
Are you gonna let me speak? With all due respect, are you gonna let me speak?
Sure. Well, if you
Because
stop
you've been
gaslighting,
interrupting
sure.
me this whole time, host. Come on, bro.
Cry
Come on,
about it.
dude. Because you know you're gonna lose this
Okay.
conversation. You know you are.
Look, the positions I have are defensible. Yours are not. So you're going to lose.
Defensible in what matter? In legal matters or moral matters?
Well, it depends on what your argument is.
How is
go ahead. You wanted to speak. Go ahead and speak.
Hold on. Legal
go ahead and speak.
The same.
Because you're going to cry like a bitch.
Legal laws stay the same.
You're crying like a bitch.
Your morality.
Listen, you're crying.
Respond to that.
Listen, Yatu Sabez, you are crying like a bitch about not being able to speak. So go ahead and make your argument.
Perfect. So you're basing this whole on morality, and who's to say that your morals are the same as mine, right?
Don't put words in my mouth.
On legality. I'm basing this on legality, right? The first thing, in the 1920s, we developed that infrastructure. The only country that could develop that infrastructure. Now, you're talking about corporations. Yes, American corporations that employ American citizens. Okay, I'd rather have corporations that are Americans than China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Cuba.
That's a moral argument.
Hold on. No, it's not.
You're making a moral argument after you claim that you weren't going to make a moral argument. Well, then stop lying to yourself, bro.
It's not a moral argument.
Yeah, what you just said is a moral argument.
You would have to let me speak.
Not a legal one.
You're not letting me speak.
Stop contradicting yourself, bro.
I'm not contradicting myself.
You said I'm making a legal argument, not a moral one, and then you proceed to make a moral argument.
You're not letting me speak, my friends. Perfect. Without
make your legal case. Make your legal case without looking like an idiot.
What do you mean legal basis?
Bitch,
on legal basis,
watch this. Watch this. Do you see that? This is my show. You don't bitch about it. You can come up here and cry. If you want to make a legal argument, make a legal argument. But you said that, shut the fuck up for a second. You said that you were going to make a legal argument and then proceeded to make a fucking moral one. And then come up here bitching because I'm making a moral argument, claiming that I'm making a moral argument. Now you can proceed.
Perfect. So let's talk about the Western Hemisphere. So we're all Americans, right? Okay. So why would I be comfortable? And this is in my view. I'm not going to speak for you, right? Because our morals are different, right? And this is not based on morality. This is based on power in our Western Hemisphere. Why the fuck would I want China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and Iran operating in my backyard? The same countries that definitely want the worst for us do not have our best interest. Why the fuck would I allow that? I don't get it. That's for the best interest of America.
Is that your argument?
Well, not only that. Not only that,
well, no. Okay, so you're not going to monologue. You're not going to gish gallop. You're not going to gish gallop and then bitch because you don't get to talk.
Well, the infrastructure belongs to us.
Okay, so you never even made an argument. You cried.
What was your argument?
No. You claimed.
You had no argument.
Listen,
you couldn't base it on it.
You're getting emotional now. You claimed you were going to make a legal argument. You proceeded to make moral argument after moral argument after moral argument. You never once made a legal argument. So what I'm going to do now, because AIPAC's been waiting patiently, unlike you, who's getting emotional now, I'm going to let AIPAC say something, and then I'm going to rebut what you said. Go ahead, AIPAC.
You're going to let me speak?
Yeah. So
go ahead, AIPAC.
I guess a couple of things. One, I just want to refute the point that there is no morality in politics.
There's not, sir.
Well, here's why I would.
The entirety of MAGA was about morality, bro.
No, it's about America first, my friend.
No.
Yeah, but
yes, it was.
Here's the thing.
Are you going to let him talk, Yatu?
Oh, we're just having a conversation, my friend.
Oh, now we're just having a conversation. Hold on, AIPAC.
Yeah, because I can talk to this guy.
Listen, I'll drop your fucking ass. I don't give a shit because you're annoying me at this point. You cry and whine about not being able to speak, and then when this guy who has been patient this whole time is trying to talk, you won't shut the fuck up. Go ahead, AIPAC.
Same thing you did to me.
Go ahead, AIPAC.
Yeah, so so a couple of things. So laws are considered to be moral minimums, right? So I mean that's
not necessarily.
Well, let me get my point across. So for example, there's a reason why there's a law against stealing. There's a law against committing harm to someone, right? Because what we do is we ingrain it as we ingrain morality into the law. So it's a legal minimum. I'm not saying that it constitutes. I mean, there's some issues or some laws that may not be moral by nature, or we may deem it doesn't adhere to our morality, but by definition, that's how society works, right? Laws are
in criminal law. Yeah, criminal law.
moral minimums.
Not in foreign law. Not in foreign law.
Well, I'm going to get to that. So then, I think when I view the U.S. involvement in Venezuela, I think of it as like two families, and basically the justification is this: I have my, let's just say, American family, and then there's a Venezuelan family that actually literally lives down the block as me, and you know what? We get along. We have good relations, and I've actually helped them on a few things. They've helped me on a few things, which is great. But if the justification is that, hey, you know what? My family is bigger, and I would love to encroach on their land because encroaching on their land allows me to do more with my property and enjoy it a whole lot better. Then one, I don't think that's right. Two,
Well, we
I think
built that. We built their infrastructure, my friend.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if I help them build a fence or a garage, do I stake a claim to it? Is it in writing?
Hold on. Do you pay for that? Do you actually pay for somebody to put a fence on and build you a house?
Do I pay for that?
Yeah. It's somebody just going to come here and build a fence for you and build your house for free?
Well, I mean, I can quantify an amount for the labor.
Correct.
But here's the point. The point is this, and I think the host correctly pointed it. Venezuelans did build it. It's their country. It's a sovereign country. Here's to international law. And if we get to a position where we start saying, you know what, forget, and I'm landing my plane here, forget international law and let's disregard international law, then we get to a position where people can do whatever they want and could justify it by saying, well, we're the bigger dog. So
we are. And you just said it, my friend.
Doesn't matter.
You just said it. So we're the only country aside of China and Russia that could actually veto any decision the UN makes.
Can't veto a decision. You can
Yes,
veto.
we can, sir.
You can veto
look it
policy.
Up. Yes, we look it up, my friend. With all due respect,
We aren't the unilateral order of
Sir,
the UN,
we could veto any sanctions from the UN if we wanted to.
And also, the point is that we are violating
Don't run away
that
from
which
that question and that answer.
we are violating the rules that we
No,
already.
we're not. We could veto anything.
Yatu, are you going to let me speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
then we already agreed to certain rules that we did not veto, that we agreed to. And we're violating those rules.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
So from a legalistic standpoint, what we're doing is illegal in the international order.
Okay.
But according to you, we have the right to do it because we're powerful. That's the claim you're making.
We actually founded the UN. We started the fucking UN.
You know, Russia should then stake a claim to Ukraine then, because by that argument, Russia.
Good point. But let me tell you something right now. China's part of the UN, right? And let's say that I put a plan in place for the UN to decide on, right? And China's part of that decision making. Do you think China's going to look out for the best interests of America? Why do you think this veto exists? Well, are you guys beyond? Come on, bro. Think about it.
Well, what's the point of the UN if its members aren't going to abide by the rules?
That's a great question. What's the point of the UN? Nothing.
Well, no, it's not nothing. We know why the UN was created. Why was it created, Yatu?
I mean, it's irrelevant.
Why? No, it isn't irrelevant. Why was it created?
No power over
Why
us.
was it? Well, it holds no power if everybody ignores it and nobody enforces it.
Well, we could veto whatever decision they make, dude.
And that's a problem.
Why is that a problem?
What do you mean, why is that a problem?
Hold on, guy.
Because we can hold everybody else accountable for the rules that we also agreed to, except for us. We get to just ignore it?
Yeah, that's how it works.
No, that's not how it works.
I mean, that's how it works in legal basis.
That's not how it works. So if you have a militia in the United States and can fight back against a local police force, does that mean you get to break every law?
Wow, that's a bad example, honestly.
Is it? That's what you're saying. If you're powerful enough to not be enforced upon, then you can do whatever you want.
So, host, my question is this:
you can ignore the rules,
and let's be genuine.
The laws.
Let's be genuine with this, right? And
I'm talking to you, so I'm not sure that you'll be able to, but we'll try.
Okay, perfect, fair. So, China's part of the UN, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, they are. They even hold veto powers as well. Russia holds veto powers as well, guys. So hold on. So why would I want This is my question, right? Can we come to an agreement that China doesn't have their viewpoint of us is not to our best interest? Yes or no?
What's that now?
Can we come to an agreement that China's views of us is not to our best interest?
No, we can't agree on that.
Wow. Okay, so hey, end the conversation. Have a
Wow.
good
Is
one,
that
my
your
guy. Have
is
a
that
good
your
one.
moral argument? Oh, and he took off. Yeah, no, we can't agree to that because I can't speak for the motives of China. I'm not going to. Because what I know is that China hasn't gone around attacking us. They haven't gone out in public. They haven't made all of these fucking shitty claims. They don't go around unaliving people, toppling dictators or toppling democratically elected people in other countries, taking those countries by force and then stealing their resources. I don't know that China is doing that right now. But I do know a country that does do that, and that's the United States. So what China does, it's doing for itself. What the United States does, it does for itself. What Venezuela does, like nationalize its oil, it does for itself. And they all have a right to do that. But that just because somebody does something that's good for them doesn't mean that that is inherently bad for another person. Or at least it shouldn't be. And if it is, then that becomes problematic. And that's where I draw the line there with the United States. Do what's good for you as long as you're not harming somebody else.
I thought just from the get-go, and I agree with you there, that there's a big issue when you say that morality does not belong in politics. That automatically, like every other word that came after,
right.
I'm like, all right, well, is it worth hearing? And
right,
I hate to
because murdering people, that's a morality issue, is it not?
Yeah, no, exactly. Because then the justification is that
stealing.
As bigger dog, we can do whatever we want.
Right, stealing. Great point about morality being political. Because if you have the means, according to this guy, you can steal whatever you want if you're powerful enough. So is that not like this guy? That guy is full of shit. And he's a crybaby, for the record. Let me bring up. We've got some new people here that like to come up. Yatu Sabez. That guy was very emotional.
Oh my God, man. You should have seen him in my live last night. It was hysterical. He reached a full-on level of crash out that I've never seen before.
Oh, really? Did he start screaming?
Oh, he kept screaming. He kept talking over people. It was...
While
like
complaining that nobody would let him speak. That's what he was trying to do here. Exactly. It's like, why don't you let me speak? You keep talking over me. Yeah. I don't know, man. That's pretty wild. He started out 90 miles an hour, though. Got to appreciate that to some level. Let me just bring in a bunch of new people here. Just accept everybody. Fuck it. We'll get this party started. Mataluno, did I pronounce that right?
Dude, you are the first person to ever pronounce that right. Good for you, man.
How do people fuck that up? It looks pretty like it you know.
Maldonado is the most common I
get. That's funny. Dyslexic people gonna do dyslexic things. Just kidding. Anyway, offer your thoughts of what you came up here for, and I appreciate you being
coming up here to tell you about that guy. He's a
troll from yesterday. Yeah.
yeah.
I think I've seen him up here before. It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure he's been up here before.
You didn't have any intelligent females up here, and that's what really makes him crash out is pretty hard. I think you actually know one of my friends, Birdie.
Yeah, she was up here yesterday, I think.
Yeah, she took him to school yesterday in the live that we had, and he did not like it.
Now, I do want to introduce to everybody the President of the United States. Okay, he needs a formal introduction because he's special. I put together this montage for everybody. Let's just watch.
Oh, the girl gets up.
Is this AI?
No.
Little bit.
That is not AI, sir. He spoke to the Republicans. I think it was yesterday. And he was telling a story about a weightlifter, a trans weightlifter. That's what he was talking about.
This is why Bubba likes him.
Can I, so can I
This
ask
guy's
you
a
about what
fucking
you
idiot.
said?
Wait, hold on. Danny Locke says that why are you showing AI? I could prove to you that it's not. I've got the fucking matter of fact, I got it pulled up here. I took a little snippet from it earlier and
I
then just
believe you. I
and then
did
just
want to.
cut
I
it out
wanted to
here.
push
Let's
back
see.
on something you said though about China.
Okay, hold on. Let me find where he starts going.
But a leftist defense. Because boom,
this guy's such an idiot.
she's like, she's gonna break the record for her mom.
Oh, no,
who's
where's
sitting in
he
the
at?
front with her father. I'm gonna break it. And she's out there.
Looks like a green screen.
I signed very little. Now I just sign everything.
Oh,
because
where's
it's just
that?
so
Hold
great.
on. Is it?
If an
It's
official of
It doesn't look
Poland
real. It looks like a
the
green
murder of
screen.
like
Who,
in a debate or
him?
something. I said it a couple
No, like the
times.
flags
Biden,
behind
it's just
him.
one.
Oh
It's got
no,
my
he
total
was
endorsement.
he was
And all it is
he
is
was standing in
comedy.
front of the
And if they were playing
GOP.
football together, he wouldn't even have to run. And my wife, by the way, my wife.
Oh, that here it
hates
is.
things, right? And she gets up and they put a little tiny thing like this, little thing. And my wife, by the way, my wife hates women, right? She become president.
Oh, look.
She actually said, "Could you imagine FD?"
Could
Because he
I-
wasn't.
could I
Anyway,
just-
it's not fake. That's not AI. He actually did that. I just edited it and repeated some of the shit. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, you said that China is not doing what the U.S. does. I think that China does terrible things, like tries to buy African land on loan, and then when Africa can't pay it back, which they knew they were not going to be able to pay it back because it's a economically insufficient country. Like whatever countries in Africa, several of them, they ended up owning that land, so they essentially took it from Africa, the African countries specifically, because they knew they weren't going to pay it back. They used that debt trap, and also in Venezuela, China and Russia were creating facilities to launch aircraft to be able to bomb us. They were taking oil, and if people say, "Oh, that wasn't a big deal because they got other stuff," then I would ask why are they so concerned about it? Because China and Russia asked to release Maduro because they were together in cahoots. So if you Google it right now, they literally China and Russia have put out statements saying that we need to release Maduro and release control of Venezuela. So it's important to them on some level. I would ask, why do you want our enemies to have control of that oil? Because they're just going to use it for their military machine.
Venezuela is a sovereign country, first and foremost. Whatever they want to do
I
with
never
it,
contested
whoever
that.
they well, hold on, I'm answering. So whatever they want to do with their oil is their business. If they want to sell it to fucking North Korea, by God, they can sell it to North Korea because this is a free fucking world. We are not the police of the fucking world, nor should we be. We shouldn't be going around telling anybody what to do. Because if we do that, then everybody can do that to us when we are no longer the superpower, which is coming before you realize it. I mean, what he's doing is actually going to be harmful to us. The claim that China goes in and loans and then steals land, that's bullshit. Yes, it is.
Google it real quick.
Give me an example. What country
Yeah.
did they take land from?
Yeah, I got you. Give me 1 second.
Oh, so you make the claims you just don't know.
No, it's hard to remember everything off the top of my head. I know a lot of stuff. I read a lot of information. So let me go ahead and get a specific country.
Yeah, so the Belt and Road Initiative, if you aren't aware, they go and do give loans for infrastructure in exchange for trade so that they can export to these countries or get some resource. See, they're doing what the United States should be doing, which is using what we have or have available to us in order to strike deals with countries. They don't go in and steal countries.
Wait, hold on.
They build them in the middle of the ocean by
They're
dropping.
not stealing it. They're saying you owe us money. If you pay it back, your country is collateral. If you can't pay it back, we get to have this land. And so they take up so much of the land. They're taking it away from the people.
Look at the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan, the United States set into place in Europe. Do you know what that was?
Wait, well, I want to ask you.
Do you know what
so
that
you think
was?
No, I don't. But I do want to ask you, do you think that's okay?
That they loan people money? Yes.
No,
Why the fuck?
That they're using it as sort of a debt trap?
They're not.
The land?
They're
They
not.
are.
No, they're
They
not.
are.
That's bullshit. That's a
how
lie.
debt works. But that's how all debt works.
No,
Even
that's
with-
a debt trap. No. Somebody
Yeah.
being in debt and taking a loan is between that country and China or whoever they're loaning money from.
But
But
if you loan, like for example, if your company
Debt trap.
loans money to a person who you know is not going to be able to pay it back, they're
Bro,
financially
a bank does this in the United
Okay,
States, and if you
that's
don't
bad.
pay it,
That's bad.
guess what? They come and take your house.
Guess what? That
Don't
happens.
they?
And guess what?
Are
That's why
banks
the
bad?
That's why the
Are
2008
banks bad?
financial. That's why the 2008 financial crisis happened.
Are banks bad?
They can be because they're run by people, and people can be
Okay.
bad.
Okay. Is that the same as going in, bombing a country, and then kidnapping or abducting the president? Is that the same thing?
It's not the same thing. I
Okay.
think that's a worse evil because
A
when you're
worse
affecting
evil?
when you're affecting the average everyday person who can't afford it, if I give you a loan knowing full well you're not going to be able to pay the loan back, I know in the end I'm going to win because I'm going to end up obtaining your assets as collateral. I'm going to be under a legally binding contract that allows me to do so.
Yeah,
That's
I just want to
messed up.
comment to that.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead, APEC.
credit card debt and credit card interest. I mean, we have people that are paying interest like close to 30%. So I mean, and if
That's silly.
I think, but I think if we feel passionately that this should not be occurring between other countries, we should really focus on fixing the problem within our country. And if not, and we're allowing for it, then maybe it's a justifiable practice by a means that we just are not aware of. So I mean, I'm not too concerned with that. I think Tim brought up the fact, the host brought up the fact that we I have a mortgage. I have a substantial mortgage on my house. I would lose my house. I mean, that's just part of business. The country would have to go to the
What's
bank.
your APR?
What's my APR?
Irrelevant.
I mean, I don't want to get into
Irrelevant. It's
Well,
irrelevant.
that's not irrelevant
And
because I'm
it is
saying
irrelevant.
wait, before someone gives you a mortgage, they check your financial status and they give you what they can give you based on that. Or at a certain point, they'll deny you. But when you just say, you know what, I don't care what your financial backing is, go ahead, take the money. But if you don't give the money back, I'm taking your stuff.
They don't
Plus
do that,
the-
though. China doesn't
they-
do that.
Yes, they
Cook.
do. That's why
no,
they have so
they
much land in
don't.
Africa.
They
Do you
restructured the
know why they want
loans.
that land?
They have forgiven loans to people
no,
that couldn't
you
pay
know
it
why
back
they
to
want that
countries.
land?
Listen, they have forgiven loans to countries that couldn't repay it, and if they can't repay it, they restructure it because they get no money. And they have it really serves them no purpose because the purpose of the loan isn't to take land. They do it because it gives them access to land. For example, in Sri Lanka, I believe it's Sri Lanka, they leased one of their ports for 99 years. And in exchange for that ability to use this fucking port, they loaned the money. They'll build power plants and shit in exchange for trade. This is what China does. They don't take land in the way that you're claiming that they do.
You know what?
There's
they're
not a
doing with that?
single country that I can think of, unless you can provide me with one, where China has said, you no longer have ownership of your country. We own it because we gave you a loan. I don't know of a single instance where that's the case.
I'll actually go get that for you. But do you understand what they're doing with that land in Africa?
You mean to get resources from it for
What are they doing with
themselves?
what resources and what are they doing with it?
Well, whatever resource, it depends on the country.
Yeah, they're mining rare earth elements so they
Yes.
can
And-
create
and-
technology that they will use against us.
Yes, and guess how the United States has been doing that? The same thing,
Yeah, so
getting
so here's the-
resources.
so here's
How
the
does the
difference here.
U.S. get resources
No,
when
I
it
got
wants
you.
them?
No, I agree with you there, but let me tell you the difference. The difference is we live in the United States. This is our country, and this is our perspective that we're coming from. We're not going to be able to have that perspective under China's viewpoint. They're not going to. They don't allow people to criticize the government. Would you rather live under China's rule or the U.S. rule? Why would you want another country, unless you want that? Otherwise, why would you want another country that has a completely opposite viewpoint of ours to take over? Absolutely,
To
another
take
country
over
should-
who?
to take over us.
They're not
So-
going to take over us.
Why wouldn't they? You just said earlier.
Look at. Have you ever seen a map?
But I'm
Cook Talk?
saying, you said.
Wait.
that we
Have
won't
you
be
ever seen a
superpowers.
map?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you know what protection there is for North America?
Who cares though? People break treaties all the time.
No. You think that they're going to
Oh,
take the United States?
geographical.
Yes, you think that they're
Geographical?
going to take us. They're not going to
So
take
so
us.
so let me spell this out, okay? So like, there's a great illustration of this on Rick and Morty, right? So if I don't know if you know that show, but
Bro's bringing up Rick and Morty in a political argument.
yeah, but because it's
heard
a
it.
beautiful illustration of different ways things can go wrong. So there was like this galactic empire, and Rick and Morty, they pretty much illustrated how they can topple the empire without making any violent attacks because they're outnumbered. It's two people against an empire. All they did is they changed the number of their currency's value from 1 to 0. And so what this illustrating is you can tank a country economically to where there's no other option other than to get rid of their assets, i.e., the country, to another country. We need someone else to bail us out. Now we're their slaves financially. So you
Yeah.
don't have to take over the country violently. There's all types of different ways.
And the U.S. employs them all. We do that exact same thing. We will cause their currency and their, to get fucked, just like we're doing in Iran right
I'm not
fucking now.
saying-
We did
I'm
it
not
in
saying the
Venezuela
US
too.
I'm not saying that the U.S.
We've done it
is
in
perfect.
Guatemala. We've done it in
Yeah.
fucking Panama. We've done it in Iran twice now.
Yes, but my argument is, why would you want another country to do that to us? At least under our viewpoint, that those countries like Venezuela, we take over Venezuela, they don't currently have same-sex marriage. They don't have the same freedoms that we have, and they
And-
under Maduro. So at least we can give them that. At least if we're taking over, we have a net positive that we can give most of them, and then we can also benefit from it.
Here's the problem we have.
What?
We have an issue of, and I guess we haven't learned mistakes of, Iraq and Afghanistan, where we're seeking to impose our values onto other countries that just don't share it. So it's almost like you coming into my house and trying to say, "Hey, my values are better." Yeah, it's made me more productive. I have the receipts to show for it. But what if I just don't share in those values?
Gotcha.
You're gonna force me to save just because you think I'm leaning more towards another family's value? At least that's the way I see it, right?
I got you.
I
Yeah,
mean,
so I
is
can
that
respond
fair?
to that.
Can
Yeah.
I pitch in
Real
here?
quick, yes, Hoodlum, give me a second. Florida, shout out to Florida for what the hell was that? A well diver? What is that called? A well diving. Yeah, thank you for that. And Jussie, thank you for the 15 donuts. Guys, I really appreciate it. I forgot about my gifting goal. I do have 50 donuts I'm looking for if you want to support the live gift, but shout out to FL for that whale. Anyway, Hoodlum, you wanted to jump in there? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I can be empathetic to what Cook is saying, but unfortunately, I believe Tim is correct on this one. With the
Unfortunately.
yeah. Well, you know how it goes. But the IMF, when you look at Venezuela, they have oil. That's their main asset, right? And so the IMF came in there and gave loans to Venezuela on the futures of that oil, right? And the government at the time was spending more money than they were deficit spending, right? Because they were counting on this oil to continue to be at the price that it was. And when the price dropped in the 70s specifically, it drastically affected their income versus the futures that they got the loans for. And so the IMF was calling the loans in, and the country could not pay for them, and so they went into what's called an austerity measures, right? So the government and the people were having to pay these austerity measures, and it really hurt the country, and the public wasn't really too happy. Hence the reason why we had Cesar Chavez that came in, because he was going to relieve the country from the evil International Monetary Fund and the austerity measures that were put on the public, right? And so that's how the public voted in this communist party. And then what did he do?
Socialist.
He privatized that oil and made it so whereas, it was the people's oil, and that was the overall arching selling point, right? We all know the rest of this story, okay? It didn't work out well for them, and 8 million people fled the country. But to say that China is doing something different than the Anglo-Dutch British system in finance is just fault. I would argue that it's not the Americans that do it though, Tim. It's the British that do it, and we are just the military enforcer of that said financial system.
Well, I never contested that the
You mean like
Americans
on
don't do
behalf
that.
of, you believe we're acting on behalf of them?
Correct.
I see. I mean,
Well-
there's an argument you could make for that. But sorry, Cook, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I wanted to respond to his morality point he was trying to make about enforcing
Thank you,
other
Two
values.
Popes.
Yeah. Do you think child rape is okay?
Thank you,
course not.
APAC.
Of course not, right? Do you know that in Muslim majority countries, under Sharia law, that it's okay and permissible to marry a 9-year-old and consummate the marriage?
Yeah, we understand that different cultures have different social acceptable things.
So-
Sure.
So how well do you sleep at night knowing that you're living in heaven while other people are burning in hell? How well do you sleep with that? Do you
Well,
care?
But just
There's-
understand, I'm not saying
Wait,
that
wait,
China.
no,
Hold
I'm
on.
not making a claim for what you're saying. I'm just asking you a yes or no kind of like, do you sleep well with that? Do you care about that?
Well,
The
here's-
difference is force.
No, I'm asking you. No, they are for children. Everything a child does is
No,
essentially.
I'll explain
forced.
later.
But so do you care about that?
think I
The
interrupted
9-year-old claim is just bullshit. You're
It's not
you're
bullshit.
going
I
back
mean-
to biblical text. This is
No, these
crap
are-
that they lodge about Muhammad married a 9-year-old or whatever. I mean, go
But-
look at the
but
fucking
these-
Bible and all the
these
fucking
people-
underage marriages. Look at the United States
No, wait,
back when
Tim, we're
we were
not-
farming.
we're not disagreeing
They
here.
married fucking
Wait.
prepubescent
I
children
want to let you know
to
I'm not even
people in this
religious.
country.
I'm not making a
So
claim to the
like
Bible.
this you using that is just
I'm not
trying to
making a
pull at
claim to the Bible.
heartstrings.
I'm not making a claim
No,
for the
I'm
Bible.
saying that this shit is found in every instance across the world.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. However, when
but
people
that's
act
not, what
on it,
you're
that's
saying
it.
isn't true, because part of what is required in Islam is called consent. I don't know of a
Okay.
single country
There's no child that
that
can
is
consent.
Islamic under Sharia law that allows a 9-year-old to get married and have
The
sex with
Taliban.
an adult.
So what?
Tell me
country-
what country.
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan allows 9-year-olds to marry. I'm going to
No,
look
so
this
the
up.
Taliban. So officially,
No.
the law-
You said a country. You said under Sharia law. So tell me
Yeah.
what country that
You
is
know
under
Sharia
Sharia
law?
law. Yes.
You know
Tell
what
me.
Sharia law
Tell
is?
me what country under Sharia law allows 9-year-olds to marry adults.
Somalia, Afghanistan.
Somalia and Afghanistan. I'm gonna look this up because I've never heard that before. We'll prove
Yeah.
it or disprove it.
Yeah. So if you think, like, if for example, like China, they don't allow people to criticize their government. Do you think that's a value that you hold, that you can't criticize the government?
So Cook, let me ask you a
Wait,
question.
hold on. I
Whoa,
want to
whoa,
move.
whoa, whoa,
I want to
listen.
finish. I'm just going to land my plane, but I need you to just cooperate long enough. That's yes or no.
No. You made your point already. The rest
So
of
what
your
is my
questions-
point? What is my point?
Your point is that there's people in this world or this realm or whatever you want to call it that don't have the same moral values than you do because of their culture and or religion.
No, that's not my claim. That's already understood. That's absolutely the case, but that's not my claim. My claim is that everyone would rather their values flourish rather than another culture's values. Our values that we hold, like free speech and the idea that children cannot consent to a sexual act with an adult, those values seem to be the basis of our morality. And for us to sit here and say that another country's morality that goes against that is preferable or okay would be contradictory. And so what I'm saying is we're all going to push our values onto one another. It's just a matter of who's going to do it first. I personally think that my values as a person who values free speech, who values the sanctity of a child and their innocence, I think that type of stuff I value more so than another country who doesn't value that. And so if we're going to push some values, I'd rather push those values because they're more humanitarian and egalitarian.
Yeah,
That's my
no,
point.
I get it. I get it. But we're not talking about the morality of countries. We're talking about the governance of said countries.
But that ties into morality because governments either will go against or for a certain morality. But at the end of the day, they're all just ran by people, and people are
Okay,
going to have
so-
their own set of moral
No,
codes.
no,
Yeah,
hold
I
on,
just
hold
wanted
on.
to
That's
comment
not
on that
true.
real
That's not
quick.
true, Cook. Real quick there, APAC. The people of Venezuela are predominantly Catholic, right? And so for you to sit here and say that the government is governance with the Catholicism perspective is just flat out false. It's just
Well,
not
I
true.
never said that.
No, that's what you're alluding to.
What?
You
How did
won't
I
say
allude to
it.
that?
What you alluded to is that these governments are a representation of the morality of that country.
No,
and
no,
when you
that's
have
not what
a
I said. The
no,
government is made of people. The people in the government are going to have their own moral ideas, and depending on what type of government and structure they have, they're going to push that as far as they want. So if it's under a dictatorship, there is no opposition to it, and that's a value that maybe that country may or may not have. But if it's like a value that the people don't have, and we came in there and dismantled that, that'd be a net positive for them because they get to actually express their
According to
values.
you,
Well,
Yeah.
no, according to the
You
Venezuelan
just
hey,
people.
now, real quick.
You just described the conquest of the Catholic Church around the world. Good job.
Yeah,
I disagree with the
that's
Catholic Church. I
APAC,
don't
thank
think
you.
they're-
Real quick, APAC, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, look, I'm not making a claim as to whose values are better. All I'm saying is how you promote values matter. If someone were to, and I use the analogy of a family, if another family were to actually, show me aggression, like the way it was done, I think in Afghanistan and Iraq, then I don't care whether those values honestly are superior or not of the invader. I'm going to think, wow, I lost my property because of this invasion. I lost my family. I lost my. You think, and so how in the world is that going to really lead to promoting the invaders' values? So how we do things matter, and that was the basis of my argument.
I think how we do things certainly matters. However, I think on the world stage, when you're looking at it, like have any of you served in the military before?
Not me personally, brothers.
Okay. So I have served in the
No,
military.
and nor does it matter.
So I'll tell you why it matters. This is my
It
perspective.
doesn't matter.
As a person who has served in the military, the stuff that I've seen made me realize that, countries and militaries and leaders and dictators, they don't care about our morality. They don't care how things ought to be done according to us. They care about what works, and what they're going to do is what works. We've seen that time and time again. Venezuela thinks that. Russia thinks that. The United States thinks that. Great Britain thinks that.
What is your point?
My point is people are going to do what works, and we have to match them with that same energy. However, at least what we have to fall back on is what I consider a superior set of values. Yes, it is subjective to
Fuck
me.
you.
It's subjective to me
Fuck
and
you.
the people who have those values.
Here, my value is when somebody says that they're going to impose their value on me, I mute them and tell them to go fuck themselves. How about
Do
that?
you impose your value on your
Do you
children?
think that is a good value?
No.
You don't think that's a good value, that when somebody says that they are going to impose their will upon another person because they believe that that other person is engaging in something they don't like, that they have the right to do that?
Yeah,
That I think that person
that's
can
not-
that I think that person can get muted and go fuck themselves. Do you like that? Do you think that that is okay? Because that's what you're doing. That's what you're advocating for. If I disagree with you, I have a right to come in there, dictate terms to you, take your shit, take your resources, unalive your fucking people, take your goddamn president, and do whatever I want with all of your shit. That's what you're advocating for.
Well, so I don't think I am.
Oh, look.
You want to actually hear the argument?
Oh, look at that. I have more power than you right now on this panel. And do you see how I'm using that, how fucking stupid it is? That's what your argument sounds like,
I mean, it's
sir.
your panel, but what I'm
That's
saying
right.
is, do you want to
That's
hear
my
my
point.
argument? Do you want to hear my argument though?
Well, sure, but do you understand why I just went through all that? Because
Yeah,
you're
I understand what you're
advocating,
trying to illustrate.
you're advocating for that. and it's
I
stupid.
understand you're thinking that I'm advocating for whoever has the biggest stick has the right to swing it however they want. I get it.
That's what
I'm
you're saying.
What I'm saying is it's not whether or not we have the right to, because rights are a human construct. People are going to do it. And what I think is we have to have some sort of like reasoning behind what we consider to be our values. And I think that that's the leg we have to stand on. For example, did you look up those countries I talked about with the child marriage and stuff like that?
I found one that does not have a minimum age, and that is Yemen.
So not a minimum age. If you Google countries under Sharia law or Muslim majority countries,
Yeah, it's not a thing. Just like I said, no,
Well,
it's not a thing. There are Islamic scholars that can interpret it that way because of this fucking 9-year-old shit.
I got
But
you.
there are also Christian scholars that can interpret it that way. And did you know that
I'm not asking about the interpretation, though.
the Torah or the Talmud actually says that you can grape a 3-year-old because their hymen grows back?
Okay,
Did you
but
know
you're
that?
kind of making my point for me. If people
No.
who
The
have
point
that-
is that you can justify a lot of crazy shit using 2,000-year-old text.
No, I agree with you. I think that's silly. What I'm saying is the people who believe that, who justify it, are running countries. So when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, the Taliban took it over. And then long before American involvement, Somalia has been a Muslim country. A lot of countries in Africa have been Muslim countries. There's a slave trade that went on between the Islamic
What does this have
world
to
and
do with
Africa.
Venezuela?
What I'm trying to explain to you is, if you let me get to where I'm going, is those
Well, no. You
countries-
keep bringing up Sharia law, and as Hoodlum pointed out to you, Sharia law has no bearing on Venezuela. We're talking about Venezuela. You
Okay,
pivoted over
so-
to
but I'm
Sharia
trying- I'm
law
not-
to
I'm
make an
making an
argument
analogy.
about Venezuela. So
I'm making
stop
an
bringing up
analogy.
Sharia law because it has nothing to do with Venezuela. No,
I'm making
you are saying that gay marriage, they don't have it in Venezuela.
Yeah.
Trans people, they don't have it in Venezuela. And so
They
now
have
the
it, it's
United
just not
States,
legal.
the United States now gets to go in and topple their country, abduct their dictator, and force values onto them that they don't agree with.
Well, the thing is, the people in Venezuela have expressed that those values that the government holds are not their values, because they have values that go on further than this current regime. And honestly,
Where's the
traditional
petition?
values-
Where's
Hold
the
on.
petition?
Hold on. So also, I would say the traditional values of that country probably are going to be traditionally anti-LGBT. However, if you're arguing for them to make that choice under Maduro, they're not able to make that choice particularly. And what if their values have changed in the modern age? They're still not able to exercise that.
You
And so,
do
like-
realize that half of this country doesn't want gay marriage?
Okay, but we have the freedom to do it regardless.
So in a nation where they are currently trying to undo gay marriage, trans rights, women's rights, the civil rights, where we're currently under that, going back, 50 fucking 60 years, you're saying we have some kind of moral high ground to go and dictate morality to another country about things that we ourselves are about to lose? What? That's ridiculous.
I just have one question for Cookta. What is your prescription for us to impose our morality on others? What do you think the U.S. should do? You think we should go in? We should
Hold on.
attack them?
I can't answer two questions at once. Let me answer his quickly, and then I got you. I promise. So what I'm saying is, yeah, I don't even agree with all the trans stuff, honestly. However, I certainly agree with people's right to disagree with me. And the reason why we were even able to have this conversation and go back and forth and decide whether or not these hormone things or whatever are permissible, or whether or not it's a mental illness, the whole reason we're able to even have the discourse and make these decisions, because a founding principle of our country is essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but I might not agree with you, but I will fight like hell for your right to disagree with me, because we ought to have that discourse. We ought to be able to criticize things.
So you're saying let's go into Venezuela and force them to
Not force,
allow people to agree, because I didn't know that people weren't allowed to disagree with other people in Venezuela.
Yeah, I mean,
Do they jail you if you disagree?
Maduro definitely would jail you for certain things, right? So it's a socialist country, but you know how socialist countries go. They usually go to the route of dictatorship. And
What?
Maduro would be described by a lot of Venezuelan people that I know, a lot of Venezuelan people who have spoke out on the news, on the internet, as a dictator. A lot of people don't like Maduro for those reasons, and that's why they were cheering when he got captured. But APAC wanted to ask me a question respectfully, so please do.
I mean, I don't want to cut into two puffs, but
No, go ahead, APAC. That's fine.
I
We'll
just
get to
wanna
two
say,
puffs here in a second.
my question is simply, what is your prescription? Because based off of what you said, it's like it's not forcing, it's allowing. So technically, I'm just going to use a ridiculous example, but if you if you took me forcefully away from my wife, then you would allow her to have some peace and quiet, right? So I guess that's the disconnect. So what is your prescription? You're saying allow, but allow by what means? By going in with military?
I think it has a lot to do with how your wife sees you. If your wife sees you as a person who is destroying her peace, and I'm coming in saying this person is actively doing something against you, I'm going to help you out, then I think it's a different situation than you and your wife are fine, and I personally see you as someone who is hurting your wife. Now, if your wife says no, he's fine, then of course that'd be a different situation. So I think, based on what I've seen, the Venezuelan people suggest that they're not actually fine with what's going on, and they actually would like it for us to come in there and change something up.
Except
Now,
we're not doing that, though. You've created the straw man argument that we're going in and forcing democracy and morals and values onto these people, when the reality is we literally just went into Venezuela.
We got into that. Well, hold on. We got into that because we were talking about whether or not the United States has a right to do X, Y, and Z. But what I began on is, yes, that will be a side effect, but I actually think that is a tactical move because China and Russia are using that oil for things that are going to go against our interests. That's why we started talking about that.
No, it's not your contention now that we went into Venezuela to push values onto them, because you were saying that was a reason why we have the right to do it.
No, I'm saying that's a side effect. That's why we got on that. I'm saying that
that's not what you said, bro.
You misunderstand the argument. I said
no.
You have the whole panel.
Okay. Everybody in the comment section, is this guy? Did he not say that was the reason, like that we were either going into Venezuela or why we had a right to do it?
The first thing I said was about oil. The first thing
I think so.
The first thing I said was that why would we want another country to have that oil so they can use it for war machines against us? And then we started talking about whether or not they're going to take us over geographically and stuff like that. I'm like, well, yeah, they can also topple our economy. Like, one of the things that can come from that whole oil flooding the U.S.
And you brought up Sharia law.
We can also bring down energy costs because we have an influx of oil, which would take down inflation.
Yeah. So look, you did not make just a side tangential argument. This was a validation or justification that you were making. And I'll go back and watch the tape when I'm done here, because this gaslighting shit is annoying as fuck.
I'm not gaslighting you. I'm being honest.
No, yeah, you are, because you're literally sitting here making me question my entire reality, because I've been sitting here listening to you this whole time, and what I'm hearing are claims of justification for invading fucking Venezuela. Am I crazy, guys, or is that
Tim?
No, that's
I'm
what I heard.
I'm a professional gaslighter, and he's gaslighting.
Okay, I try to give the benefit of the doubt here, but I just can't see how. I don't know. Two puffs. Go ahead. I've got to take a moment to collect my reality. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, he has said that because of our superior morals, that gives us the justification to invade Venezuela and take their oil and take their resources.
Not necessarily. When we're talking about morals, we're talking about, like, when I was bringing up Sharia law and like child marriages, and then he said he couldn't find any. I actually looked. It's a website called girlsnotbrides.org. They actually track the child marriages in other countries, and so Yemen and other countries like that are Muslim, they think that based on their religion that they're able to do such a thing. I said, "Do you agree with such a thing?" He didn't look it up properly, I suppose, because I quickly Googled child marriages in Muslim countries, and I found it. It was easy, and yeah. So there's actually
I did look it up.
well, not
What are you
properly,
talking about? I
apparently.
did look it up
How come you didn't find what I found?
because I was looking only for 9-year-olds because that's what you said.
Well, so what
I'm
I'm
looking
saying
for
is,
9-year-olds. So there are countries that 15-year-old girls can marry.
even
I mean, I'm
by
confused.
even
Cook.
by 12 or 15, like, do you agree with that?
I'm confused. Cook.
There is a cultural disagreement there because some people believe that when you hit puberty, you can have children.
Okay,
And
you can naturally.
And therefore,
I mean, I'm just confused because you're comparing Sharia law, you're comparing child marriage, and yet you say that the U.S. has superior morals, even though child marriage is still legal in 36 states.
I just wanted to say, how old do you think Virgin Mary was when she had Jesus? 15 to 16, right? Estimated. So I mean, there is a difference, right, between like 9 versus. So not advocating.
yeah, there is a huge difference.
There is a huge difference, but one of the reasons we have the laws that we do is because we have people, growing up or maturing like later. We have a lot of people that are exerting, you know, kind of like aggressive influence and trying to mold, youth into, I guess, a life of captivity. So we protect our youth, and I think rightfully so. So that's why we have these laws. But yeah, I mean, there is a big difference.
So can I just pitch in here? So yes, he made a moral argument on going into Venezuela. The president did not make a moral argument as to why we went in there.
That's right.
I think that the United States consistently has had the position that there is illegal activities going on in the nation state of Venezuela. As of 2015, Barack Obama said that the state of Venezuela was a national security threat because of these things. We had in 2020, Joe Biden and the DOJ indicted Maduro for these criminal acts. And then we had Joe Biden, who basically made a deal based on the fact that we were having issues with oil supply because of the sanctions on Russia. And because of this deal, there was going to be elections in Venezuela. And based on the election results, the international community thought that there was some funny business that went on there and that Maduro was not the rightful president of Venezuela. So I would argue that it's more of the legal standing and the illegal activities of the regime as a justification more than a moral one.
So real quick, I just want to make a point to the host. Like, I actually did look it up at what countries you can marry a woman at 9. Even in Iraq, there are special circumstances under law where they're able to marry women at 9, and that is part of a religious argument that they have and a cultural argument, which goes into the whole moral claim.
And not women, children.
But your claim was
9-year-olds are not women.
You said that your claim was that the countries did that.
Well,
now
Iraq,
you're saying that their church or
the
whatever version of the
Iraq
church
is a country and they have a law permitting that under certain circumstances. India also has.
That's not what I found.
Well, then you didn't look it up.
Let's see. Iraqi's parliament passed 3 divisive laws that would allow the church to decide that privately.
Okay,
but the current law, Iraqi law, currently sets it at 18. Because again, I did look this up.
Wait,
18 is the law in Iraq.
You just admitted it.
You said the country.
Okay, but the country
You
said
said
that
the country.
the country ordained the church with rights to do such a thing in certain circumstances. So the
But they
country is
didn't put
backing
9
that.
years old. 9 years old was added by Western media. They applied that based on biblical text, which is
No,
what
but
I
what
already
you
said to you.
what you
And the
just read,
reason,
though,
no, you
was the
said that
country
a
backing the
country,
church.
you said a country run by Sharia law allows 9-year-olds to marry. And I wanted
said
you to show
countries.
me. The only one that I found that had no minimum age was Yemen. But even that doesn't mean that 9-year-olds are getting married. That
If
doesn't
there's
mean
no
that they
minimum age,
allow
what do you think
it.
that means then?
That there's no minimum age.
Okay, so
But
do
that's
you
not
think people
saying
take
that they're
advantage of that?
pushing 9-year-olds into marriage, right?
Yeah,
And
it's
in
called an arranged
in Iraq, the current law says that 18 years is the age. You made a claim about the country itself under Sharia law allowing 9-year-olds to marry.
So first, I never said Iraq was under Sharia law. I said Afghanistan and
You
Somalia.
just said that Iraq, you used Iraq as a goddamned example. You gaslighting little fucker.
I used
Shut the fuck up, bitch. You just used Iraq as your own example, and you said they were allowing them to have it. And then I pointed out that Iraqi law is 18, and so you pivot back to, yeah, but I didn't say Iraq. What the fuck, dude?
I mean,
I
realistically,
want you to understand what I'm saying because I don't understand why you're not understanding. I said that there are countries with Sharia law, which is Muslim countries, that allow this to happen.
Here's the direct.
I named two.
I'm moving on. Shut the fuck up. I'm moving on. Chip,
I
well,
want to- I
shut
wanna
up.
understand-
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, or I'm going to drop you. I don't want to hear you. I want to go to Chip. Chip, go ahead.
Yeah, when I hear these judgments about other cultures, we have a culture. They criticize us for having women in bikinis running around. So, they have their different norms, we have ours. But remember, we have a country that's been running an organized blackmail ring where politicians and prominent people are doing what with people under the age of 15 left and right. So I don't want to hear about, this moral high ground BS you keep spewing.
So it's permissible when we do it or when they do it, but not when we do it.
You know what the issue is, Cook Duck? The issue is, let's just say, and that happens, right?
What happens.
Let's just say, that happens.
Okay.
How many cases do you think? Do you think it's the majority of marriages? Do you think it's minority? Like, just throw a percentage out there.
I would say it's probably in the minority. However,
Okay,
I
it's
don't
in
think
the
it should
minority.
ever happen.
So we should impose our values. We should say, because this happens in the minority under certain circumstances. And again, I'm just conceding. Hey, let's just say that we should justify an act of aggression or regime change, or we should try to force. Because then what tends to happen is even if you find that particular issue to be problematic, you jeopardize actually promoting your culture as the invader, your culture's values, because now you're undermining people's way of life, right? And people, that's their country. They're going to view you as invaders. Like, why should we adhere to these morals and values? So basically, the goal that you're trying to accomplish, you're going to end up creating more bad will than good, and you're going to end up doing more bad than good. So I think that's very problematic, especially
I also want to point
misrepresenting
out
my argument because I don't think you quite understand it. That's why I tried to clarify.
Well, so I want to point this out that there are still sects within the United States that do that marry children. It may not be legal, but they do it within their own culture, within their own
that's
thing.
The case,
right. So now does Venezuela, because that's illegal there, do they get to come and invade the United States?
I think that if we were having an issue like that and another country took us over and they said we're going to change that, I think that's probably for the better. I think a lot of Americans. I think a lot of Americans would agree to that.
Okay, I knew I wasn't crazy. Now I know for sure. Layla, welcome in. I'm sorry, the Daily Delve. You've been in here a little bit. Chip, unless you wanted to say something extra, because you usually speak more and you didn't say a whole lot. I don't know if anybody cut you off, but did you have anything you wanted to add before I get to Delve?
I just want to add this, and just for people to think about for a second. In our media, we were told over and over again that Russia was this horrible country for having invaded their neighbor and blah, 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 blah. Here we go to another country. Not only do we invade them, but we grab their head of state and we bring them back and we're going to try them in our own country under a set of laws that they're not even responsible for crimes that have no justification or no evidence to
What
support.
crimes are you going to try for?
Hold on a
Wait
second.
a minute.
Hold on a second. I'm not done.
Chip, we didn't invade their country.
I'm not done yet. Well, okay, let me ask you this. If Russia sent special forces into the United States, landed in Washington, D.C., came on top of the White House, grabbed Trump, grabbed J.D. Vance, and took him out of the country, would you call that, a visit?
No, I would call that an extraction.
It's a military, they brought their military into another country's borders. That's an invasion. That's definition invading.
So again, Chip, I think that when you look at the fact that this man is not recognized as the true leader of this country that you speak of, it changes the conversation by a lot.
Well, Donald Trump, I don't think was legitimately elected either.
Yeah, but by whom? That's the question. Because the Western world may say that, but most nation states around the world recognize Nicolas Maduro as the rightfully elected president.
The only states that don't, the only states that do are Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and a couple of the close allies of Venezuela.
Yeah, I'm going to look that up real quick, just out of curiosity.
I did look this up. That's why I know this.
Well, that's perfect segue for you to go, since you would be next up, and then I'm going to go to Layla and then DJ, and then I'll bring in the timer since we have all 8 people. So forgive me, guys.
I'm going to drop to just clear a spot. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, APAC. I appreciate it, man, and thank you for the gifting. I appreciate you greatly.
Later,
thank you so much. Yeah, we'll take it easy. Now I am guilty of taking money from APAC, that little bastard. Delv, go ahead.
So, can you give me the timer, please?
Yeah. Let me. Matter of fact, since I'll go ahead and give all the new people a minute and a half instead of the 65 seconds to make your point. But then after everybody's spoken, I'll go back to the regular. Okay, go ahead.
So, I want to get back to that. First of all, the child thing that someone was talking about. We're not the world police. If it doesn't impact the U.S., we have no business getting involved in it. Now, going back to Venezuela, that did impact the U.S., and that was not an invasion. If you calling it an invasion, you're basically saying that the Maduro was a legitimate president of Venezuela. That we took the legitimate president of Venezuela, thus we invaded the country. We extracted that individual. He was not the legitimate president. You could even look at the voting that was done in Venezuela and see the states that recognized him, or the countries that recognized him and the countries that didn't, and come to the conclusion yourself. And to be frank, I'm more curious of what countries like Colombia and Panama are going to do in response to Venezuela and than anything else, because I think when you talk about schmugs and other things, that's where all the schmugs come out of. Colombia, we're talking about the white stuff that comes out of Colombia and goes to Venezuela and other neighboring areas and then goes out. But again, that'll be interesting. Just keep an eye on that. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, it will be interesting. And also, and real quick, actually, because this kind of plays into the original point, and I'm kind of glad you brought us a little back there. Let me play this video. This isn't somebody from the Austrian government. Keep that in mind. But this is something that I'm sure other people are believing. Let me pull it up here. Like, I imagine this opinion is shared by many.
If you take it, we take every single base of the Americans from Aviano to Ramstein, from Romania to all the other military bases will be confiscated and you will lose it. And the whole position of American power since World War II, if you take Greenland, you have to leave. It's very simple, Mrs. Miller. This is the leverage we have. You need these bases for global power protection. You won't have it. And we can defend ourselves very well, and we will do that without the US nuclear shield, without the US troops in Europe, without the American bases. We will simply run these bases ourselves, and we run your boys home into Chicago, yeah, and Ohio. And goodbye. If you go extreme, we go extreme as well. Be sure about it. If you
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that's a shared feeling.
And going after Greenland is pure idiotic, I think. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah, it is kind of nutty. Stephen Miller in the interview is fucking wild. Now, Layla, you don't have to address that necessarily. Please just, whatever you were going to come up about.
Thank you for having me here. Hi, Chef. Hi, everyone here.
Hello.
I'm just respond for the guy Cook. He said the Muslim people. I am a Muslim. I born and raised Muslim, and there is Muslim women. They are doctor, lawyers. They are all accessible for every jobs. Okay. First of all, the marriage now, they're not marriage. What you say that time, it's different, okay? But I'm not gonna tell you Prophet Muhammad, he married with 9 women. It's wrong, 100%. Only people lying, they write down about him. He's gossiping about him, okay? First of all, I born and raised Muslim. I married with the Christians Arab.
You think there'd be some bias there then?
Look, I am a Moroccan. Look, by the law of Morocco, we don't have any problem what you say. Okay, all what you say propaganda. I hope you telling the truth about that time. The Jewish, they marry with the cousin, marry with niece.
Wait a minute, I'm not talking about Morocco, and I'm not making.
Okay, I'm not talking about Morocco.
One second. Let me pause.
General about Muslim. We are Muslim.
Okay, let me Layla, 1 second. There are 2 fucking rules here. Very simple.
Okay.
Stay muted when not talking and don't interrupt. Cook, please. And I just pointed to him. Just don't interrupt. Let her finish. If you want to rebut, I'll give you a 45-second rebuttal timer. Just let me know you want to rebut after she's done. Now, Layla, I'm going to give you back some time. I'm going to give you back like 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Go ahead and land your plane.
All what I'm gonna say, educate yourself. Don't jump in other people religion countries. And then if you want to fight about Jewish people, we have no problem with the Jewish. We have a problem with the Zionists, period. Because they're corruptions, they are taking everything for us, and they shredded us, and we are refugee for every country. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Layla. Now, did you want to rebut?
Of course.
Okay. Let me have 45 seconds for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, I'm never making a claim about Morocco. What I said and what we've clearly demonstrated here is that, yes, there are permissions by the government. The government backs Iraq in having a certain marriage age under the age of 18 in certain situations, and also in the Taliban-ran countries like Afghanistan. No, we know there are pedophiles out here. We know people are attracted to children. And so in a country where that's permissible at any rate, I think that's impermissible. In any country that allows that at any capacity, people will take advantage of that. My claim is that people want to take advantage of such a thing in a country like that. But if we were to decide not to let that go on, then they would not be able to take advantage of such a thing.
Okay. Now let me move on to...
I'm sorry, can I respond for this guy? He focused about Saddam Hussein. People, women, they are very educated, very successful, very knowledgeable. After the regime in America, and they shredded like 300 years. Stop lying. This is Taliban and make it by USA, by Zionists. Stop talking shit if you don't know in our shoes.
Thank you, Layla.
Okay. Yeah. Now, DJ, I believe you're next.
Yeah. Can I get the minute and a half?
Yeah.
Full minute and a half?
Yeah. Well, of course. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, brother.
Yep.
Yeah. So first thing I want to talk about, Sharia just means law. So if you're going to talk about it, Cook, you need to say Islamic Sharia. And Islamic Sharia is just it's a religious law that provides a moral and ethical code for Muslims, guiding them on how to live in accordance with God's will. And it covers many aspects of daily life, prayer, family, law, business, and ethics. So if you're going to talk about Islamic Sharia, please know what you're talking about, right? And then when you want to talk about child marriage, right, let's not negate the fact that 34 states here in the United States of America actually permit for child marriage, right? 34 states 34 states, Cook Talk. You can look that up. And you know, when it's very rich when Americans come up here and they want to talk about, you know, Muslim nations or Arab nations or whatever the case may be, and they want to talk about women being oppressed, right? When we actually look and we see when America invades these Middle Eastern nations, they go in there and rape these oppressed women, right? So you want to sit there and say you're advocating for morality and so on, but you actually, the United States goes in and rapes these Muslim women. Let's be real. Let's also talk about how the United States allows somebody like Tom Alexandrovich that came in from Israel and was caught in a sting operation with a child, and they allowed him to run free. Let's clean up our backyard, clean up our house before we sit there and say that we want to go help others and give freedom and democracy, Cook Talk.
Yeah, well said, DJ. Good to see you also. Welcome back. Now, Hecate, welcome in. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm resetting my gifting goal. I'll get this timer going. There you go. Go ahead, Hecate. Jennifer, you are muted. Hecate going once, going twice. Oh, there you go. All right, go ahead.
I'm here. Sorry about that. So I just I popped up to rebut the guy who was talking about Sharia law. My mum lived in Iran. She lived there for a long time, and she can tell by the photo albums that before the interference of USA, actually Iran was one of the fashion forward places, far ahead of Paris, and they still followed their faith. After our UK and USA interference, now women are very successful, but they are not as equally treated as they were. They do not have as much autonomy over what they wear. They do indoors, they party up indoors and wear what pleases them indoors. But to see that in a photo album from start to finish, the change practically overnight, where women had to cover up only after USA and UK interference, how can he say that our standards as Western countries have done anything good when countries have been interfered with or invaded, particularly when they leave the vacuum of leaders that are taken? I don't get it.
Could I respond to both of their points? I think two people responded to me.
Sure, yeah. If you're wanting to rebut, just let me know, and I'll give you a timer. Since you're the opposition, you can go after each person if you'd like.
For sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
So to the first guy, yeah, I mean, there are lots of things that I would say that in our culture are impermissible, and in your culture it may be permissible. My argument is simply that one side is going to win, and then I would rather our side win because I don't agree with something like how the Quran and the Hadiths lay out horrible things like killing apostates and stuff like that. Marrying Aisha at 6 and consummating at 9. I don't believe that in any state that should happen in the United States either. So I think we should dismantle that as well. But that's not the predominant culture, and the predominant culture isn't a theocracy. We have a separation of church and state, whereas in Muslim countries, they have a much closer relation with religion in their government.
So can I rebut that real quick?
Also, just to add in, I'm not a religious person. I'm not arguing
hold on,
for
but
Jews
you're
or
not a
anybody.
religious person, but you want to talk about the Quran and how you don't agree with it.
I don't agree with most religious texts.
Okay, hold on.
So
Cook Talk.
rebuttals are 40 seconds. So
No
this
problem.
is a
Sounds good.
rebuttal to a rebuttal. So go ahead, DJ.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so there's many things in the Bible and in the Torah, in the Jewish faith and the Christian faith that I don't agree with, right? But me as a Muslim, and I will say this, Cook Talk, I don't need to agree with a lot of it, but I will tell you this, right? I'm not out here bashing other religions based on their scripture, right? You want to sit there and bring these things into play and make that your argument on Venezuela. You completely neglected to address what I had stated about when the U.S. goes in and invades these nations to support oppressed women, but you go in there and rape them. You didn't engage in the thing that I said about 34 U.S. states that allow for child marriage. Address that, Cook Talk. Address that, please. Please address those things.
Can I respond for that? I'm gonna tell you Hadith. Hadith, it's not a Quran. All what we have to argument, we go back to to Quran. Hadith, someone he write down about Muhammad. He's a lion, maybe? Is it the truth, maybe? I don't believe hadith is something. You have to believe the Quran. Quran, they have no crime like Torah and Bible. I respect all those things, okay? If you want me to show you I am married with the Christians, I will show you the cross, I will show you the Quran. As that. I will
Okay.
show him if you give me time, please.
Could I do my rebut lib, or do I wait? I'm not sure. I've never done the timer before. I just would like to see
You've
the
done timer
separation.
before.
Okay, you see that Quran,
I haven't
okay?
done timer
I have some
before,
minute.
no.
You see that
Okay.
cross? Okay, let me show you the cross from Jerusalem, okay? Okay. You see that? Thank you.
Yep, there you go. All right.
Thank you so much.
I'm just gonna restart the panel because we've had 3 rebuttals, and if we do that, we'll just keep going on the same point. Let me go to top left. Will be Hoodlum. Go ahead, man. And then I'm just gonna go around and down and then come back. So Chip, sorry, you'll be waiting for a minute.
My questions, my family, they
Well,
analyze
hold
it?
on, Layla.
No.
Hold on,
Thank
Layla.
you.
Yeah, Hoodlum, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that we've kind of gotten lost.
Yes.
Went down a little path about religious and beliefs, and that's fine. But I think that the real issue here that I wanted to bring up is the fact that we as America want to have a government that represents the people. And I think that even though the way that Cook is going about it might be not the way that I would do it, but I think that it's just simply saying that government should be a representation of the people that they are governing. And when you look at countries like China, arguably Russia, is the government representing the people, or is the government representing the party and the party's interests, right? So I think that what we have in Venezuela is that we had a party that was voted in with the idea that they were going to represent the people, but it went really, really wrong. And it became an opportunity of self-enrichment. And then we had a dictator that was basically given the golden handshake to take over, which is Maduro, and continued that representation that does not represent the people.
All right, so I just wanted to rebuttal to a couple of people. So
No,
I kind of
he said he's going across the panel. Cook
Yeah,
talk. Hold on
yeah.
1 second. He said he's going to go across the
Yeah,
panel. Go mute and let Hakari go, please.
Yeah, so the reason that I was going to let you do that was that they were addressing directly what you had said. Hoodlum really didn't. So we're just going to move on, and you'll make your statement. Now, what I did do, though, I think I put 90 seconds up there. It's supposed to be 65 once everybody has had their initial, opening statement. So I'm going to go back to 65. My apologies. Hoodlum got a little extra. I'll get it back from you next time you talk. You'll be minus some time.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, Hecate.
So I'd just like to see the separation of church and state when the White House itself has been selling prayers. There's even a spiritual video from the White House where the guy is putting a spin on his prayer regarding the Venezuelan oil being the oil of Christ, and it is meant to be. So where is the separation of church and state, especially when the king in waiting or the king in wanting is writing his own Bible? Another distorted version, which most kings do actually each time they come into power. So I'd love to see where this separation of church and state is, where this margin is, when you have people in power only purporting to allow Christianity to be above and beyond any other religion, when you have many more in your country.
And if you're done before the timer is up, just say you yield so I know to stop it and go to the next person.
I yield.
No, you're
yeah,
fine.
Can that done? It can take.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Hecate. Cook Talk, go ahead. Gaslighter. Cook Talk, you are muted for the record. I'll come back to him because he is opposition. So Two Puffs, go ahead.
Yeah, so his whole argument this whole entire time has been that the US has superior morals and that we should be able to go into whatever country and quote unquote liberate that country and use their resources. And and it is confusing because not only I, but several other members of the panel has explained to you that the quote unquote superior morals of the United States is not any superior to other countries. So no, we should not be able to invade a country, steal its oil, insert our preferable leaders in order to obtain oil and resources from different countries, point blank and period.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. And real quick, before anybody says we're not stealing the oil, Donald Trump posted this, I believe it was today. No, yesterday. Let me read this real quick and then I'll get down to 13 Red Roses. He says, I am pleased to announce that the interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of high-quality sanctioned oil to the U.S. of A. This oil will be sold at its market price, and that money will be controlled by me as President of the United States of America to ensure it is used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States. I have asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to execute this plan immediately. It will be taken by storage ships and brought directly to unloading docks in the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald Trump. So, yes, we're literally stealing the fucking oil. 13 Red Roses dropped out. Now, Cook Talk, that was, you can rebut that because you know, she was talking about you if you'd like.
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
She did address something that you had brought up, disagreed with you. If you wanted to rebut, that would have been your time to say something if you wanted.
Yeah, so I think everyone kind of has a similar point, with the moral and all that stuff. First, I'm kind of responding to about 5 people. It's not enough time, but so as a blanket statement, I'm never going to criticize Islam and not criticize Christianity or Buddhism or any religion. I think any religion based on a deity is false. I'm not even a religious person, so I'm not questioning whether or not one religion is better than the other. I think that America has a more secular viewpoint because we have separation of church and state. I don't know if I can get a little bit more time. I can't really respond to everything in this small amount of time, honestly.
Well, okay, so I don't think you heard what she said. I did go to you, but you didn't respond, so I passed you over.
Sorry about that.
That's fine. So I'll go ahead and give you your full timer to make your statement. I know that may seem unfair to people, but go ahead.
So yeah, from what I heard, what Two Puffs said, I'm not saying that America has a superior methodology. I just think that countries are all going to pretty much do what's going to work, like I said before. The thing is, are we going to do what's going to work? And when we succeed, what are we going to do with that opportunity? I think that when you have like Maduro, like a dictator or a person who's putting party over the people, I think that is a inferior value. And I think that if we do go into a country and we essentially take it over, which is what Trump said we're going to do for a little while, I think that that's probably a net positive. And the thing is that we can argue all day about what's permissible under my worldview versus yours, but at the end of the day, I think it's going to be up to who wins. And I think we can all agree, since we're all Americans, that our worldview is something that at least is based in some sort of egalitarianism.
All right. Thank you for that. DJK, go ahead.
Thanks. So I would really like to see where the separation between church and state is, because everything that I'm seeing lately is there is no separation, first off. Second of all, there was somebody that made a statement about, Maduro wasn't acting in the best interest of his people. So here in the United States of America, we are actually not acting in the best interest of our people. We are more loyal to a foreign nation than we are to our own people, right? So I'm trying to understand, does that make it right for somebody to come in here and overthrow Trump or pick Trump up and take him out? I'm really curious to know that answer. And it's been that way for a very long time, right, before Trump. And then, as far as Venezuela goes, I'm seeing massive protests of Venezuelans in Caracas actually demanding the release of Maduro. So from what I'm seeing, his people are standing behind him, actually, right? They are standing behind him. I'm seeing seas of people in the tens of thousands every single day protesting, saying, we want Maduro returned, return him now. So it's just American propaganda, and I'll leave it there. Go ahead. I'll give it to Chip.
Yeah, and just to point out what you're saying, you're not seeing this in the U.S. media. And let me go back to the beginning. There you go.
Look at the sea of people there, man.
Yep.
Right?
Those-
Like that.
I think those are people protesting against Maduro.
No, they're
Florida.
actually demanding his return.
They are.
These people are demanding his return.
Let me hear what they're saying.
Yeah. Why would they come out in the streets to celebrate Donald Trump?
Because they don't like Maduro. Let me hear what they're saying.
No, that's not true.
I can barely understand what they're saying.
I mean, I don't speak their language, so I'm not
I've had
sure.
it translated, liberal. I've had it translated, and if anybody in the chat actually speaks Spanish, please
Well, I speak
confirm.
Spanish. I'm just
well,
saying.
well, hold on, Cook.
I
Cook
can
talk,
hardly
hold on.
understand them because
Yeah, so this is not the only video, right? There's more videos on my repost that are clear, stating that they demand the release of Maduro and they do not want any U.S. intervention. So I don't understand. Yeah, and even Yuka's putting up there, they're holding Maduro signs. So I'm
Right.
trying to understand.
Right. It makes no sense for tens of thousands of people to go to the streets and be like, oh, thank you for removing our guy. Well, they wouldn't do that. But if they were against what had just happened, they would come out into the streets.
Wait, I can't really understand because it's distorted, but I have heard many videos in Spanish where they are saying, thank you for removing Maduro. I mean, there are lots of people who protest against, the guy in Cuba, what's his name? Fidel.
Well,
And
there's
then there are
people protesting against Trump.
Yeah, people
Yeah,
would.
for sure.
If somebody came in and abducted Donald Trump, there'd be people happy about it. Does that make it right?
So maybe let's not use.
No. Does that make it right?
Huh?
Does that make it right?
If they can prove that Trump did something against the American people,
does it make it right? Whenever you have, you can point to a couple of people who are like, "Yeah, I'm glad that Maduro's gone."
I'm saying maybe let's not use that.
What do you mean?
Let's not use what?
Majority of the protest.
They're using
Let's not
it.
use protest because we can both pull up protests. That
Donald
go for
Trump
our
is.
point.
He stood up in front of a bunch of fucking Republicans yesterday
Okay, but I'm
talking
not
about
Donald Trump,
this. MAGA is doing it too.
Okay, I'm not those
let me-
individuals.
let me,
I'm
uh,
arguing for what I'm saying.
Anyway, well, so Chip is next. Anyway, go ahead, Chip.
Yeah, very few societies are politically a monolith. So if you understand Venezuelan history, the Bolivarian Revolution benefited most people in Venezuela. Most people in societies aren't wealthy. They aren't part of the aristocracy. If you look at those who most opposed the advent of the Bolivarian Revolution, it was the upper class, the people that had investments, that had massive swaths of property, that now they're going to be on the other side of socialist policies. They're the ones that you see the videos of at Washington, D.C., or Miami, all pissed off, because they're the ones who were ousted. And it basically, if you're a wealthy, exploitative person who takes advantage of Western multinational capitalism and you have family wealth, you're on the other side of a revolution that pushed away from that. Just like the people who complain about Iran, just like the people who complain about Cuba, like the Marco Rubios of the world, these are rich people. And the rich people want to maintain their primacy in society. And when a government comes in and helps most of the domestic population, including money for education and housing and healthcare and work, and the Western multinational corporations and governments boycott the country, sanction the country into oblivion, and make it impossible for them to develop the economy, they get blamed for having a shitty economy. This is the quagmire. This is the thing that we don't hear in our media. We're told only one side of the story. Most Venezuelans want a socially oriented society.
Can I go ahead and rebuttal to that?
Sure.
Yeah, so I would say we have to look at two things. Is the country financially successful? I think we've been proven that's not the case. Is it just because of sanctions? I think we've proven that's also not the case because there are many things. For one, their main export is oil. There are many things that they did to not put themselves in the best position to sell that oil, but also a lot of their money that they made was flooding social programs, which in theory is a good idea. We have them here in the United States. I agree with some, but over investing in social programs and not having people put anything back into the economy bankrupts the economy, which is why socialist policies never work, and neither do communist policies because they're almost one and the same. And so when you think about that, why would the people want that? A poor economy makes poor people. Rich people benefit from a rich economy.
Yeah,
Oh, geez,
capitalism has failed too, man. I mean,
How's capitalism failed?
look at the United States. Look at the
How are we
people.
failing?
They go bankrupt when they get sick. We go bankrupt when they get sick. Most people can't even afford like a $400 emergency. What are you talking about? This country is fucked too. You go across to capitalist nations, rich people get really rich and everybody else gets fucked.
We're comparatively rich though.
Yeah, well, sure. That's because of the fucking Reconstruction after World
because of
War II
it's
that had
because of capitalism.
that had to happen everywhere else, whereas the United States was largely unaffected by it and was able to capitalize on it and was able to offer loans that then got paid back over time while they had to rebuild buildings and entire cities that got fucked up. And the U.S. didn't. So to act like we did some great and wonderful thing when all of that stuff got normalized and they rebuilt and everything else over there, now we're having to compete on the world stage and look what's happening. We're getting fucked. The bankers get rich, these rich people get richer, and everybody else gets fucked.
Yeah, can I just, you mentioned the sanctions not playing a significant, or at least not an entire role. Let me read off what it says about that, just so people can understand what they did do. So the United States put massive sanctions, both financially and on industry. So here's what it says: oil sector collapse. Sanctions severely hampered Venezuela's ability to sell oil and access necessary parts and services, causing production to plummet and depriving the state of its primary source of income. Financial isolation, restrictions on the state oil company, PDVSA.
Wait, hold on. Why were those sanctions?
Let me finish. Let me finish. You need to hear this out. For once, I know, just absorb something first. I know you have a hard time absorbing. Just absorb for a
You're
second.
just trying to put out ad hominem attacks
just
if you don't
listen.
agree with me.
Absorb
Be
something.
mature.
Absorb something. Think it through. Chew
Just
on
be
it for
mature,
a second.
dude. Don't
Chew
throw
on
out
it for a
ad
second,
hominem.
and then respond. Okay, this is how people don't learn. They just ignore things and don't make their point. Just let's hear it out. Restrictions on the state oil company and the central bank cut Venezuela off from U.S. financial markets, froze their assets, which were held in the United States banks, blocking access to credit and international funds, reduced import capacity. The drastic fall in oil revenue dramatically decreased the nation's ability to import essential goods, leading to widespread shortages of food, medicine, and fuel. GDP contraction, almost done. The economy experienced unprecedented contractions, with GDP per capita falling sharply from over 13,000 in 2010 to 4,200 in 2024, driven primarily by some domestic mismanagement and sanctions. Infrastructure decay, lack of investment, led to chronic breakdown and accidents in the oil industry, further reducing output. There's a whole section on human. There's a whole section on human. So if you type in effect, just anybody can listen. Effect
Wait,
of
no, hold on.
just
You're
one last thing.
I'm
One last
asking
thing.
you.
One last thing. You can look this up and review it. Effect of sanctions on Venezuelan economy. Just type that into Google and see what you get.
No, I understand what the sanctions are because the point of the sanction is to hurt an economy without going to war with that country. So what I'm saying is, what was the date of those sanctions?
As soon as Chavez came into power, like 2002.
Okay, and so at what point was China and Russia going into the Venezuela and colluding with them and doing things against the interests of the United States?
When you say doing things against the interest of the United States, can you be specific as to what
vague as fuck.
Creating partnerships that would lead to them getting fuel for their war machines, like jets and planes.
What war machines?
War machines.
Hold on, I just said jets, planes, tanks.
What war machine is Venezuela using? What war machine?
Hold on, enriching their programs to be able to bomb the United States with ballistic missiles from South America.
What are you talking about?
Let him land his plane, and then we can ask him those questions because I'm curious as well. Finish your point.
Yeah.
Cook.
So going into the country and saying like, hey, let's have a partnership where you give us oil and we can use that and land our planes and tanks here so we can attack countries in their own backyard, i.e. the United States and Canada. At what point were they saying like, hey, we're going to we're going to land ballistic missiles here so we can use them against the U.S. just like we did in Cuba, just like the U.S. tried to do to us in Turkey, because this is a big chess game, it's a big power play. At what point were they doing all that? Because if they're doing all that, and it's pretty much all for wartime readiness so they can attack us if need be, then the sanctions make a lot of sense.
What the
yes,
fuck?
we'd place them on Venezuela because Venezuela is colluding with our enemy.
All right, yeah, that's ridiculous. China isn't going to threaten the United States with military action. Them working out a deal with China is their fucking business. They're allowed to do it. We have no right to go in there and say, you can't deal with these people. We can't deal with these people, but we can, because I don't know if you've noticed or not, but our fucking companies went to China, took our jobs, went to fucking China on the cheap, and then sell a bunch of shit to us. So why in the fuck is it that the United States gets to trade with China, and then when Venezuela does it, you're like, oh my God, they can't do that. They're helping them buy war machines, despite the fact that most of the shit China sells, we buy. And that's where we get all of our shit. What are you even talking about, Cook? Nothing that you just said makes any goddamn sense whatsoever. We sanctioned the fuck out of this country. We sanctioned the fuck out of this country, and it hurt them. We stole their money. We've been doing this for a very long time. We do it to other countries too. And that's what fucked up their country. And you claiming anything other than the sanctions is why they're in such dire fucking straits is ridiculous.
Can I say something, Tim? Can I speak next? So, Chip, you talked primarily about the timing of the sanctions coinciding with Chavez, right? But what you don't talk about was the regime or the governance prior to that, taking out loans with the IMF that they basically banked on the price of oil staying the same price. And they spent that money, and they spent it in an unwisely way. And so when the price of oil in the 70s dropped, it drastically affected their economy to the point where the IMF called out their loan and they had no way to pay. And so you had a economy in that country that was severely damaged by the deficit spending, right? We know that word here, deficit spending. But this is the reason why the people voted Chavez in the first place. It was the desperation of hope. And I would argue that that was not due to sanctions at all. That had to do with shitty governance.
My argument wasn't that the sanctions came in as a result of a socialist leadership coming in and separating themselves from the predominant inertia of Western multinational lending and commerce. That's always the model. So it doesn't matter whether you're a dictator or democratic. If you do something that's contrary to the financial interest of the Western bankers and the corporations, you're targeted for removal, especially if you take any of the money that comes in from selling your resources and direct it to your domestic population versus shareholders.
Yeah, same shit with Libya, Congo, all these things. And it never works out better for the people of the country that we're going in and doing these coups on, right? Like, so for you to say, well, it's going to be better for them, or if that's what you're thinking, it's really not. That's literally never happened. Unless you can tell me when that has happened in history, then I think that you would just be irrational to believe that it's going to help.
I can, and it's called Saudi Arabia and Aramco. The two richest countries and companies in the world collaborated with Chevron and the Bin Laden family, actually, to build the infrastructure for their oil empire. And look at them today. Venezuela could be this.
That's not an answer to my question.
Yes, it is, actually. It's a perfect answer to your question.
So you're saying Saudi Arabia. So we went into Saudi Arabia?
Absolutely.
Okay, so can you give me like any other examples?
We didn't invade and depose the leadership in Saudi Arabia. We struck a deal with them in the 70s. Kissinger struck a diplomatic deal that the U.S. would provide military protection for the Saudi royal family in exchange for them forcing the sale of oil in U.S. dollars.
No. I'm talking about the creation of Aramco and the collaboration between Chevron, which is a California, United States-based oil company, investing in building out their country's infrastructure for their oil empire known as Aramco.
Well, you know that Western multinational oil companies have a history of working, Chevron's still there, by the way, of doing the exact same thing. The thing that changed under the Chavez regime was they were trying to work out a buyout for ownership positions within the state held very small controls over the production and sale of the oil. So their goal was to get a bigger share. Obviously, with Western imperialism, they try to squeeze people out of that share. So that's all they did. They offered fair market value for some of the equipment and they wanted to realign the equity. And the U.S. companies said no.
Right. So again, my argument and contested point would be that Venezuela could have been the Saudi Arabia of South America if they would have governed their country to the point where it's going to put their people first. Okay. And so the fact that they squandered their natural resource and did not leverage it correctly is the reason why you got
Because they
Chavez.
wanted to nationalize it?
This is such nonsense.
Are you kidding me? Are
That's
you
not
joking?
what I said. Well,
Yes,
okay,
you did.
So why was it then that Saudi Arabia was able to collaborate with United States oil companies successfully, whereas Venezuela did not? Same product.
They did. That's the point. The difference is that a new leadership was brought into power. It wasn't a royal family with total autocracy and single rule. And the population wanted reforms because they'd been so underwater for so long that they weren't having basic social services. People's standard of living had dropped precipitously. So in that situation, that may happen in our country, by the way. We're getting to the point where with inflation and other problems, people are falling off the ledge. And so people get pissed over time. When you bring in a new government, nothing's ever perfect one way or the other, but they did redirect money towards the population, which is their biggest crime.
True. And when your entire economy is based on oil, when the price goes kaput, your economy gets fucked. And I'm not sure how much of that from the 80s, because the price of oil in the 80s, I think, took a big fucking drop.
Yeah.
That probably hurt Venezuela quite a bit.
Sure. But Chip, the one thing that you're not going to recognize in your argument is if what you're saying is true, then why was Venezuela on the top 5 richest countries in the world at that same time period?
Well, I'm going to verify some of your numbers on here before I go there. So you're saying that Venezuela was in the top 5 richest countries in the world as of what year?
I would say in the late 90s, mid to late 90s.
Okay, I just typed in
I have
Venezuela
a hard
was
time believing that.
Late 80s. Excuse me, late 80s.
No, this would have been
South American countries, not globally.
Yeah, and this would have been back 70s or before, when the price of oil fucking skyrocketed.
Mm-hmm. So this prominence to failure is what we have to look at, and that is because the government decided to sell futures on oil to continue their spending on infrastructure for the people, and they did it in a very, very irresponsible way.
Under which leadership? How about we be clear about who did that?
I would have to look.
Are you talking about Chavez?
No.
So who are you talking about?
Pre-Chavez.
So
I think the international
was that not an American-backed leader?
I think the IMF stopped lending Venezuela money in the late 90s. So it would be pre-1990s.
Right, but is your argument that because of mismanagement, greed, or misdirection of priorities, that therefore the country should suffer, the people don't have a right to change their leadership? I mean, what's your point of that?
Well, no, I think that it is the cause of the people to feel enough unrest that they would bring in a person like Chavez. Right?
Well, exactly. That's what's going to happen here, by the way, too, if they don't have us in digital jail, is that because of populism is going to rise dramatically in the next 3 to 5 years. It's happening right now.
God willing.
Well, I think that Venezuela, their mistake was putting all their eggs into one basket with oil.
I think it'll be more like German, the same what they do in Texas. The G word.
I don't know. I just think
de-dollarization.
No, it's called gerrymandering, where they have one rule instead of government, like early Germany, 1930s. It'll be
Are
like
you,
No,
are you
that.
let's
talking
not
about
advocate for that.
hyperinflation? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this. They're arguing all this stuff about Venezuela. All they basically is arguing about oil and minerals in
Okay.
Greenland. This was always why they took away the dictator the dictator whatever his name Maduro or whatever. So
Maduro.
basically they wanted Venezuela's oil.
Okay. I don't think any of us are arguing that that's not true.
It's
Does
part of the
anybody
reason.
does anybody think that we're not there for oil?
I think it's part of it. It's not
The
isolated
main
to just
reason.
oil, but it's part of it.
What are the other reasons?
Mining for
Yep.
resources.
By the way, I
The
just want to say real quick. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were talking. Hoodlum.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
no, so I'm trying to answer you. The three reasons are the fact that the government or the perceived government of Venezuela was using their diplomatic immunity to transport illicit rugs. The second is that the president nullified an election to stay in power. And the third would be the oil, the minerals.
Bullshit.
Why is that our problem?
Bullshit.
not.
Donald Trump just pardoned a fucking guy running C-Cane into this country.
One of the
Ronald
biggest in
Reagan.
the world.
Yeah, Ronald Reagan was, part and parcel of the fucking crack epidemic back in the 80s. That's all of that is horseshit. Then that's just pretext crap.
Well,
I
no,
think he's
Tim.
basically done a
That's the
backroom deal.
WMDs,
hold on.
right? That's
Tim.
Trump's
have held
version
on
of
for a while
WMDs.
now.
You're
That's right.
basically stating that based on what we've done in the past, is that the Donald Trump administration is going to continue those operations. The
Yeah,
same?
usually that's how you
he
predict the
just
future.
Yeah.
pardoned. He just pardoned, literally fucking less than a month ago, a rogue trafficker who was found guilty in the United States of trafficking 400 tons of C-Cane into the United States. Donald Trump is like, "Oh, you sent me a love letter? I will pardon you." It has
pardoned
nothing to
another
do with
one.
drugs. Nothing.
Sorry, host. I just wanted to add, if you didn't know, he also pardoned another. I think it was a lady from, I don't know if it was New York but he also pardoned her. She was a rug trafficker.
Yeah,
So,
and he
what's
sent
up with all
one
these
of
drug
the
traffic-
the guy
what's
that
up
was
with all
gonna
these par-
the guy that was gonna dime on Bukele. We were about to, he was in trial, and they dismissed the charges or dropped the charges, and then sent him back to El Salvador. Is a guy who was gonna tell in court that Bukele was working with cartels. And so they got rid of that and sent his ass back over to El Salvador.
Let me get this straight, Tim. The man who has incarcerated the cartels in his country at record levels, right, is now supposedly working with the same
Yes.
cartels that he's put in prison.
That's what I'm telling you.
Wasn't
Yeah.
that the wrong part
That makes no
It does,
sense.
because the cartels, they wanted to work with him. He worked with them and got rid of their competition. Now the cartels that's in charge has no competition because Bukele put them in jail.
What
That's
next on El Chapo?
It's my feeling that he's done a backroom deal for the billionaires that are backing this regime, because they've been kicked out of Africa. At least 2 West African countries have stopped all visas, all travel of American citizens into those 2 countries because of what he did in Venezuela with the leader, because of these illegal actions. You've got these billionaires behind him that countries like that are sick of and are thankfully rid of, for the most part, or getting rid of more and more each day, and they need the minerals for sure. So there's one mineral that his son needs desperately, since he's been given another business. I'd still like to know where the separation of church and state is when your president's selling Bibles, earning 600 million just last year financially of the products of things like that, cooked up.
Yeah, the
So-
separation of church and state is more so like, does the church or religion influence laws and policies?
And they
He can
did
sell
do that.
Bibles all he wants to. That's
So
fine.
they have done that.
Private thing.
They have
So
done that.
Thomas Jefferson said Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. This guy, your president, has stood up and demonized other
Name one
religions
law
that
that
are
the
in
government.
your country. He's not writing laws. He's just writing. He's just
So,
professing things
so
and
the
hold on,
doing
president
hold on.
business, me
doesn't.
hoodlum.
What
1 second,
law?
I've stayed quiet for a long
So the
time.
president doesn't
So I'm
write laws
asking
or
him.
anything, and also if he wants to sell Bibles, that's fine. That has nothing to do with
But
separation
the
of church and
Bibles are
state.
not
No,
made in
he's
the U.S.
claiming
though.
his actions are backed by God. He's selling prayers from the White House. He's
It,
Yeah,
actually
that's his personal
it's
selling
worse. They're
beliefs.
religious
putting Bibles in
services
schools.
from the
He can have
White
his
House.
personal beliefs.
Yes, they're
But he
insisting on
can't
the
he
Bibles
can't
being
push it
in
on others.
schools.
No, he can't push it on
So
others, but he
let
can
me
have his
just
He
personal
is
be very
beliefs.
pushing it on others, though.
How's
He
he
let me
is.
make
pushing on
this
others?
very clear. You asked this question for the
We've
8th
just
time,
told you.
and I want to
Schools.
answer you. No. I want to answer.
No,
Okay,
What
why
is?
I
why are
just
like
said
12 people talking and there's only
I
8
don't
people
know
on the
because I
panel?
stayed quiet for a
I
while.
want to answer your question.
Well,
'cause you
I
asked
don't
Hecate,
want
you
you to answer
you just
Hoodlum.
spoke for a while. How much time did you want?
I want to make
No,
it
no,
real
I didn't.
short.
I don't. I'm not asking for more time. I'm just asking for an answer from Cook Talk. He started to talk and Hoodlum interrupted him again.
So all I'm
Okay.
saying here is to answer your question.
There
There
you
has
go.
been no law passed by the federal government that is to take anyone's rights away as far as their religion, and no religion has been stated as the state or federal religion, and so therefore this church and state separation is intact and alive today.
What does this have to do with Venezuela? Why are we talking about?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Well,
not true. But let's get back on
he
topic.
asked the
Yeah,
question.
I'm
I
so
don't understand
confused
why
about this
we're
conversation.
Yeah, I don't know
Because you've
why.
asked this question 8 times, Tim.
What was the question? I don't
The
understand.
question was the separate. She was bringing up separation of church and state.
Yeah,
I
why?
first came up saying what I
Oh,
thought. Well, I
it was not
first
mentioned
came up.
earlier.
I
Well,
first
okay.
came up saying what I thought was a backroom deal for them to be able to get minerals when other countries are starting to wake up and not give these billionaires the minerals or allow them to do business within their countries. And because of his actions in Venezuela, that is quickening around the world, the way that they are looking on that. And actually, the fact that they keep backing things like Venezuela being backed by a spiritual thing, which they are doing big style,
Wait, someone having a personal belief and
Wait.
quoting something from the Bible or talking about God is not the same thing as backing it with religion. It's not the same
I
thing.
didn't know president said personal beliefs,
Wait,
for the sake
who
of
said
going
what?
and abducting people.
Who said what about religion?
So there's a whole thing about them it being a prophecy that this was backed by God, and there was a couple of
Who's saying that?
references. So there's one of these pastors that backs
Who
the
cares about a
MAGA
pastor?
party a lot.
Well, hold on.
It
I
backs
asked her
the
a
MAGA
question. I'm trying to
party.
figure out why we're talking about this. I don't understand.
He backs the MAGA party a lot, and so he's been a part of I can't mention it on TikTok, but rebutting the accusations and during erections of buildings, if you know what I mean.
I don't.
You're not allowed to say the word. Like
Jay.
for voting.
Okay, so I don't know what this has to do with Venezuela.
Okay, ignore all of that then. Just I think it's a back end deal for the billionaires that back this regime when they're being kicked out of other countries of doing business to get certain minerals. I also think it's a way of imploding NATO in on itself so Russia can get its own way. Forget about the religious
Okay.
I
aspect.
agree.
Okay, that's why I think threw me off because I wasn't sure
I
why
was
we're
just
talking
trying to
about
say how he imposes
the religious
his
stuff.
views down to the fact saying he imposes his views, but then calls out other people for less, i.e. the Bibles in the schools. We've talked about that before. He is imposing
What
his
schools
rules.
are putting Bibles in there as a mandatory thing from the government?
But that's off topic.
Yeah, look, we're not talking about that. I'm not even sure how it kind of entered the. Sorry,
I have a question for Wibble.
Yeah.
So that saying they did that, the dictator of North Korea, Venezuela, was it an illegal operation without going to the ICC, getting a jurisdiction to get him, or they did just acted on their Trump acted on his own to just operate in it? Was it a legal operation?
Well, I mean, the U.S. government's going to say we never signed on to the ICC and we're not part of it. That's what the U.S. is going to claim. So
Well, we can all agree the U.S. government is shady.
the UN, we did agree to, and based on the UN, rules of international order, it would be a violation of that. But we've been doing it for years.
And
Let me
the
ask you a
other thing
question.
is that we told, I think it was Pete Hegseth told Congress that they were not going to be doing any of this without congressional approval. And obviously that didn't happen.
That's not he never
Yes,
made
they
that
literally told Congress that. Yes.
Yes, he did. It's on video.
Hey, listen,
Who said what?
anytime-
Who said what
Pete
now?
Hegseth, right? Too. It was Pete Hegseth.
Cakes
Yes,
breath?
it was.
So
Yeah,
let me get
Pete Kegsbreath told Congress
That's
that
not his name.
Pete Kegsbreath told Congress
Not his name again.
that don't worry, we're not going to do anything unless we consult with you.
So
And then
first
they
of
went
all-
ahead and did it.
First of all, that's specifically talking about a military operation. This was the military collaborating with law enforcement, Coast Guard,
To do an operation?
fulfill an arrest warrant. And I would ask you this: why is it does the United States government have a $15 million reward for the capture of Maduro, and why did the Biden administration increase that to $25 million? Why is that? Because the man is a criminal.
What does
He's
what
an
does this have to do?
international
What,
criminal.
I was saying, what does this have to do
Trump
with
is a
Trump
34 count
administration?
felon.
What's that to do with
Again,
Biden?
hoodlum.
Oh, what aboutism? What aboutism?
Again,
What
hoodlum.
aboutism?
What the fuck is it our business?
Right.
Again, we
It's
have
a sovereign nation. No,
It
it's
is
a
a
sovereign
sovereign
nation, man.
nation.
No, we didn't invade a sovereign nation. We picked
We
up
did
we
a
did.
military
Yes,
operation.
we did.
Private citizen who has not the diplomatic immunity of a president.
Invading a country to get a dictator, that could be an act of war. You know that,
It is
right?
an act of war.
It
It
is.
is not.
It is an act of war. Yeah.
It is not
it's a
our
thing.
business
Didn't
if
they
he
say that
was
they consider it an
appropriately
act of war?
appointed or not.
But I'm sorry, didn't Venezuela come out and say that they've considered this as an act of war?
So let me get this straight.
Yeah,
Many
they did,
countries
actually.
have.
China
There's
they
actually
did.
only 3 countries so far that have publicly spoken that have said
China.
it isn't an act of war, USA being one of them.
China sold them their latest technology and anti-aircraft radar in exchange for oil.
And Donald
we
Trump sold
dismantled
our
that.
technology to
Excuse me.
China.
Listen, we dismantled that in less than 45 minutes. Okay?
Well, it looks
I'm
like they
telling
needed
you,
it, isn't it?
I'm telling you that you do not want to mess with the United States, and thank God we have Donald Trump, a president that's not afraid to handle business.
Except they weren't doing anything to us. We're bullies.
Yes.
Just like Stephen Miller got up on TV. He was like, there's not going to be any military intervention if we go after Greenland. They only have 30,000 people. It's a bully going around bullying people that can't defend themselves.
Do you
Like,
know why
what
we
kind
want
of men
Greenland?
do that? It's
Do you
like,
know why we-
I get
No, do
you.
you-
Let's listen. Let's listen here.
No more wars, no more disruptions. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Under Trump, we will have no more wars, no more disruptions, and we will have prosperity and peace for all. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
he's
start a
been
weapon to
that.
stop wars.
He's been that. He just went
He's bombed
into a
more
country.
countries this year than I think we've ever
Yeah.
done, literally.
You
It's like
guys cannot-
7 countries in 1 year.
8,
This guy has
8.
bombed. Is it 8? 8 countries. I'd like, bro.
So let me get this straight. Iran.
When he boom boomed Nigeria, do you know that he literally boom boomed hundreds of miles away from where the actual terrorists are, the Boko Haram?
That's what you've been told.
No, that's literally the truth. We bombed a Christian nation on
it's
Christmas,
your truth.
100 miles away from the extremists.
It's your truth. And let me just say this. Let me just say this. Thanks to Donald Trump and his decisive actions, we did not give Iran billions of dollars. We took out their boom capabilities. And now look, the people are uprising and taking back their country. Huh. Amazing. It was almost like it worked.
No, they aren't.
It's almost like we
shit. We didn't
appointed the Taliban in Iran.
Well, I
We
think
didn't
that
take out
your
shit.
side of the argument honestly can be boiled down to, is Venezuela going to be Iraq 2.0? I think that's what people are concerned about.
Yeah, it won't be because he's not. You know, they're not gonna move troops in there, so it's not gonna be like that. But that's
Well, we
beside
don't
the
know
point.
that.
Well,
He
if
said.
we move troops in there, then sure we could make that argument. But we're not going in there. In Iraq, we literally put boots on the ground there. We're not doing that here in Venezuela.
I
So
think maybe
I
troops
don't see
will
it
go
go
there.
that route.
I would
But
say troops may be going there, but I don't think it's going to be a war. I think it's going to be more like a policing.
But it doesn't matter. Even if we don't stay there for 20 years, we have no fucking right to go and do these things to countries.
So let me ask you.
We have no
And
right
they
to
have
do
a
it.
huge militia too. It's not like we're just gonna go there and everyone's just gonna bend over.
You
Do you
guys are
understand? Right now they're regathering their militias. Like people are fucking pissed, and you guys want to say, "Oh, they're celebrating." Yeah, in Miami.
You guys are all like simps for everyone except for your own country.
Because we
You
know
are a
history.
simp for Donald Trump, bro. Anything he
It's
does,
about
you
principles,
find a
guy.
way and
It's about
pretzel
principles.
yourself.
Listen, I'm not. I don't care about what country. It's the principle involved, and I don't think. Listen, here's what you have to think for a second. It's hoodlum, right? Hoodlum. Imagine if you're living in a country, you're just a whatever your name is. You're living somewhere, and some foreign government, for their own reasons, decides to come into your country and just snatch up your leader. That's got to be a very unsettling, just in general, a very unsettling thing. And here's what I would ask.
Let
What
him
does
try.
that? What here's
I
what I
would
would
love
ask if
to
I was
see
that
it
person.
try.
Let Chip finish his
Let me
point.
finish. Listen, it has nothing to do with the actors. It has everything to do with the actions and the principles around that behavior. And if you have somebody in your own neighborhood right now who's bigger and stronger than you, who sees you riding a nice lawnmower and doesn't like the fact that you got a better lawnmower, and he comes and he knocks you off the lawnmower and he takes your shit and he's got a friend in the police department that won't do jack shit about it, how you feeling right about now?
Yeah, we're Debo. We're Debo. And
And
you
I
are
guarantee you,
Chris
you've
Tucker.
never served in the military because you wouldn't be talking that shit if you had.
I have.
My grandmama gave me that chain. My grandmama gave me that chain.
Listen,
I thought they
just
were
wanna-
against like Iraq and all
Hold
this. I thought they
on,
came
hold on.
around.
I just want to appreciate Tim's analogy for a moment. That was beautiful. Debo. I
Man, my grandmama gave me that chain.
I have questions.
I love it, Tim.
For the Trump supporter when you're ready.
Yes, please
Well-
go ahead. Who is that? Oh, Potivity. Well,
yeah.
hey, good to see you. Glad to see you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. How do you think people who commit terror in their own nations are created?
With propaganda.
Okay. But what do you think would happen if somebody came, is like half of us or more than half of us, a lot of us, like the larger percentage of us absolutely hate the person who's in the White House right now. And if somebody came and snatched him out, we'd be partying in the streets too. So the fact is that but then if they said, and we're going to run your country and we're going to take all your resources, even those people that are celebrating would go, I guess they don't realize how many of us have pew-pews and how many of us have a lot of friends with pew-pews. And I guess they don't realize how strong we are actually, because we're going to go ahead and like take this on. And we would take it on. And so will they. They're no different than we are. And the fact that you are celebrating this when in our own country, we have a lot of people of Venezuelan heritage who now realize that the U.S. has become a terrorist takeover of their own nation. And so they may decide to go ahead and take down Americans here, particularly red hat Americans who support this man. So you may have created a T network in your own country by supporting your president's stupid moves on his behalf.
Can I say something? Say something about
and if
one
they
thing that
did
Trump
that-
has done good. Just one thing that Trump has done good is getting this dictator from Venezuela. But when he acted on it, it's bad. But there's one thing he did good was getting that douchebag from Venezuela.
Okay, but once he gets rid of him, what's that going to entail? What's going to happen after he gets rid of him? Just leave it there? Leave the
Before
country by
anybody
itself?
simps for Donald Trump, they need to go and look at Maduro's policies because they parallel quite frequently.
Why did ours work and his didn't?
And the
Well,
thing is,
well, the
the
United
person that they
States
were,
doesn't have sanctions on it, and the United States doesn't have somebody that's going and literally stealing our oil tankers that we're trying to send as trade
Well,
to
are we
other
stealing
countries.
them or are
We
we
also
trading them?
we also don't have CIA operatives in our country trying to unalive us. Because see, guys, I don't know if you knew this or not, but Donald Trump tried this in his first term. He sent CIA operatives to try and get the military to overthrow
Other
Maduro.
countries
Yeah,
are
it was
conducting
called
espionage.
And
Operation
it
Freedom.
failed, and then
Operation
now
Freedom.
he's just like, fuck it, we'll just use the
Wait, hold
military.
on. Other
Fuck
countries
it,
are
we'll do
Kind
it
of reminds
live.
me of
espionage
the.
against us right
It kind
now.
of reminds me
he
of that thing
also
in World War Germany with the with the operation with that guy with the eye patch.
Oh, Valkyrie?
Valkyrie, yeah. Kind of reminds me of
No,
Valkyrie.
let's. Oh, I thought you were talking about the representative with the
No,
eye patch.
no,
Was
it
it-
was the
there's a
assassination attempt.
I also wanted to say that Trump's last term, he increased the already crippling sanctions, right? And that's when we saw that giant flood. And he had to give them TPS, right? He's the one that originally granted them that. And this was 2019. So I believe he did all of this in 2017. But I was in Colombia, which is a border country of Venezuela, and I remember seeing thousands of people literally
Sure.
sleeping in the streets, families.
So you know what I've heard a lot of? I've heard of a lot of white liberals saying that this wasn't right, but what I haven't heard is I haven't heard of Venezuela on this app yet that say that what was done was wrong. That's what I haven't heard.
Neither
have I.
Hoodlum, they're the same. They're the same as the liberals here. Like if somebody removed Donald Trump, we would not say it was wrong of them to remove him because we hate him and his
I would.
policies, and he's destroying our economy. And honestly, this whole move in Venezuela is about the destruction that he's done to our economy. He realizes by this point, and seeing the economic numbers falling, that his policies are going to crash the American dollar into the ground. And so
How's that the case?
he's decided to distract from everything bad that he's done, which is a lot,
That's kind of
by starting new wars everywhere. And
This isn't a war.
yeah, it
Okay,
is.
sure.
This isn't
yeah,
a war. Okay.
It's not a war.
Yeah, it is.
So who declares
Hold
war?
on.
Get your lipstick out.
That's what they
Those
said
aren't pigs.
in Iraq,
Look,
too,
they have
so-
lipstick.
So my statement is this: this one singular act.
One
Oh,
second,
you're.
Hoodlum. I have to drop down, but check the chat. It says breaking news: ICE agent pew-pewed civilian in Minneapolis.
Again?
Somebody else
Yeah,
said
another one.
in the face.
Follow
Apparently in
directions.
the face. But thank you for having me.
Yeah. Thank you, Hecate, for
see
being
you-
here. I
see you
appreciate it.
soon.
We'll
Okay.
see ya. Yeah,
Bye, bye.
and what's funny is that he just browbeat Iran, saying that if you shot, he used the incorrect version of that word, but if you shot the protesters, we're going to come down on you. And here they are shooting people in the United States. Oh,
Kind of reminds me of
but
Richard
it's
Nixon.
different. It's different when we do it
It
because
kind of reminds me of Richard Nixon. What he has
Okay.
done is bad.
So my statement, and I'm going to stand 10 toes down on this, is that this one act by President Trump in Venezuela is going to be the biggest reason why Gen Alpha is successful in America.
How? Because Exxon makes some money and sells the oils all around the world?
This move is going to undoubtedly turn South America into a democracy, and it is going to be aligned with the United States. and it
look at
will
that
make this
bullet hole.
country
Not
better.
not him spreading the liberation
Hoodlum.
propaganda.
Look at that bullet
Like
hole.
Libya, right, Hoodlum? Like in Libya, Congo.
Wow.
Federal immigration officers shot a woman in Minneapolis on Wednesday during an enforcement operation, state and local officials said. Shooting came as the Trump administration ramped up a promised crackdown on legal immigration in Minnesota. Women's conditions not immediately clear. The DHS had no immediate comment. Senator Tina Smith, Democrat of Minnesota, described the person who was shot as a U.S. citizen, and Representative Ilhan Omar, a Democrat whose congressional district includes the shooting scene, described the person as a legal observer. Tim Walz said in a statement that he had been informed of the shooting involving U.S. ICE, which took place in a residential neighborhood in South Minneapolis.
Man,
There
that's
you go.
fucked up.
I have
Oh my God.
So
Well,
they're just gonna, and more and more we're seeing more and more of these shootings. This isn't the
I have
first
a
one.
prediction.
Yeah,
The
they're not
prediction-
trained. They're just testosterone pumped up idiots.
No.
And did you
I'm
guys
gonna
know
tell
that
you-
more
I'm
than-
gonna tell you right
Seals.
now.
The Gravy
I'm gonna
Seals.
They're gravy
No,
seals.
no.
They're
I'm
they've
gonna
been
tell-
dreaming of the day they get to
Okay.
use their pew-pews on the streets. on people.
Listen. You guys
Jesus.
are going to find out.
You know,
and my-
Hoodlum, you
Stop.
can shut
I'm
up. No,
speaking.
you can
I'm
shut up.
speaking.
We're not gonna
You're
find
a
out.
liar and a
We're
pedo.
not going to find
Listen,
out because we're not
excuse
fucking
me,
around.
You don't fucking know. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And
Yeah,
for
I
to make
do.
that
You're
out-
following
no,
a liar and a pedo.
No,
What kind reminds me of Richard Nixon?
Ma'am,
What
don't-
Richard
Yes,
Nixon has
that's
done,
your
the Watergate
definition of a
scandal?
man, Hoodlum. Your
Listen to
definition of
me.
a man is a liar and
Listen
a
to me.
pedo.
You just called me a pedo, lady.
Yeah,
You have-
because that's your
No.
She
dear
called you a
leader.
pedo. Wait,
Yes,
she
she
called.
did.
Wait. Did she call
That's
you a
your
pet?
dear leader.
I didn't hear her say you're a
Yes,
pedo
she did.
lady.
Yes, she did.
He follows him.
Wait,
but
hold on.
he-
Shh.
so
Did
probably.
she call you a pedo lady?
She called me
No,
a
I said
pedo.
he follows a pedo, but he took it personally because he is.
No, that's not what you said.
Yeah,
And
you
I-
took
I'm
it
gonna-
personally. You know, you're most offended when people hit you where it's softest.
No, ma'am.
So
I heard-
you
I
are
heard-
probably
I
a
heard
pedo.
what
Like
you
you can't
said.
get laid, so you've been
Ma'am,
stalking
ma'am.
children in your
Your
neighborhood.
projections are not
Okay.
my problem.
Okay.
Let me just
This-
say that your projections
Okay.
are not my problem.
All right, we're good. Now, moving on from that.
I have something to say, Tim.
Well, you always have something to say.
I'm not a pedo.
Oh my God, the
Trump
wicked
wasn't
witch of the
one, why
fucking
would he
West.
be friends with Epstein? Why does he have
Why did he fight so hard to not release the
You're
files?
going to find out. What you're going to find out is what happened in
What was
Minnesota is this individual most likely used her automobile as a weapon, and they eliminated.
No, that's
her.
what they'll say, but it'll be a lie. Hoodlum.
Well, yes.
That's what they'll say, but it'll be a lie.
Look
That's
at this.
exactly
That's
the
a
evidence.
sexist.
That's
Look,
what they'll say, but it'll be a lie.
She used it as a weapon. She ran into a light post. That
weapon
light
for
After
post.
she was shot.
Light post lives matter. Okay.
After she was shot, she probably ran into
You
that
just
light.
mark,
Light
you
posts
mark
have the
my
right to
word.
defend
You mark
themselves.
my words. That's exactly what happened.
Oh
Hey,
no, you're
I've got a question
you're a
real quick.
liar too. You're a liar and a pedo, probably.
No,
And
I got
you're-
a question. Are
And you are a simp.
Wait,
White
you said mark
little
my
American
words.
fucking Democrats that don't support your country. You
Hey,
No,
are-
I support my country. I don't
You are
support
the
this
I can't get
liar
where the
and
Americans
pedo who
have
got
been talking
elected.
to
Okay,
Hey.
everybody, shut the fuck up. I can't hear anybody. Is there anybody who has not spoken yet? No, I don't. Chip, you are the voice of reason here. Please go ahead.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but I think the thing that I'm trying to emphasize here is we have to be careful as a country. We have a history of doing this stuff, so it's not historically anomalous, but it's not a positive attribute to bully and take advantage of weaker people in life in general. I think right now, if we were to walk outside and you saw some 20-year-old kid beating on an 80-year-old woman in the middle of the street, you might say that's wrong. Hope you will.
No,
And-
Hoodlum would say, is she a liberal?
Right.
Well, I think when you're talking about interpersonal things and in country, nationwide things, world stage things, I think it's a little bit different.
Yeah, well, the principle doesn't change. Sure, certainly the context could change. But
And
I
does
think the
the
bottom line is
context-
we know basically what right and wrong is. I think most of us have a sense of that unless you're a sociopath. I'm not
Right,
you
so
personally, but
the
but let me-
context changes
listen,
what
you
principle
interrupted
you
me. The rule is
use.
don't interrupt. Remember that rule?
Well, I was actually already talking. You actually kind of interrupted
Well,
me.
he said he just introduced and asked me to speak.
I did.
Did I miss that part?
Yeah, no, you. I did. Chip, go ahead.
Okay, I know it's hard for you to listen and then respond, but just try it once. So I think we know
What do
right
you
from
think I
wrong.
was doing?
We know you're not listening. You're talking. That's what you're doing.
Do you think that it helps the conversation for you to kind of throw out this snarky little remarks?
Why don't you just wait your turn and then you can tell me, you can say whatever you want to the audience. That's cool. Just take your turn. So the bottom line is we know what right and wrong is. We all know this. We know that what our country is doing when it does things like this, or whomever does this, is wrong, because we wouldn't want it done to us. That's the point I tried to make earlier about the person on his lawnmower. If your neighbor came over and he's bigger and stronger and he's got more weaponry and he just takes your stuff because he can, we don't think that's a good thing. We wouldn't admire that person or respect that person. In fact, if you saw someone in your neighborhood do that, you probably would be outraged by it, which is what the rest of the world thinks when they watch the United States do it. I'm not some raging liberal. I served in the military. I'm more conservative than I am liberal. However, right is right and wrong is wrong. And just because we're a nation state doing it because we can, and we have a leader who thinks that he can just do whatever he wants whenever he wants, and unless you can fight back, deal with it, I don't think that's the right way to run yourself through the world. And what it leads to, which is what I think Poetivity said, is that it's going to lead to unexpected consequences, whether the nation states can do something about it or whether individuals who are angered by it do something about it. It never stacks up as good. I don't think we should be in the business of deposing leaders. Not that he was a great guy. I don't know exactly what he did or didn't do, but we don't have a right to tell other countries who can or can't lead them. We don't have the right to go into countries and take their leaders.
That's right. Yeah, it's a principle thing. Yeah, I don't even. I don't care for Maduro either.
Hold on. If the United States,
wait, so the host is talking. Hoodlum starts talking and interrupts the host, and then tells the host to hold on.
Is that what happened?
That's literally what happened.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted to point out. You can go ahead. It's fine. Jesus, go ahead, Hoodlum.
So if let me ask the Chip here. If the United States put a bounty of 25 and now $50 million to catch Maduro, and we had, say, a Wagner-like group that the United States funded, went in there and caused some havoc and collected the $50 million, would you support that, Chip?
I think what I would ask is, who is the person who's pushing for the bounty and why? Because anybody can put a bounty, any group can put a bounty on somebody and just say, well, that's a bad guy. According to who?
How's it going, liberal?
The United States government put a bounty.
Our government is
$50 million.
completely crooked and full of shit.
Iran has a bounty on
Biden put
Trump.
the bounty on him.
No, I think
Biden is the one who put the bounty on Moderno.
So I have a question.
Maduro. You can't even pronounce it right. Maduro.
That's because I've never thought about Venezuela or who's leading that government until our government went over and captured him. Like, I don't think about that. Like, I don't think about who's
which is a
leading
good
Argentina
point, actually.
or Bolivia or Bali. I don't know who the leaders of these places are because they're not my country.
And that actually goes. And Cook, I'll go to you next because I know you were trying to jump in there earlier, but that actually goes to Poetivity's point in that this is about principle. It's not about protecting a person or a country. It's about saying what we just did was wrong. Period.
Yeah.
Cook, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that you use the same principle in every situation. Like, I think
Can I give
that
an example, Cook, when you're
humankind.
done?
Well, hold on. I think humankind always historically has respected who's got the bigger stick and who knows how to swing it. I think that it's comfortable now to where we can sit here and have that morality, but morality is something we argue about when we're very comfortable. We go on what works. Like I said, other countries are not concerned about how your lawnmower example fits into their framework. They're just going to do it. And if we don't do the same thing, or if we don't at least push against them in our own way, then we're going to fall victim to them in whatever way they choose to victimize us. And so if it's a national security issue, like, again, China and Russia colluding with Venezuela, getting fuel for war machines, or like setting up ballistic missile sites or landing strips in Venezuela, which is very close to us, enabling them to attack us, then I think that is permissible, at least in that sense, to do that.
Okay, so when we're talking about principle, I just want to say real quick and then I'm gonna go. Are you familiar with the last president of Brazil, Bolsonaro?
Not exactly, no.
Okay, so for example, right, everyone's talking about, oh, well, Maduro wasn't democratically elected, right? He stole the election. Well, so did Maduro. I mean, so did Bolsonaro in Brazil, right? And now he's in prison for that, right? Because he tried to fake he literally did a coup like Donald Trump tried to do, but we won't get into that, right? But the issue is that it's hypocrisy. When our friends do it, it's completely fine, right? Like I said, that is his friend, Bolsonaro. He admired the man, right? But when someone else does it, it's not okay.
So
That's a
I don't
great
think you're
point,
addressing what I'm
Carson.
saying, though.
Well, you do still have 20 seconds if you want them.
No, I made my point.
Okay.
I got something to say.
I don't think you really
Who's
addressed
that?
what I
Luff?
said, though.
Is that Luff?
Luffy.
Luffy, like from One
Yeah,
Piece.
Go ahead, Luffy.
Yeah, so I had a quote from One Piece. You ever heard of the drums of liberation? So anything that does ask for freedom in these countries, people are going to rise up, and most of these countries in Africa and other nations have a civil war at some point. We know this, but at the end of the day, you think these dictators really care about us? You think this dumbass president really cares about us? He only cares about the rich people. He only cares about his wealthy dictator friends. At the end of the day, it's all government is corrupt.
All right. Thank you, Luffy. Now, Jeff, you are new, so I'm going to give you 90 seconds to make your opening statement. Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, I mean, thank you, host, for allowing me to come back. It's been a long time since I've seen you.
What's up, man? Been a while. I know
Yes,
that
it has.
voice. You little shithead.
Let me just say this. I think that when people try to justify going to Venezuela, I guess people would say that it's good for America. But in the past, like everybody has said, this has never worked for us, right? And if we're going to go around the world right now, there's only 3 places that hold a lot of oil: Venezuela, Canada, and Russia, right?
And the Middle East.
Well, the Middle East, obviously, the biggest player, right?
And Texas.
But, well, you could say our reserves are our reserves. We're talking about world situations. But the point I'm trying to make is that Donald Trump actually asked the gas company in the industry to give him $1 billion for his campaign, right? And we know if you just follow the bouncing balls and you follow the money, that he is going to pay back his friends that donated to his situation. So larger oil companies have basically used our government to get back some things that they were doing in the past in the oil industry in Venezuela, right? So that's why Trump says, well, this is ours, right? But it's really not. It's really not ours, right? It's just the ability for us to try to own resources. So in my opinion, what's happened now is that we have gone in and we've sort of been the hitman, for no better term, for large corporation oil companies.
I'd like to rebut that.
Pardon me?
I'd like to rebut that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
If you rebut it, use facts.
we didn't force Maduro to do any of the things that he has done. He is a man of his own accord, and I would argue that the infrastructure that they have let go to shit is that the investments from the oil companies and the materials or profits thereof. And we have judgments against the state of Venezuela for not fulfilling their contractual agreements. And I would argue that if your assertion is correct based on this Donald Trump campaign perspective, then why is it the anti-oil president, Joe Biden, put a $25 million bounty on Maduro? Your assertion is incorrect.
I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue for Joe Biden or not argue. He's not our president. So you have to look. I'm trying to tell you, follow the dollars, follow the understanding of how campaign funding works, and then you'll see the end result. And Mr. Trump is following that book to a T.
No, sir. The United States government has a $25 million bounty on Maduro prior to Donald Trump coming back into office.
You know,
you're really sitting on.
Does
you're really
Donald
sitting
Trump
on the Maduro thing.
get
Hold on,
that
you're
money?
I'm sorry.
Does Donald Trump get that money?
The fact is that that our world is dying we're causing the sixth extinction because of oil. Like, I don't
She's
care.
right. She's right.
I don't
Oil's hurt
care.
us.
I don't care if they leave that oil in the ground. I don't care if they owe us money for
You
that
put
oil.
makeup on today?
I
I
don't.
bet you put makeup on today, didn't you? That's made
Yeah,
with oil.
don't be
I
personal,
didn't
bro.
put
That's
makeup
not
on
fair.
today. I don't wear makeup, so
That's not fair, dude.
Okay, guys. Stay
yeah.
muted when you're not
that's very
talking.
sexist of you. Did you put on your eyeliner today and go fuck your couch before you came up here?
Oh.
So, anyway, he probably can't fuck his couch. His penis is probably too small. It doesn't work.
Well,
Anyway, yeah, I'm really mad.
So I think I'm not
You
trying
got
to
off
stir
track
up.
there a little bit. Why don't you couch that thought for later?
I'll couch that thought for later. Thank you.
I got
Yeah,
something.
I just think that
Okay.
each step that Mr. Trump makes, I think he's making with a strategic thought in mind. And I think one of those thoughts is going in there, toppling Maduro is just a added benefit, to be honest.
Okay, so Two Puffs, Carson, and Chip haven't spoken since we started this. So Two Puffs, did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I ask yet again, what the fuck is it our problem, bro? Venezuela is a sovereign nation. If they want to run their oil rigs into the ground, they can. That has nothing to do with us. We should not be able to conduct a military operation on a sovereign nation and kidnap their supposed president just because.
It's not just because.
We don't liberate. We don't need to be quote unquote liberating another nation.
But it's not just
Period.
because.
We've done it.
Not
We've done
just
it
what everybody
before.
brought up.
Well,
Yeah,
hold on,
and we
guys.
shouldn't be
Hold on,
doing
guys.
it.
Yeah, I agree.
Two Puffs.
Sorry.
We should, just because we've done it in Iraq and just because we've done it in Cuba and just because we've done it in Libya does not mean that we need to continue to do it.
I'm not justifying that at all. Don't take me wrong here. I'm a liberal with liberal.
I think that what you're saying is not addressing what I think I, myself, Hoodlum, and other people on our side's bringing up. You're saying
We
it's
don't
just
wanna
because.
act like-
It's not a just because type of thing. We brought up many points why it's strategically valuable, why it's a matter of security for the nation, why it's what you call it, economic thing. You haven't addressed any of those things.
Okay,
He's
our
taking.
argument is that
Hold
people
on.
Okay, hold on, Carson.
That was a bad.
I'm going to Carson, and then we're going to Chip. Carson, go ahead.
Okay, so I don't care what your reasons are, right? We had reasons for every country that we did this to. It's never worked out for the betterment of the people there. They've always ended up worse. I don't know why you guys are glazing Western imperialism. I thought you were done with the forever wars and all this. Anyway, somebody said Donald Trump, you think that he has very clear plan and great thoughts or something. This man is literally in late stage dementia. Okay? So that's not true. This isn't going to benefit us in any way. This is going to benefit the major corporations like Exxon. They're going to sell the oil all throughout the world. It's not going to trickle down to us. Okay?
Nope. Yeah, thank you, Carson. Are you good?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Now, Chip, go ahead.
One of the reasons why they were not able to maintain their equipment the way that they would like to have is the sanctions were placed on them. They couldn't get any spare parts. So just like with any other system, if the corporations who helped build and install and operate it then later left because they weren't happy with the revenue sharing agreements and they sued them, then they can't maintain it. So then you fault them for not having a burgeoning economy because they get cut off of international finance. They can't get spare parts to run their industry. I just don't understand the idea of this. This is just my view. It sounds very arrogant and egotistical and condescending, and you don't even know the details of what you're speaking about, and you're sort of casting blame and aspersion on someone else for being less capable than us great Americans. About the interests, yeah, listen, every country has their interests. The question is whether it's justifiable or not. Listen, I would love to have other people's bank accounts. but I'm not going to go take it because it's in my personal strategic interest to have more money. That's not a justification. Nothing is it serves as a rationale just because it helps you. That's a crazy point.
Well,
absolutely
I think,
right. Yeah, Jeff.
I think also you got to look at this, and I'm not going to bring up anything that's going to be annoying here, but you got to keep your eyes on the files. He's made it clear to everybody. He doesn't want anybody to release those files, right? So he's done everything he possibly could to release the files. If you notice, when the economy has been bad under Republican regime, right? They have always gone to this type of tactic to get the people's mind off of the economy. It has a history. So that's all I'm gonna say there.
He's mentioned the economy when talking about Venezuela, talking about how it'll enrich our economy because it'll bring energy costs down, which is something he actually mentioned when he was running. He said if you bring energy costs down, a lot of this other stuff will go way down, which is fair enough.
I'd like to rebut that.
He could tell you a lot of things and you believe him. I mean, I don't understand that comment.
I'll
Right?
go to Positivity next.
History. One more last thing. History is history, you guys. If you look at the history of the Republican Party, if you look at the history of when the economy was bad, what did that Republican leader do? Every single time. History is repeating itself, and we're not stupid. You can see it all the time.
All right, Positivity, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is about economics. And the reason it is about economics is because Donald Trump, through his really poor decision making, has destroyed our economy. And he's not only destroyed it, but the destruction of it is going to continue. And so he had probably his stupid strategists, which that's all he's hired. I mean, if you hire Steve Bannon as your strategist, you've hired an anarchist. And there's so many things wrong with this administration. But the fact is that the dollar is falling. And Warren Buffett, who is one of the smartest finance people that I know, just took $380 billion, billion with a big B, out of this country and invested it in the Japanese yen because he knows our dollar is going to fall and he has to protect the money that he is in charge of. And the fact is that our dollars are going to be worth nothing but wiping our butts with very soon because of the economic decisions made by Donald Trump and his administration.
Well,
So
China will not go to war with us, right? They're not going to do that. They're going to crush our
They don't
dollar.
have to. They don't
Right,
have
they're gonna
to,
cr-
Jeff.
th-
They're
right,
already experiencing massive.
So I believe your time was done. I'd
Okay.
like to rebut that.
Well, Two
So-
Puffs called it in the comments first. Go ahead, Two Puffs.
Yeah, I wanted
tough.
to
Love
rebut Cook's thing about, bringing down oil prices and energy costs. You do realize in the same breath, Trump also cut green energy, and increased taxpayer subsidies for gas and oil and coal production. So we are effectively paying more money that this will not cover. I need you to understand that.
And I want to point out
Let me
something off
let me
of what
open
you
it
said.
up to you. How would you go about it? You're president of the United States. How would you go about it?
How would I go about what?
Bringing down. Actually, you can really just pick something Trump's done and tell me how you do it differently.
I don't know. Maybe
gosh,
we
that's an easy
don't
one.
sway
Oh my
away
God,
from
you
green
pick it.
energy. That doesn't cost us as much as producing oil, gas, and coal.
Like what?
Water.
Windmills, water energy. I mean, it's pretty simple.
How efficient is a windmill or a hydro?
We could
Can I-
also
can I-
go into nuclear energy.
Can I help you here
We
on
do
this?
have nuclear energy.
Let me
so
say this.
How
Let me say this.
efficient?
Okay.
Actually, you know what? This is actually fun because I actually
Hoodlum.
worked as a CBRN specialist in the Army. So how effective is nuclear energy?
Cook, can I tell you something happened in California?
Well, I just want to ask two posts real quick. How effective is nuclear energy?
Nuclear energy is very effective, and it's also
Okay.
cheaper to
Okay.
manufacture.
And so, how do we harness the energy from nuclear material, and what material do we
I'm
use?
not a fucking nuclear scientist, buddy.
I'm just. Well, if you're speaking on it, you got to have a little bit of understanding.
like the way
So
you
what
said
are we,
that.
You
what
are
we
speaking
using?
on a lot of shit that you don't have an understanding about.
So you don't want to
So
have
I don't know why
understanding.
you're
I
trying
have
to
a
hold
little
me
bit of
to a higher
understanding of
standard than you
everything.
hold
Okay.
Do
yourself.
you? Do
Okay.
you? Because
Okay.
Yeah.
nuclear energy.
Can we do? Is anybody up here a nuclear scientist?
Well, I said like
Oh,
I worked with I
okay.
worked with nuclear
No, but I
material in the
play
army.
one on TikTok.
Okay, so I mean, I've transported radioactive shit before. Does that make me an
Yeah,
expert
I
on
know a
it?
little bit about
You're
nuclear
you're an
energy.
expert. You're a TikTok
Okay.
expert.
Okay.
No, I actually have like legit credentials.
Regardless,
Okay.
going into
I don't believe
Venezuela
that.
will not bring down the prices of
No,
energy
but
in
you're
the
talking
United
about
States.
stuff like renewable energy or not renewable nuclear energy. What do we use to create nuclear to harness nuclear
Oh
energy?
man, I got something to say.
Uranium.
Okay.
Uranium, okay. And so, how much work goes into enriching the uranium, and how do you keep the nuclear reactors from falling apart?
I got something.
You know
Melting
what?
down.
Do you know about the research?
Why are we
that just-
having? Why are we
answer my
in?
question with a question.
Why
Do
are
you
we?
know about the
Why are we
research that
having
just occurred at
nuclear
Lawrence
education?
Livermore Lab? Do you
Well,
know
Very
about
good,
that?
poet.
Because he
Poet,
wants to
very
try
good.
and
Hold
get
on,
me
hold
in a
on, hold on,
gotcha
hold on.
moment and
hold
hold
on,
me to a
hold on,
higher
hold
standard
on,
than
hold
he
on.
holds himself.
All right.
Hold on. Poet, you hit it. You
Okay, I'm muting
The
everybody.
reason is because Two Puff mentions.
When I mute you, don't unmute. If I mute you, do not unmute and start talking. I'm doing that because I can't fucking hear anybody. I'm not even sure what the fuck we're talking about. Hoodlum.
I've been talking for like a good minute, and
Yeah,
I keep getting interrupted.
Okay. I will get to you. Hoodlum, go ahead.
Yeah, so while we say that this is a move by Donald Trump, we also have to respect our agency and the fact that the DOJ, along with Congress, along with many other of our representatives in this country, have supported that Venezuela, specifically Maduro, is a bad actor. Now, if we had the extradition laws, and we actually had a government in Venezuela that was an actual government instead of a dictator, then we would have went and got our guy, and they would have extradited him to the United States. But unfortunately, because we have a dictator in place, we can't do that. And so when we have our agency and the governance of this country who says that this country is a threat to our national security, I'm glad that we have a Donald Trump as our president that actually does something instead of just talk about it.
You mean the no war president? The no war president, you mean?
The no war president. Yeah. So
This is not a
please
war.
explain that.
Okay.
Sir.
Okay, so Delta Force is so badass that they went in there in less than 3 hours, crippled the
macho.
Chinese
Macho.
air
What does that
defense
matter?
system and went and got
Yeah,
our guy
macho.
because no. I'm just saying
It
I would
gave you
like
a
to see
boner,
that
didn't it? It
I
gave you
would
a
like
hard on when he did it, didn't it?
Jeff.
Sorry.
Have some civility, bud. What I'm saying is, if anyone should get the reward, it should be all the members of the Delta team that went in there and got him. I would support
Who cares, bro?
Okay.
Seriously.
Yeah, it does, like
Okay.
I really don't like the action itself is irrelevant. It's the fact that we did it.
I got something
How
to
we
say.
did it, how successful it was, or whatever. I just don't like. What does that even matter? We're talking about doing this. Like
Someone's talking about
I don't-
nuclear energy earlier. I got something to say about that.
Okay,
I want to ask you guys, how would you guys do it
nuclear
differently?
energy. Don't interrupt me, please.
I wouldn't do it.
Nuclear energy is all nuclear energy is bad. Doesn't matter what constants you use. You're talking about you want to use nuclear energy to make oil go down. The order no way how the gas prices go down. It drops in the winter and goes back up in the summer. It's a price war. That's what they want. They also you're talking about you want to go back always. Why don't we just go back to horses and use horses as a way to walk around? You guys are talking about you guys have a privilege to drive. You should remember that. I don't have a privilege to drive because I'm fucking disabled.
You
It's
go,
a
dude.
privilege to have your license.
You go, dude.
So I would argue that.
Well, you still got 20 seconds left. If you had anything else you wanted to add.
Yeah, and also when you talk about nuclear energy, you ever heard of Chernobyl? You ever heard the incidents in Japan? Those things are bad. Nuclear energy is all bad.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's not true exactly. Nuclear energy is relatively safe.
I wouldn't say it's all bad, but it's more expensive than what you pay for on your electric bill. Because the federal government pays to dispose of that shit, those companies don't. So they're like it's more expensive than you think it is.
Yeah, I would say that. That was not my point for Two Puff.
Yeah, so this move to nuclear energy is going to come out of our money one way or the other. Either the federal
We're actually
government's going to
moving
put it
to
out,
a thing called fusion.
or it's
Yeah, I was going to say.
and hopefully we get there,
Well,
but we're not there yet.
we are there. My wife is a
Fission,
director.
one of the other two, which I always get them confused.
We don't do fusion. It's too energy intensive. It's harder to do. That's why.
No. Excuse me. You are so uneducated. I'm sorry. My wife works.
We don't do nuclear
as a
fusion
top executive.
as a means to harness nuclear energy.
Excuse me. Let me educate you. My wife is a director for the Fusion Energy Project at Livermore Labs. Do you understand? Fusion energy was reached last year. And we have been the first country to ever do
that's
it.
last year. You're talking about something that goes back
We're talking about. Excuse me. Then you know nothing about nuclear energy.
No, but I'm saying you're talking about something that was reached last year. How's that going to help us today? It takes a long time to implement that stuff. Fission is easier than
would
fusion.
you shut up and listen to him because he has
I
the
think
answer.
I'm more of an expert on him.
He
Me and his
knows
wife
what he's
are more an
talking
expert
about.
than him. That's why I'm speaking up.
And I happen to have grown up in Livermore, California, and I know they've been working on this for like 30, 40 years.
They've been working on it, but they
finally
haven't successfully done it. I'm not talking about
They
who's working
have
on it.
successfully. What are you talking about?
Year.
Go to 60 minutes.
I didn't
go
say
to
they
60
didn't
minutes.
successfully do it. I'm saying it's more energy intensive. It's easier to
No,
split
it's
something apart than
not.
it is to
They
fuse it together.
just
hold
had
on,
it
Cook.
produce more energy than it cost.
Yes.
In Lawrence Livermore
Oh my
Lab,
God.
they solved our
Can I
energy
say-
problem
Hold
last
on, guys.
year.
Hold on, guys. Let me explain to you why it's going to move faster than Cook thinks. AI needs power. Yes?
They produce bad chemicals in
Okay.
it.
So that power that they need is fusion energy to make that baby work and hum. So you don't think there's going to be tons of money pumped into that, Cook, to get that up and running even more efficient?
Okay, listen what I'm trying to lay out.
No. I asked you a question, sir. You can at least address the question. Do you realize that if they make that work the way it's supposed to work, right, then it's gonna handle so much more in energy, and obviously I'm not going to say weaponry, but it is going to happen sooner than you think.
Are you talking about AI or nuclear energy?
I'm talking about fusion energy and its relationship in society. It's going to turn AI into a faster model.
I have a question for that.
Wait,
you know
wait.
that
Hold
all
on.
nuclear
I
energy
just
or
want to.
AI
Since he was talking to me, I just want to ask him a question. What's the relation between that AI and fusion nuclear fusion?
You have to have enough energy source, right, to run these humongous data centers. How are they going to run them now?
You know
Why do
about
you
these
think we're
data
stealing?
centers that they're researching in my state? They're producing Mustang. They're producing bad chemicals in the air.
Right.
What
Most of the
energy
energy with a data
bad for us?
Most of the energy that goes into data centers is going into cooling these big terminals, like water cooling and stuff like that.
Okay, so I looked it up.
that.
For the record, I looked it up, and it is not viable yet. They reached break even. They reached break even. That doesn't mean that it's a viable thing that's going to produce electricity for everybody at this moment.
Yeah, nuclear. Excuse me, nuclear was that way when it first started. Also,
right. I'm just saying. I'm not even sure what the argument was to begin with. But
well, he's saying there's no real value to it yet, and I said, okay,
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying exactly what the host is saying. It's not necessarily something that we can rely on today because
the host just helped your argument.
It takes a lot of energy to fuse something and get energy out of it than it does to create fission reactors. So when you split things apart, it takes less energy. That's why it's easier for us to do, like in the 1940s during the Manhattan Project.
But it can be done.
We were testing.
You know, why don't you first Google? Why don't you first Google? Go ahead and Google and take some time to read the article about what Lawrence Livermore Lab was
he should do
accomplished last year. Because last year, what they accomplished was the answer to all our energy problems.
I don't think you guys understand.
If you had read the article, you would know that. In addition, why don't you Google the company in the UK that is making batteries that do not need to be recharged by using droplets of nuclear waste. And until you get yourself on like some little knowledge about what's going on in the
Wait,
energy
excuse me,
field.
ma'am. I actually do have a lot of knowledge. I actually did this
No,
professionally.
you don't.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I
you
do this
do, bro.
professionally,
No,
and I
you
will say
don't.
there are people
Oh,
that
no,
are
you
way
don't
more
do
knowledgeable
something
than me, and
Okay,
they're gonna
here
make
we
me
go
look
again.
Can we
crazy.
move on?
But I know way more than
Yes.
you, so the fact
I'm
that
not
you're
even
talking
Oh
to me
my
sure.
about this is
God.
crazy.
I'm not sure how we got into this in the first place. I don't know.
Cook brought up
We
nuclear energy.
got
That's how we
It's
got
kind of
there.
boring
we got
for
into it
common sense.
because Trump supporters think that we actually need to take over
Right.
Venezuela for oil.
For everything.
And the
And we
fact is
should be
that
moving
oil
away
needs to
from it anyway.
oil
Yes.
Right.
needs to stay in the ground and we need to move
Yes.
away
Well, you
from
know
it.
what?
And Donald Trump is like the oil president, which is the worst thing for the world we've ever had.
Because he's paying
When the
off his
Model T
friends.
came out, there was a cartel of people who rounded up all the horses. They were like, "We're going to take these horses because we need these horses for transportation." And they were like,
Right.
"Yeah, look, we got our hands on it." And everybody else is just
Right.
putting around in a car.
Right.
So you
And
know
the thing
they're latching onto something that is going the way of the dodo bird, and this is just a fact. The world is moving away from. They have to because there's only so much of it, and
Yep.
it's limited viability. So
Yeah.
That's fair.
it's
That's
fucking
fair
stupid.
enough.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
you
But
know
what's
that
gonna work
Because
tomorrow?
this is the thing, guys, that it's dangerous that the president of the United States, right, the leader of the free world, literally denies climate change. Literally.
Yes.
And that's
Yeah.
why we're where we're at right now. Like
Yeah.
that's a big reason.
let me
How do
just
you
make
how do
it
you
very
prove climate
clear.
change? I'm not saying I
Hold-
deny climate
hold
change,
on.
but I'm saying how do you prove
Dude, I am
climate
not
change?
gonna convince you about climate change right
Hold
now.
on.
right?
I'm not
We're
saying I'm
not
not
No,
gonna
saying
you
this
do
already.
this.
I'm
read
asking you what's your
what the
knowledge on it.
scientists have said. That's how you know
No,
about
Well,
no,
no,
climate
you
change.
don't just go on
Because
what
you know what,
scientists have
Hoodlum?
said.
You know what, Hoodlum? They predicted 40 years ago that we would be
You
where we are
slop
right
up
now with the
whatever they
weather.
tell you,
No,
and you
Hoodlum, they
haven't had
predicted
an
40
original
years
thought
ago.
in your mind
40 years
since
ago,
Wow.
they
last
told
time
us
you
this was
took a
where we
dump.
would be with the
Well,
weather
I'm
and with the
asking you, how
climate
can you prove it based
disasters.
on your knowledge?
And
Blah,
they
blah,
are
blah.
right. They were right.
ESG is
They don't
dead.
believe
We
in
are
science.
right, but right.
ESG is dead.
Fucking
Can I say
hell.
something real quick?
Sure.
You know that all this shit we're talking about is because they brainwash us. Any kind
Right.
of news source, any kind of, if you don't do your own research on this shit, it's always going to end with an argument.
Yep. Good point.
So
I'm
let me
sorry,
just
but
tell.
if you don't know how to do
Nobody wants to
research, you
fucking
can't
listen
do
to you
your own
ramble on.
research.
Listen,
Hoodlum, shut up.
ESG
No.
is dead. ESG is a failed
No.
policy. And I'm going to tell
It
you right
isn't.
now, it gets cold in the winter and it gets hot in the summer. It gets
Okay.
dark at night and it gets light during the day.
Bro,
You
you're
and all
ignoring
Not
your
everywhere.
science.
bullshit
Not
research-
everywhere.
Hoodlum.
Not
Hoodlum, you're
everywhere.
ignoring science.
Wait,
What are
is
you
the
guys
world
doing?
flat
Okay.
too, Hoodlum? Hold
ignoring
on.
people that have
Okay.
told you something, and if
All
you don't
right.
believe it, it's the end of their career.
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right.
And
What?
Tim, hey Tim,
Okay.
I gotta go. I just wanted to say thanks for letting me up, and
Yeah.
you have a blessed day. Everyone
Yeah, man.
else on the panel,
Take it easy.
Thanks for doing us
except
a
for
favor.
Cook Talk,
Have a great one.
you need to do some research. Bye bye.
He does.
See ya.
The world is flat.
You know that scientists are actually making, they're cloning, trying to successfully bring back holy mammoths right now. They're in the process of starting cloning people.
Well, what
Yeah,
the hell does that have to
but-
do with anything?
Yeah, but science is coming.
Factoid.
Our scientists, scientists or weather, we wouldn't be having all this shit. Like, we wouldn't have cell phones. We wouldn't have none of this shit.
No, I
Our
believe in science. I love science.
Well, our
because
president
it's just
doesn't, and that's
observing the
dangerous.
natural world and the universe. So I'm asking you, how do you know climate change is real based on your
Climate
understanding of
change
science?
is world because of where you toxic the air. Because global warming's world. You ever watch documentaries about the global ice, the Antarctic icebergs melting? They melt every year an inch.
Less than an
By the way,
inch.
they
It's
can
less
release
than an inch.
a virus from a
Well-
1,000 years ago nobody can hear from.
Okay. Look. The scientists do actual data, right? And they put all this stuff down. They've been talking about this since the late 1800s. This isn't a democratic plot. Okay, this is something that was theorized in the late 1800s, and with every technological advancement, that theory was proven fucking true, and has continued to be proven true. So you can ignore the scientists if you want, you can buy into the propaganda if you'd like, but that says more about you than it does anybody else. If
Well,
I have
I'm not
people
telling you
who
that I don't believe
dedicate
it.
their
I'm asking
entire
you to explain
lives
it.
who dedicate their entire lives. Go read about it. Read the scientists. Stop listening to pundits on the goddamn TV, okay?
You know, liberal, it's crazy to me that these conservatives are like, oh, it's just scientists who are afraid of losing their jobs. Well, it's oil executives who are afraid of losing their billions who have been selling you the fact that it's not true.
No, everyone making money on something is going to definitely misrepresent something to make more money,
No,
and
it's
that's
the same-
scientists or oil.
So that's okay. So
No,
you're
it's not okay.
No, it's not okay, but you're buying the side that makes money from it.
Okay, let's just disregard climate change entirely. We have to move away from oil regardless. It
I
is a
agree.
finite resource that is fucking ancient at this point. We don't
Liberal,
need it.
you know what's
We
funny?
can move past this. Whether you think climate change is real or not, we also don't like to pollute. If you were to run your car in the garage, guess what will happen if you stay in there and you shut the doors?
I think
Actually, that doesn't happen with new
we know
cars
it's
anymore.
not good for us, so let's stop spewing toxic shit into the air, whether you think it changes climate or not. And
Wait,
when
actually,
you
if
when you
you
address
Google it-
both of these things, pollution and the oil industry, and you get away from oil,
Amen.
it resolves all of those issues anyway.
Amen. Amen.
So you don't have to even believe it. I don't give a fuck. Let's not pollute and let's get off of fossil fuels. Can we do
Can I
that?
make one quick host? Can I make one quick point? In California, we closed 2 refineries. Now they closed the refinery because that one of the refineries got sued, right? And really didn't lose too much.
Nice to
Didn't
meet you,
lose.
Liberal.
What's that?
Hi.
I say hot to go.
Okay.
Oh, Luffy, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for being up
So-
here. We'll see ya.
Bye, buddy. So we had to close. Excuse me. They closed their plant after they lost a lawsuit. But do you know how many people got cancer in that area closest to the refinery?
Yeah,
And
about 2,000.
and all they were doing was living their lives on a daily basis. That's it. And now they found out that the people who've lived in that area are all have chances of having cancer that they didn't deserve. So, Cook, I don't know how you don't see how this is so important to society. They're right next to the refinery.
I don't think you've understood any points that I've been bringing up so
You're
far.
not
I
making-
never
Well,
said
you don't
that-
bring up points,
I
bro.
never said that I was pro keeping fossil fuel around for the rest of human existence. I
But
am
you're
very pro
supporting a
making
president that
renewable energy
does.
sources more available.
Cook, you're
I
support-
agree
Cook,
with nuclear
hold on.
energy being the way forward. I don't think we should rely on one simple source of energy at all. I think we should live in a world with electric, nuclear, and coal and fossil fuels, because one thing can always go away and everything has a downside. Newsflash, people get cancer when they're close to nuclear energy sources as well. It's
look,
not necessarily
I'm-
completely foolproof and safe. I'm
Okay.
not saying that. You're making
Okay.
points against something I'm not saying, and that's why I don't think you clearly
No,
understood.
no, I respect the fact that you talk you walk the line. You walk the conservative line to a T, and I'm proud of you because you learned well. You're a good student of the game. But guess what? You tell those people in Martinez, California, that them and their kids could end up having cancer. God forbid it's your children, Cook.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think you understand because I'm never making that point. I didn't make that
No,
point.
you just did. You said we need all of these. It's good for us, and it's not, bro.
Can I add something?
We do need several things to rely on. We
Can
can't
I
just
add
use
something?
one.
Yes. Okay,
whatever.
guys. Okay.
Like, that's an easy
Okay.
argument.
So I want to hear from Carson and Chip. I haven't heard from them too in a minute. So Carson, go ahead. And then Chip,
Yeah,
I'd
I
love to
just
hear
wanna
from
say-
you as well.
Jeff is completely right. And it's not just the oil or what you guys were talking about. It's literally the water. I mean, look at what he just did to Lauren Boebert, right? Because she voted to release the Epstein files, and now what is it? Her clean water bill or something about water regulations that he's denying for her constituents. Like we know that they've taken away regulations. We know that this is not safe. So it's not just people that live next to these energy sites, right? It's literally in our water and everything. And why are we removing all these regulations?
I mean, there's lots of things that any type of energy source that's put out to the public on a mass scale is going to have downsides. The issue, I think, is more of like how to dispose of the waste that we produce by producing.
Wow,
that
listen to your
or
You're not
whatever.
answering my question. Why is Donald Trump removing all of like the inspections and shit that has to be done to make sure that it's up to par? Why is he getting rid of that?
Because he got
not
paid
well
$1
versed on that
billion.
particular issue.
He got paid $1 billion by the oil companies. He has shown his track record. Why is everybody ignoring it? Especially Cook. Why are you? It's a pay to
I'm
play.
not well versed on that particular issue. That's why I'm saying that. I'm just
Would
gonna
you
be
agree
honest
with this, Cook?
Of
Cook,
course
would you
not.
agree with? Hold on a second. Would you agree with this, Cook? I'm sorry, Carl. Would you agree with this, Cook, that it's a paid to play government now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So wow. So you believe that, and do you think that's a good thing that you have a president sitting there going, "You give me some money or my family, and I'll take care of you"?
I'm not saying it's necessarily good by my own, admission. I just think, well, first of all, I want to say I'm not necessarily a hardcore conservative. I have very liberal viewpoints in certain areas. Like, for example, I was a big, pro Mary Jane guy. I didn't think that people should be thrown in jail for 30 years for sparking up a doobie, which has happened multiple times. I've been against all that type of stuff. I've been very pro personal freedoms. I don't always agree with everyone's personal freedoms.
You sound really loyal. Cook, you sound loyal, but would you vote for Trump today?
Yeah.
See, that's
Answer the
you
Did
just
you say
completely
yes?
ignore.
Okay.
Okay, see, there you go.
Carson, did you finish your point, or were you interrupted? Because my apologies, I was reading other stuff.
No, I think I basically finished my point.
Okay, now let me get to Chip. Chip, if you want to jump in there, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was dying to say something. Thanks for getting back to me.
Yeah.
So this is an issue that I've studied forever. I've been caring about environmental issues my whole life. I'm almost 60. So I've spent a crazy amount of time studying energy policy, energy mix, substitutes, technology, all this stuff. So this is the unfortunate truth that came out of that work. And I don't like that this is the reality, but it just is what it is. So I'm going to share it with you. Modern industrial economies and oil are inextricably linked together. There's like a 99.4% correlation between consumption of oil and GDP. So it's an unfortunate reality that our whole modern era has exploded population, food production, all the other development we've seen. It's all based on the discovery of this dense energy source. There are some examples where you can electrify applications, certain vehicular and mobility applications, but most industrial processes and most lubricants and distillates and this kind of thing, there is no substitute. And so the question is, we're going to have to make a tough decision. The decision we've made so far to date is to have economic growth because there's interest in banking that has to be paid off, and it's greed and all the other things. But we've, as collectively, decided that we'd rather have the lifestyle and the stuff, which is, I'm not judging it, I'm just saying this is our collective decision, versus scaling down our lifestyles. What we want is we want to stay the same. People, and it makes sense. We want to have the same standard of living, but we want to find a clean substitute that's cost effective. Those two are mutually exclusive. Now, I know people are going to say, well, what about fusion? Again, electricity can only do so much. So we either have to have less people, like when you have problems finding homes for dogs and cats, that's why they say spay and neuter, because it reduces the problem in the beginning. The more of us humans, I'm not for getting rid of humans, I'm just letting you know that as long as we have a demand issue with so many of us, we're going to have supply constraints and we're going to have difficult decisions. So this is all because we found agriculture. We didn't have this level of productivity and population growth and food surplus until we learned how to sit somewhere and grow stuff. And that was the changing point for all of human history and hierarchy. And now you have technology and fossil fuels exploded that paradigm. And we're sort of our own worst enemy. We're so smart and we're so ingenuitive that we found something that allows us to live in a way we probably weren't intended to. And here we are. So that's the stark reality. It's not taking aside. Now, by the way, as far as climate change goes, just to address that issue, here's how you know it's accurate. ExxonMobil's own internal scientists back in the 70s wrote internal memos to management warning them that one of the really negative consequences of them running this particular industry from a liability standpoint is that it's going to have devastating consequences on the stability of climatic systems over the next 5 or 6 decades. So they hid it from the public, but they didn't hide it from their executive teams. There's no reason why they would have an internal scientist come up with that conclusion because they're getting paid by the company. So the fact that it doesn't exist, we're in a predicament. And the fact that our way of life is in direct opposition to the biosphere is tragic. But
I love me some Chip.
Yeah, and just for that point, its scientists knew better. Like, this is documented. You can go look this stuff up. They did do it, and of course it wasn't good for the bottom line, so they were like, well, shut the fuck up.
Well, just to let everybody know, I wasn't necessarily denying climate change. I just wanted to know where you're
Oh
coming
God.
from, because I don't think that everyone always has an understanding of what climate change is or how we can predict it. But to Chip's point, yeah, there's been lots of things like, for example, auto companies and gasoline companies. They both knew that burning fossil fuels put lots of toxins in the air, and it gave people lots of issues, and they literally just ignored it and didn't tell anyone because they made money off of it.
So they're ignoring it like you are.
I'm not ignoring it. I acknowledge it. I
But
just
you
want
voted
you
for
to
no, you
I want you
voted
to
for a
explain to me
president.
what you're talking about.
You,
Is
you
all.
voted for a president that got rid of these EPA things because of oil companies and his relationship with oil companies.
Well,
I don't think any
let
president
me ask
sufficiently
this,
attacked that
Cook,
issue.
because earlier you were saying that Venezuela was doing things that was harmful to the U.S., and so because we need to do things that are good for us, we had the right to go in there and do that. That's what you were arguing at the beginning of this, and now you're saying that you believe that this is real and it's harmful to every human on Earth. So why do we not have to do something about that?
When did I say we don't have to do something about it?
Well, what do we need to do?
I think
Because
we
you've been
need to be
defending
less
the
reliant.
oil industry, right? Right now, you're defending the oil industry while
Well, not
simultaneously
necessarily.
claiming
So-
that you're against it.
So my position really is that we shouldn't put our eggs in one basket. I think we need to rely on multiple different types of energy. I think we just need to be less reliant on fossil fuels because it is polluting. But also with nuclear energy, in my particular field, I know what it takes to like decontaminate somewhere after nuclear spills or meltdowns, whatever occur. It takes a lot, and it's very difficult to rehabilitate the environment after. So if we
I have a
talk
question
about
for him. I have
just
a
nuclear
question.
energy, it is pretty harmful if something goes wrong.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. You're like, we need to diversify our energy, with I certainly agree with. But while we do that, let's go around and steal everybody's oil.
Well, that's a whole different thing because I think that has to tie to national security.
Bro, like I literally
God,
said the same
national
thing,
security.
and you talk shit about me not knowing how nuclear fission works.
But I do know
I'm
how it
sorry.
works, and I'm
Does
talking
anybody-
about it,
like,
and you don't, and you're talking about it.
Am I fucking losing my mind? Did you not just talk shit for the last 3 minutes about me saying, oh, Trump cut the green energy, so we're going to dump all of our shit into oil and gas?
What is green
But
energy?
I think that we should also look into nuclear fission. We should also look into, water. I don't understand.
Cook has been doing this the whole time. Now, Sparky, I am so sorry. You came up here a while ago. I don't think you've talked yet. Would you like to jump in there? Yeah, because you've been sitting here for a minute, Sparky. Sparky.
Yeah, I will here in just a second. I'm in the middle of a kid swap.
Okay.
Host, can I ask?
It's better to get
Host, can
other
I ask
people's
Chip-
kids. Just gotta say.
Host, can I ask Chip a question? How does Chip feel about other countries now that we've done this is gonna impact our dollar? Because you realize that a lot of countries have bought like bonds in our country. I don't know why they let these countries do this, but okay, they bought lots of bonds. They can affect our dollar at a drop of a hat. Another example could be Canada. They supply energy right to the Upper East Coast. Why do we build these types of relationships, Chip, in your opinion?
Well, it's a good question, but the bigger picture, just to step back for a second, is that dollar supremacy has been around since Bretton Woods after World War II. So there's a little place in New Hampshire where a bunch of international banks met, and they decided that the dollar, everything would be pegged to that, gold, et cetera. So ever since then, we've been the world's reserve currency. And so dollars have made it into every nook and cranny globally. There's a huge float of US dollars. Obviously, if you're doing business on the international stage and you have a government who has the reserve currency, they're able to create currency to buy goods. So you have to accept from them something that's going down in value because there's more of them being created. And that's a bad deal for you. So what you're going to do is try to find your way out from under that relationship. So you're going to slowly try to work your way out from it. It's not easy because it's been in place forever. And a lot of people have a lot of money in dollars in the commerce system. The US, for those who don't know, have a settlement system called SWIFT. It's like the interbank system for settling commodity trades, mostly oil. And so if you want to transact in oil, it's done in dollars and you have to use SWIFT. So what the U.S. has done is it's weaponized its own systems against countries it doesn't like, including Venezuela, by the way, and it
Right.
excludes countries like Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, North Korea from SWIFT. So they have to go through other ways. Imagine if you couldn't use your debit card, you couldn't use cash, you had to find a way to get stuff. It's like it just makes it very difficult to do business. So the dollar has been devalued over 99.4% since 1913 when the Federal Reserve was put in place. So we know what's happening with inflation now. It's getting worse. So the problem is we export that inflation globally. So right now, in terms of who buys our assets, we do auction off treasury bonds and treasury bills, and anybody can buy them. But as far as that goes, one of the big reasons for this operation, I'm glad you brought up the dollar, was because of the dollar. There's an emerging bloc, for those who don't know, called BRICS. It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. They're trying to work their way out from under this paradigm. I mean, who wants to be in this on the wrong end of a bad deal? So they're trying to create an alternative to the U.S. dollar settlement system, the transaction system, as well as the actual basket of stuff that'll make transactions possible without devaluation. The U.S. doesn't want that because we like the privilege we have. And by the way, it's great for you and I, because the moment this changes, and it is changing, but the moment it goes the wrong way, we're fucked. Our standard of living is going to drop precipitously. But it's not going to be the fault of countries who own treasuries. They can play a role in dumping their debt. But in the end, it's the printing of dollars to meet finance obligations that we don't meet through our own revenue. That's our problem. We're overspending. And so the difference is being made up through printing of money, which is why we're having so much inflation. One last point, and I'll drop it. So why does Venezuela matter in that paradigm? Well, the biggest proponents of this alternative system, of course, is Russia, China, India, these different countries. So Venezuela was one of a huge alignment with them. It was doing transactions in Chinese currency and other currencies outside of the SWIFT system, and they have a huge reserve of oil that we can use to process in our refineries, which is what they're geared towards. And they have to sell that oil to our competitors is an issue, as well as transacting in non-US dollar currency with the largest reserves on the planet. It's going in the wrong direction. So that puzzle piece, that chess piece, was taken off the board and put on our side.
So that was thank you.
To some extent, you agree with me.
No, you're missing the point here. The point is that stranglehold on the dollar can continue, first of all. Secondly, there are other countries, as Chip has mentioned, that are fighting to compete with the American's dollar.
Yeah,
right.
That's a bad thing for us.
Well, yes, but keep in mind, none of what Chip just said, Donald Trump said. Donald Trump
He doesn't
said
have to say
exactly.
it. Look at his actions.
No. Please, Cook, come on. Donald Trump told you exactly why he went into Venezuela. It was not about the dollar at the time. You have to understand, he's just paying back his friends, his cronies.
How
The
do you
dollar
prove
is
that?
hold on. Oh God, if you haven't, okay, I'm not going to go there with you. That's a dumb argument. Okay, so
It's
let
not
me
a dumb
just,
argument.
no, it is, Cook, and you need to go to sleep soon. Okay, so I think really that if you truly look at what Chip just said, we should be focusing on the American dollar. And do you know, prior to Mr. Trump, we were one of the most consumptive countries, meaning we consume goods. That's it. And I want Chip to talk about this too. We consume goods, and we were damn good at it. And we were one of the most wealthiest countries to consume goods. And China was the person who made those goods.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to ask Chip another question, because he's really educating here.
Wait, I want to ask you a
Sorry,
question.
Tracy.
So how do we fix this inflation?
Stop spending money you don't have.
So what does that look like?
That's not going to happen. But
What does that look like in process?
They're
in
printing,
practice?
printing the money. You have to stop doing that.
So that means all the other things that we're doing with that
I heard
money
my
go
name.
to the wayside.
Hello. I'm
Tracy
sorry.
wants to talk.
I'm sorry. There's breaking news. ICE just murdered a citizen in Minnesota. I sent you. I recorded it off of YouTube, and I sent you the little clip. So.
Is it a
Tracy, now I gotta
video? Wait,
watch
is
TV.
it a video of the actual pew-pewing, or
Yes.
there's
Yes.
video of them pew-pewing?
I sent it to you so that you
Okay.
can look at it and discern for yourself. I'm not
MS now.
hold on, I'm not a tech person, so I did the best that I could with it. It's not on like the news media. Like this just happened.
Yeah, we
Yeah, it's
already
on the
covered.
news. It's on MS
we
now.
already covered it. I put the article of it and the picture of the car with the gunshot. But you're saying that you have video of the actual pew-pewing?
Yes, check in your messages. And
Okay, I'm watching it now. Let me see.
Hey, just on a sidebar while we're all waiting, remember, we all paid 50% more for our coffee, so Trump's buddy might be able to get out of jail. So don't think for 1 minute anything he does is for America.
Oh yeah,
You guys say
Cook
stuff
is-
like that.
Cook
You
is-
sound like the conservatives that literally say the same thing, but in opposition to Kamala Harris with Trump. You guys sound like the whole.
Oh, wait.
He don't care about America.
Did you hear
I
that?
think that's the shooter. I
Yep.
think that's the shooter.
Wait,
So
can
they
you do it
just
one more
shot
time?
her
I'm
in the
sorry.
head.
And okay, so what they're going to claim is that this person was trying to run that officer over, but you can very clearly see that they were trying to avoid all of them.
Yeah.
Is that we
Yeah.
get to stand in front of your vehicle and you don't get to go anywhere, and if you move your car, we get to unalive you, a U.S. citizen. This is what they're going to argue.
You're looking at
Florida has laws
fascism now,
about
guys.
people in the streets.
There's a little bit more. No ICE officer was in front of her vehicle, and when they did that, like the car kept going for a little bit. I mean, it happened in front of everybody.
No,
It's
there is an ICE officer in front of that vehicle.
Oh, there is in
Yes,
front.
yes. Well, they moved to the side, but yes. So look, watch when the car
Okay.
when the
I'm
car
sorry.
moves. Do you see the person right next to the vehicle? And
Yeah,
now
but
the
it's not
vehicle was shot at the front.
It
was
maybe I
shot
should
at the
go
front.
inside.
So let me
You can
here. Let
clearly
me
hear the shot.
Yeah, you can hear the
When-
shot. And now let me pull up the picture because this will give trajectory information. 1 second.
Maybe I should go try and re-record it. Oh, there's a shit.
There'll be others.
Okay, so
yeah,
so here we go, and that's why we hadn't talked about it much because there, the information is just coming out, and the information going to be shit. So you can see where that gunshot went through that window. So it was shot at from the front or probably to the side a little bit.
Yes, to the side
Right.
because the
So-
way things went, there's red stuff all over the airbag.
You think?
Yeah. So okay. So then we go back. So we know like the trajectory of the bullet. So
I'm
let's.
not sure. I can re-record it and try to make it a little bigger. I just wanted to get the news out to somebody reliable before. I didn't know if they're going to try to take it down off YouTube or.
They will. They will.
They probably
will.
Yeah, because see,
Absolutely.
this is
I was just cleaning house and I was like, "Holy!"
Wait. So
fuck.
wait. Did you record this?
Yes, I
This is
recorded
your
this-
video.
No, she
Well-
recorded.
No.
I was listening to Valenti. I was just, I was cleaning house. I was vacuuming, and I looked up, and then I saw this. I stopped vacuuming. I backed the video up a little bit. That's on YouTube, and I recorded it on my phone, and then I used the TikTok camera, and then I immediately checked to see if you were having a live, and you're on here, so I sent it to you in the messages.
Well, I appreciate that. Let me. I'm going to try to find the actual. Do you know who posted the video that you recorded it from? Because I'll just pull it up here.
Yes, hold on.
The Minneapolis mayor saying get the hell out of our city.
Okay, here. Let me.
If you would give
Let's-
me your name and kind of look over this way instead of at the phone. Sure.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
My name is
Okay, here. All right, everybody mute up.
I'm gonna go ahead and go, guys. Thanks for having me up.
Thank you, Cook.
Okay. So just tell me in general, what did you see out here this morning?
I'm sorry. Do what, Tracy?
No, I'm trying to go back. I'm going to tell you who it posted the video
Thanks
and
for
at
the
what
hat.
time, so
Okay.
that you can see it yourself.
Yeah, because when I search it on YouTube, it's just local TV stations. I can't find any video of it necessarily, but let's.
I have
This is a
1 month
witness.
at home, so
This is a
I was
witness.
just getting up. He had woken me up, and was getting dressed when I heard all of the horns and the whistles.
Hold
And
on,
I'd
I'm
heard
going.
horns.
Do what?
I'm gonna mute for a second because my dogs are acting up.
Okay.
Passed through before as people follow ICE vehicles through the city, but they stayed. They kept going, and so I figured whatever was happening right outside. So I started watching through the window. There was a red Honda Pilot, maroon. There were two people
Today,
in
Junior.
ICE agents, presumably. One was by the passenger side of the vehicle, one was by the driver's side of the vehicle. And there was a handful of black and white SUVs, license plates on some of them, front license plates removed, parked sort of kittywampus in the street.
Kittywampus.
And I watched as a third person in full camo come and pull several times on the door handle, at which point the red vehicle reversed a few feet and started driving around, and the person who was by the driver's side originally, not the man who pulled on the door, but who was originally there, shot through the driver's side window 3 times, and the car drove down the street a little bit more and then swerved into a car and then ultimately a telephone pole.
Okay, so what that tells me is that the bullet hole, if what this person is saying is accurate, was the exit. Because
that might not have been a bullet hole too. It could have been snow on the windshield.
No. It's very clearly a bullet
It
hole.
looked. I mean, it looked like one. I'll give you that.
Yeah, no, it's very clearly a bullet hole. Let me pull up the
expand it.
He said 3 times that they fired. So
I heard 3 shots.
and she was unalived.
It's
Was it a woman?
It's something to understand here. This is the form of fascism that's we're starting to see. And
Well,
you really got to be concerned about these kind of steps, because these are the ones, in my opinion, that are the only thing that it scares me so much about his administration.
That is a
that's
bullet
just an
hole.
opinion.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, buddy.
Well, ICE is being trained to beat down the mass of hordes.
Here's the thing. That bullet hole is not, I don't think, the exit from the driver's window, because look at where it's at in relation to the metal beam that's coming down. Like it's on where the curve is going this way, and it's going like that way. So I don't see how that could be an exit. Does anybody understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do. It kind of looks like it's pushed in, not pushed out.
Well, in the, even if the person was like, diagonal ways behind the door, pew-pewing that way, I don't know how it would.
Didn't they say that the woman who was unalived was a citizen?
Yes, it's a U.S. citizen.
And the fact is that Obama and Biden were both more effective in deporting actual criminal undocumented people than Donald Trump is. And Donald Trump is making his private prison industry buddies really rich. He's hiring unqualified people, and we now have terrorists like going through our streets under a government official permission. And it's awful. It's awful.
DeSantis has kept Alligator Alcatraz under state purview, so all those federal dollars are going into the state coffers.
No, they have to go to the private prison.
No, but the state of Florida owns Alligator Alcatraz. I read a thing on it the other day. The state is collecting the federal dollars for housing these people.
Oh, wow.
And I'm sure they're charging a buttload for the use of the landing strip.
Wow.
And you got to keep in mind, guys, this is a big step.
Look, watch this. This is crazy.
Where's the NRA? What happened to the NRA? Did they just dry up?
I love liberal.
Other than what I have communicated.
So ICE is now getting ambushed.
I know that I got there shortly after this call came in.
I think this person is
I did not see
live.
anyone else with her while I was on the scene. However, I've since been told by our officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
Mayor, just
Wow.
curious if you're thinking about.
Crazy.
Hold on, let me go back because
And it's so
I saw somebody was
unnecessary.
being punched in that crowd of people.
I got
It's
there
so
shortly after the
unnecessary.
situation.
Yeah, right
that
here.
The need for deadly force would be necessary.
So they're getting up in the face of those officers, and then this dude's about to get punched.
I wish Cook was up here now.
The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen.
I don't know what
any
that's about.
information other than what I have communicated.
Yeah, ICE agents ambushed. Oh, please. This fucking these worthless pieces of dog shit still simping for this
Exactly.
motherfucker. Like people ask, how did how did Germans ever be okay with that? Well, now we know. Now we
Right.
know.
Right. That's exactly the point,
It's the
liberal.
same goddamn thing.
Yes, it really is in a lot of ways. People are ignoring this. That's why fascism in the United States is a real thing and it's a possibility. It really is. It's a possibility.
It comes
It's
back.
here now.
It
Yeah.
comes back to like when Athens and Sparta fought. Sparta won, and what ended up happening after that was Socrates took to the streets and started asking questions. He was like, how do we make a good society? Because Athens was the society of education and science and inquiry and learning, and Sparta was might is right. And so when Sparta won, Socrates was like, what the heck just happened? Like, we got overtaken by this violent society. And so he went to the streets and started asking questions. And from him, Plato recorded his questions, recorded his learning, and taught other people. And then we had Aristotle. And if you can think about three pieces of fruit, you can think about a watermelon, you can think about a cantaloupe in the middle, and you can think about a grape. And what Aristotle said was that for every virtue, so everything defined as a virtue, things such as honesty, loyalty, truth, whatever, that there is a golden mean. And the golden mean is the cantaloupe in the middle. Like, you can have just enough of it. If you have too much honesty, you're going to drive away friends, right? Your butt is fat.
That's
you know.
true.
And if you have too little honesty, nobody's going to trust anything.
Here we go.
They think you're weak.
Right.
Here we go.
And so with loyalty too.
Wait.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah. Wow.
That was a murder.
Wow,
Wait, one more time,
that
go
is
back, please. One
absolute
more time,
fuck.
I'm
Now,
sorry.
God, I'm probably gonna get. My live is
Or-
probably
no,
gonna get
don't.
Yeah,
taken
be
down.
careful. Be careful. Be careful.
Yeah.
So was
So
it the right side of the screen on the right side?
right here.
Because I think I was looking towards the left.
No, it's on the left. It's on the driver's side. Look, this person is
Oh, I
trying
see,
to
I see
block
it.
the way. There's two people on that side, and he straight up just an execution.
Nobody was in front of the
Look at that.
vehicle.
He
No.
literally
Guy
walked
got out
in
of
front
this-
of it,
the
right?
SUV.
Yeah, he
and
put
stepped
himself in front of that fucking vehicle and gets
I don't think
out
he
of
was
the
ever
way.
in front.
And no, he was right here, right in front of the
No,
vehicle.
he was by the
it's more
by
than
the
being
passenger door.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Look, watch.
Driver.
Real close. This person is realizing they want to get out of there, so they back up, and in front of that vehicle is that man right there, and he pulls out his gun, and MAGA is going to say it was justified because this
Right.
person is going forward while this agent is in front of that vehicle, and despite the fact that that man was able to get out of the way, which he does do right there, you can see he pulls himself right out the way and starts shooting.
See, our solvency is being taken in a lot of ways with this type of situation, right? Because they don't tell the American people, please, if someone pulls you up, they don't even communicate with the American people. If you get pulled over, please acknowledge that and just
There
let
he
them
is
do
right
their
there.
work.
There's that motherfucker right there.
Murder.
Well,
He sure
there's
looks tough with that mask on, doesn't he? There's enough of his face exposed, though, to identify him.
Right here.
But are
This
there
piece
going
of
to be
fucking
trials?
shit. Let me no.
In California, you can't wear a
Was he
mask
pointing a
anymore.
gun at the crowd now?
No.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
Dude, they hired these people to be a militia.
And no, look,
basically.
he's about to get in his car and he's about to get the fuck out of there.
Of course.
Yeah, he's
After
got to
he
get on
just
the gnome
unalived
jet
someone,
and get
that
out
can't
of
be
town.
protocol.
It's not protocol. It's never protocol.
No, I know,
I
but and then
can't
especially
I can't show this part.
Okay. Americans are going to be scared. That's why they run, because they don't want to be misunderstood or misrepresented and then taken into jail.
Before it's
I understand
scrubbed,
that.
I'm going to download this because it will
Absolutely.
be scrubbed.
Yeah.
This
And that's
is
another thing. Liberal, you bring up a great point, dude. The news today, and this is why you're so effective, the news today is going to scrub everything they don't want you to see. Again, fascism is just gloating in our country, right? It's horrible. It's horrible.
Yes, rah rah. I will post it in the Discord.
Well, if the mayor isn't asking for his arrest and investigation,
Guys, that officer will be found not guilty.
Right.
there won't
doesn't-
even
doesn't
be
matter.
any trial. There will be
No,
no trial.
there
will
won't
be no
be.
Be able to
charges.
walk away.
It's like, oh, you happened to be in front of this vehicle when they were doing a 3-point turn? If that person was trying to unalive anybody, they would have kept reversing and they would have done it violently.
You know, they should also carry street chains with them. You know what those are, right? With the spikes? They
Yeah.
should carry them with them then. Throw it in front of the car if they want to. They should not have to be trained to bring out a physical weapon. You know, it just doesn't make a lot of sense if they're not being truly
Yeah.
threatened and somebody's trying to get away
She
from them.
was shot right in the face. That was an execution.
it was an icy road. How fast and how far is she really going to get?
Right.
You
I
got
don't think
Right.
the majority of these people are trained at all.
This is
Well, the
fucking
thing is-
disgusting.
Oh, I agree with
They
you
were
there.
going to take her. You guys said she was a U.S. citizen, right? The thing is, they were going to take her no matter what, just like they are in all these videos. So even though the
Right.
protocol would be like to follow her or to do whatever, that's just literally they're at the point where they just want the head counts. And
Now,
it doesn't matter. She's not leaving, so he pulled out the pew pew. That's what it comes down to.
To the 4 people in my Discord that I trust, I'm posting it in there now.
Right.
You guys can download that, what have you, the full video. I thought about actually just saying if you want an invite, you got to pay like 50 to
if they
100
go
bucks.
into the wrong neighborhood that is organized, this could be the start of something bigger.
Oh, absolutely there. That's a fact.
That's one thing about
Thorn.
Americans. It doesn't matter right, left, or center. They are armed.
Real
And
quick,
these guys are walking around like they're king shit, and you know, it's going to get
Keep
ugly
their-
before it gets any better.
Absolutely.
real quick, Thorn, my Discord is private because of liberals that hate me. It's not open to anybody, but that's why I said I was thinking about, if somebody wanted to be in the Discord, they could put their money up to, to tell me that either
Liberals
they're
that
willing
hate you?
to. Oh yeah. Fucking
Really?
yes.
Dude, I've followed you for a long time. I don't really get that.
Oh yeah,
I
no,
don't get
it's many group. People that follow the show and have followed it for a while. Yeah, DJ,
Wow.
did you get kicked? Because I kicked like everybody at one point. I think I was almost to 100 people. I got like 4 in there now because they sent in fucking moles to just sending screenshots. So I'm just like fucking. But here's the thing: I'm working on. Well, I won't divulge that yet. That'll come later.
I'd
But
like
anyway,
to bring up a point. Can I bring up something while we're going on about this? What was Maduro's disapproval rating in Venezuela?
Well, that's a tough question on that kind of thing, right?
I think
What
it
does
was
approval
low.
mean? What does approval mean for a dictator?
Well, Trump is a dictator at this point. Like, honestly, I don't know. And maybe, Trip,
Well,
if you're
we know
listening, you can
his.
answer my question. But I don't think we know what it would have looked like or what it could look like under Maduro without the crippling U.S. sanctions. Like, without U.S. intervention
Right.
from all of these decades in Venezuela, we have no idea what this socialist or even communist, if you want to call it, government will look like.
Well, it
Being that
started
there's
out
no
socialist,
corruption,
and the
right?
oligarchy got a hold of it and took it over. Just similar to what's going on here.
It's too bad because we were on a really
that's
hot
why
discussion here.
It's just annoying to hear people like, "Oh, he's so bad, the shithole country, and he's a dictator." Why don't we take our part of the responsibility in that?
Well,
I mean,
they're
why do we
just
keep falling for the same shit where we destabilize a country, turn it into a shithole country, right? And then turn around and say, "Look how bad they are. Look how inferior they are."
They're taking the attention away from the economy and what's going on with the files. That's why they do this.
It was on the
and then
same day
there
of
are
the
some
deadline
there
for
are
the
some
file.
economic reasons, obviously, but it like I was we were talking about earlier about the dollar. That's what you have to focus on. How is this affecting the dollar? Because the dollar is going to affect your life.
The dollar's going down right now.
Yeah, I wanted to. We were on a roll with Chip. But,
I'm sorry.
Things happen.
Yeah, Chip, what are your thoughts about the video and what you just saw? Like, what are your thoughts? Assuming you saw it.
Well, yeah, I saw it. I don't know what happened in the totality of the interaction prior to the shot that started, but I do think that it's probably most likely that there was. These guys tend to overreach. They have this idea that they have the authority from the president, and therefore they can kind of wear a mask and do whatever the hell they want with no accountability. So it looks to me like somebody probably didn't listen to what the person told it, because I think he said, "What, get out of the car," in a different way, and. But I don't think using lethal force in that moment could have possibly been justified unless she had done something prior to that to hurt somebody and she was trying to do it again.
Right, and you remember, people are scared, right, Chip? I mean, let's just be honest, American citizens are a little bit antsy. So if somebody comes up to their car and they're just a normal citizen and they're thinking, shit, if they take me and put me in a jail, you get scared.
Yeah. The entire Hispanic demographic is terrified in their houses. I mean, this is literally some Yahtzee shit.
I don't leave my house without my passport because of it.
Yeah, this is
apparently
crazy.
Right now having a passport doesn't work either. They'll say they're forged until they haul you in.
Well, this is a U.S. citizen.
They've arrested many. They've arrested.
Yeah, well,
They don't care.
now
They'll hold U.S. citizens for 90 days just to pay the for-profit prison companies for 90 days of holding, which is about $800 a day.
Shot that person right in the face.
Yeah,
That's
and like I said earlier, the road's icy, snowed over. How far are they going to get and how fast are they going to go?
I mean, I respect Chip. He's not overreacting to the situation. I get it, his comments, but I mean, Chip, you must agree that these types of method and this strong arming situations without any type of real, investigating prior to shooting, that's a fascist move. I mean, let's be perfectly candid.
I'm very troubled with how they're enforcing immigration. I think it's outrageous. I think the fact that they're masked agents. I mean, you shouldn't be able to hide your identity with no identification and come up on people in any situation and not expect to get pow-powed back.
Well, in California, it's January 1st. You cannot wear a mask in California for any law enforcement at all.
You can't tell the difference between a roving bag bunch of guys and officers. I mean, Americans are going to eventually stand up and protect themselves. It's just going to happen.
Yep.
And they're wearing the mask because they want to. Because if you notice, they're not all wearing them. You know what I mean? So it's just the more cowardly ones that are wearing them.
The more unique question here is, was this a liberal person or a conservative
Okay,
person.
so our thanks to our partner.
Yeah, somebody said they were a legal observer. And here's the thing, like unlawful orders, are we just, the police can tell you to do anything that they want. The person wasn't being pulled over. I mean, is
Yes,
ICE
they have
traffic? Do
yes.
they have traffic? Are they able to pull you over for traffic violations?
They can pull you over for anything, bro.
No,
ICE?
does
I
not
don't
have
think you can.
jurisdiction.
No, I don't think they
No.
have the ability to do that.
They
They're
do.
not
Yeah,
supposed
they
to,
cannot
but they
conduct
do.
traffic stops.
They have been doing
Right.
checkpoint stops.
I was gonna say liberal. You know they're doing it, bro.
But they're not supposed to, and therefore whatever
Right.
orders are unlawful. And look up a
Amen.
case named Bad Elk. They tried to arrest a dude. He unalived the officers trying to arrest him. Supreme Court agreed with the guy.
Yeah.
This was back, fucking 1800s, 1700s, whatever. But U.S. v. Bad Elk.
Yeah. It's fascinating that the American people are putting up with so much already.
I agree 100% with that one.
And so
I mean, this is-
Somebody sticks their head in my car, they're going to get a surprise, and I'm as liberal as they come.
now, let me see. APAC is requesting up. Is anybody?
Go ahead and drop me down. Go ahead, you can drop me down.
Thank you, Sparky. I appreciate it.
Take care.
Yeah. See ya. Now what? I heard a question.
Yes, I just have a quick question for Chip and you, if that's okay, and I'll bounce and you give my spot to somebody.
Sure.
With the deployment of this civilian force called ICE, and with the deployment of military forces all across America in different states and cities and whatnot, how far would you say America is from being a communist or dictatorship or something other
We're
than
already there. We're already there.
And,
We do not have. Hold on. We do not have.
Can I just finish the question, Tracy, and I'll leave?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah. And if it is already there, like, how close are we to a civil war, or is there a possibility of a revolution? Thank you very much. Love to see a beautiful panel. You guys are awesome. Keep up the beautiful talk.
Yeah, thanks, Semite. I appreciate the question. I think I think Tracy is right that we're here now. It doesn't look like a normal dictator would look, but I think after this shot heard around the world here, revolution is more likely, because if ICE is just going to shoot you in the face for trying to get away from an unlawful act being perpetuated by this dictatorial government, then your life doesn't matter. Like, they're not going to protect you. They're just going to unalive you if you don't comply. So, I know. Yeah. And
I just wanted to say, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, and anybody else is welcome to answer that too. I know me and Chip is who he asked, but go ahead to that person.
About what you said, the fact that it's already happening, and a revolution basically is brewing. But I think that they're aware of that, and that's why now I'm so worried about this. I don't know how much you guys know about it, but I think it was the executive order that he just passed for like internal domestic terror threats, and it had like really vague language, like anti-human values, anti-religion. Like, I think they're taking the steps in order to control the same thing with like the Palantir and all this shit, to make sure that they keep us from revolting.
Yeah, absolutely. They're setting it up, and we have to be very, very careful. I mean, there's not a whole lot we can do per se, but it's happening right now. He's setting up areas so that they can control that kind of stuff, and then having that and ICE together and putting $1 billion into ICE, they're also financed. So you can't ignore any of these moves. Whether or not you think it'll end up truly being this type of leadership or not, it's leaning. It's leaning. Chip, what do you think?
And to anybody that says this isn't a dictatorship, look what the followers of this man did. Watch what they do. That is the U.S. flag.
What they do.
And they dropped it on the ground. And there's a Trump flag that they put in its place.
Is this at the White House?
Yes, this was on January 6th.
January 6th.
No, I can't. Oh, okay. But
So-
still, oh my God.
So the base sees Donald Trump as being more than and better than the United States. And he knows it.
Yep. Party before country.
Oh God, I feel sick.
You said it, bro. Don't feel sick, Tracy. We just have to keep an eye on everything. That's what they want you to do. If you start to get mentally weak, that's what it's all about.
Well, that's what I was talking about with Aristotle's view of how to create a civilized society. Like, he thought that the perfect place for everything, all virtues, was in the middle with the cantaloupe. And the Trump supporters have gone all the way to the watermelon with loyalty, which means there's no accountability for Donald Trump. He can break the law any way he wants to. He can say anything he wants to. He can do anything he wants to. And they are at the watermelon with both loyalty, and the other virtue is trust. So they don't have a little bit of distrust of him, or they're not examining him for what moves he might be making that are dishonest. They are all the way with too much trust and too much loyalty to a man who has his whole life shown that he's nothing but greedy and perverted. And they don't believe it because they're all in on loyalty and all in on trust. And we can't get to them. And what Aristotle determined after the war between Athens and Sparta was that that is the way to create societal collapse and chaos. And that's where we are.
Well, I mean, I think you also it goes deeper than that, and I'll briefly state that I'm not saying anything any of us don't know already. Okay, so I'm not saying anything nuanced or new. It comes down to it. All our lives, I'm Mexican. All our lives, all my white friends were told how terrible slavery was, and how by 2050, white people will be a minority. And that scares people who are less educated. That really does. Their way of life, their children, their grandchildren, I mean, he gave them permission to, all their whole lives they've been told you're bad if you're racist. Well, I'm Mexican, and there's times that I am, and I'm a liberal. Okay? So I hide that, but these Republicans now are given carte blanche to be what and who they truly want to be, and that's powerful. And if you were told that the way you look or the people that you know all around you are going to be the minority in 20 years,
Yep.
and if you had someone to help you to try to can't stop it, but at least damn near, put a halt to it,
Yep.
And these people are very uneducated. 52% of the Republican electorate, think about this, 52% of the Republican electorate only has a high school education or less. Now, I get it. School isn't for everyone. But that is a giant segment of 77 million people that voted for this guy.
Well, Chico, think about
don't have a high school education.
Chico, think about this. The red states that are the poorest in our
19 out
country.
of 21 dumbest poor states are Republican states.
Right.
73% of our GDP comes from either a blue state, blue city, or blue county.
Right. And they don't look. They don't even.
They will in order to keep their way of life and the way they look, and those around the way that the white, they will sink the ship. Yep. If they don't get it, we'll blow it up. They'd rather blow it up than give it away. Just like T groups.
Yeah.
I have a theory about that too, and that is that racism, as it's been promoted in this country.
Hey, so I gotta go back to work. Bye, guys.
Bye, Chico.
That racism, as it's been promoted in this country, has now caused generations and generations of inbreeding among white people. and they are only two generations away from not being able to do anything but bark.
I have a feeling TikTok won't like that statement. We'll see how quickly the violations come. I'm so sick of that shit.
I mean, I'm serious. Like inbreeding is a thing. When you do it with dogs, like
Hold on, don't bring it down. Don't bring them
Yorkshire
down.
Terriers, like Yorkshire Terriers, when you breed those, my grandma used to breed those, and she used to try and find a male Yorkshire Terrier from across the country, like the East Coast, and she would have him brought in to breed with her female Yorkshire Terrier, and the puppies that she had, even at that extended length of trying to get a good Yorkshire Terrier, she would maybe get one that would be okay and viable. The rest of them, like their heads would grow, but their bodies wouldn't, and they'd have to be put down. And to me, that's where YT people are. Like,
well, we have proof of this inbreeding. We have proof of this inbreeding.
Yeah, inbreeding doesn't.
Wait, what proof?
Hey, TikTok, we love shopping on your shop. We love the TikTok shop.
Inbreeding does not work with the
My daddy is my cousin too. My daddy is my cousin too.
My second cousin.
My third cousin.
So you're telling me that my dogs don't know who their baby daddy is? They're going to be upset. They're going to be
as long as
very
TikTok isn't.
upset.
Now,
as long as TikTok isn't. Did you hear Poet Girls?
I think those are really gross jokes. I live down here in the South, and we do not.
Me too, and I'm not offended because it's literally true.
We don't know.
Oh, that's my cousin talking.
It's
Hi,
not
cuz.
everyone, Tracy. It's not all of us, but this is a problem. We have a problem in our community with this. It's literally a fact, Tracy. We don't have to be offended. I'm also in the South, and I'm white.
Yeah, I'm YT too, and I'm telling you that the IQ is low, the abilities are lower, everything's lower. I mean, look at this administration. Like, it's all these YT idiots, and it's like, no, we're just getting dumber with every generation because the racism has decided that the Yorkshire Terriers can't be mutts or something, and so they're just looking for other Yorkshire Terriers. And now, after so many generations of racism, 400 years of it, yeah, we're done.
I don't know. I don't think inbreeding is like as prevalent as maybe you're saying, but it's.
I'm sorry, but you know what? When I did my DNA, like 85% Irish. Now in the whole wide world, YT people are only 7% of the population. So that 7% has used racism and the excuse of superiority to go ahead and keep breeding with the 7%. I'm sorry, but if we haven't diversified, like, thankfully my kids are mixed, but if they weren't, I mean, we're just getting dumber with every generation, and we see this, like, these people setting up, oh, this is a YT community and only YT people get to move here. Their kids are going to be like walking with one leg shorter than the other if they can walk at all, and they're not going to be able to talk. They're just going to go,
Wait, I don't know about all this.
Poet, who did you
My
use?
daughter's 100%.
Who did you? I'm sorry,
She's
Carl.
fine.
Poet, who did you use for your lineage?
100% white? Is that what you
I
said?
was always.
Or like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm white, her dad's white. Like, she doesn't have any issues. So I don't know if it's like that imminent that we're all gonna,
like 23andMe, I think.
Okay, because they're a different one. If you go to the other ones, they're owned by Mormons.
I think really it's just literally a joke. I don't think it's meant to be like 100% serious.
No, I'm serious.
At first I thought she was kidding.
People, yeah,
But-
2 generations from now, white people won't be able to talk.
I
They'll just be,
disagree.
like, barking.
Yeah, I disagree.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Wait, did you hear those white people?
I heard them. I heard those I heard her children in the background.
Sorry.
My white family in the background.
I had to.
Yeah, you hear? Yeah.
The Amazon man comes and my child may speak up too. So.
So what the fuck? I don't even know what's happening right now.
Daddy. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
What the fuck is going on here? It's saying there's a vehicle detected in my driveway. Anyway, okay, moving on. APAC. Welcome up, man. Welcome in. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'm not sure if this was discussed, but I just read that Nicolas Maduro's next court date is on St. Patrick's Day. So I thought it was ironic when people out there, drinking and stereotypically, and this guy's over in court. So I thought it was an interesting fun fact.
And Trump is going to use the images of St. Patrick's Day celebrations to say, see, they're celebrating Maduro being in court.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think I think a lot of it boils down to the fact that China has 4 times the population, has 4 times the computer software engineers, and it's just a competitive influence play. So, and I think the U.S. under Trump feels like, well, we're losing influence around the world increasingly, and I think they and I'll land here. I think they anticipate that China will go after Taiwan and will be successful, and that same thing Russia with Ukraine, and be able to annex lands. And they're like, well, if they're doing it, let's get on the same bandwagon. So and kind of use that. But I mean, that's just my thoughts. I don't agree with how he's doing things.
I've also said
I feel like you're giving them too much credit too.
No, I've said the same thing since the beginning.
Hey,
I
Misty.
think that he looks at Putin and he wants to do what Putin's doing, because we all know he wants to be Putin. So I think you're right, APAC.
Yeah, because if you think about it, right? So the UN are international laws. You're playing by norms that are predictable. And again, I do not agree with what Trump's doing, but I'm just saying that this is probably his logic. So he's like, all right, well, they're going to anticipate next move. Instead of putting things up to a vote, in the UN in regards to Maduro, let me just do something, unpredicted. Grab them, use them as a kind of like a poker chip, and then just be aggressive towards Greenland and Venezuela. So with Venezuela, that gives you some influence over Russia and China. Greenland gives you some bargaining power over the EU. So I mean that's kind of like what I think is in the backdrop.
Yeah, it's a 3-pronged thing. He's saying, China, you take what you want. Russia, you take Ukraine, and we're going to take the rest. And we'll see how we all handle that.
Yep.
And then they're leaving Europe out on their own.
I mean, I guess we'll see.
I saw
go
a
ahead.
post. Did we really bomb Iran, or no? Was that a AI post?
Like today, I mean, we've bombed
Yesterday?
it before.
No. I think yesterday.
I don't think so. Not that I saw.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I feel like I would have seen it if that had happened. Now,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
is going on in Iran is, they're de-dollarizing. Like a lot of their shopkeepers were having to use dollars instead of their own currency. And there's mass protests at their Grand Bazaar, which, we saw this happen back in 1953, also with a little helping hand from the U.S. government. So, I'm seeing what's going on, and I feel like, U.S. and Israel are doing this, but who knows? Just another, it's
I was asked.
more regime change.
Yeah, that MAGA said they didn't want, right? Until they did.
Right. Until Trump did it, and they're like, I've got to agree with Trump,
America
whatever it
first.
is. Yeah. If Trump said it, must be good.
Because he just tastes so good in my mouth.
They create conspiracies around what he does. If you've noticed that, he'll do something. They won't know it's coming, and they will spend a day. Sometimes it takes them a week. Like with,
Oh my God,
other
liberal, you're
things.
so right.
And they will build a narrative to explain away what it is that he's doing. They do it all the time.
Yes.
It's wild.
Yes. It is wild. That's so true. That statement is the best way that it's been put in my mind. That's a good one.
That's why all of a sudden, remember when we started like seizing the oil rigs and stuff, like committing literal acts of piracy, they were like, it's ours. It's ours. Like ever since Trump told them that it's ours, that's the thing now. So you can't say we have no right because they're coming back with no, that's all of our oil somehow.
I mean, the fact that they believe that he's, unaliving traffickers that are coming to the States, right? And they believe it. Yet he pardons one of the biggest, rug trafficker, right? And they like skip over that. I don't know. Sometimes they're just like blind when they want to be.
Oh yeah, and when they run into that, they just ignore it. When you bring that up, they will ignore it. They will just pivot to something else or go back to what they just said. And no amount of bringing it up matters because they haven't created the conspiracy yet as to why it was okay for Hernandez to be pardoned. But
right.
they're working on it.
They try to make you feel like you're stupid if you bring that up. But really, it discredits their entire argument about it being about rugs. It makes their point completely moot because it's not just the ex-Honduran president. There was another lady from New York. Like, he's done this. The man from Silk Road, right? The creator of Silk Road, which was trafficking multiple different things. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so.
Hey, since.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Since the unaliving
shut up.
by the, I know, I'm sorry. It must be Amazon. The unaliving by the ICE agent. A couple weeks ago, I saw this post of a young Hispanic kid. Well, not kid, but young man who got his legs slowly run over by the IDF. I mean, ICE, purposefully, and they were like, "Did you see that?
No.
Did you see that?"
I think I saw that. Yeah, that was like what, a week ago or something.
Horrific. I think it was actually in November, but I only found out about it like 2 weeks ago, and it was in Vancouver, Washington.
Using this bullshit.
I know, and dude, they looked so
why did
peaceful.
he put his?
They knew he was going to do it.
What he was trying to do, though, he was trying to blow the tire with his leg. It was actually his fault.
No.
See, he was attacking the tire with his leg.
Right.
That's what happened.
Right.
They
pushed
ask
his
any
leg
Trump voter
to stop the tires, but
he had spikes on his legs, right? Yeah, that's what it was.
His screams were horrific, and they just stood there like they had just done it like 20 times earlier in that day. It was disgusting. You should really look that up.
I honestly think
horrifying.
anybody that's taking a job with ICE right now is somebody that is a psychopath. Like, who else would take that job? Nobody would take that job.
Well, it came out that allegedly, I think it was over 150 ICE members are also IDF, allegedly.
Yep.
Well,
So
the other people that would take those jobs would be people who are trying to feed their family. And that goes into, him destroying the economy to create desperate people who will do whatever he says.
Right.
Hitler did this too.
Right.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And I think, I was going to say the majority of ICE officers, I think, are like Hispanic, Latinos, which is crazy.
Ladder pullers.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Yeah, so I had seen somewhere, and I'm trying to find it again, that there were accusations that Donald Trump, when he was running his casinos, was actually, he would give, C-cane to his VIPs. Have any of you ever heard that before?
There was video during his first administration of a party at Mar-a-Lago where people were going to the back of the stage and sniffing off of a bench. So yeah.
Well, this was in that, like, in the 80s.
They
when
were
he
sniffing something off of a bench on the back of the stage in Mar-a-Lago during his first administration. So, and you can tell from his son, like his son's a heavy user, you know he is. And it's like, yeah, he probably is just making deals so that he gets a part of the cut of that trafficking stuff.
If you look at his son, he has, I shouldn't say this, but he has male boobs. He does. If you look at him, and that is a long-term C user will get that type of situation on their bodies. Just let you know. Not talking from experience. Yeah.
Is it his son? Is it Don Jr. or is it his son-in-law that has the rare, like the minerals, rare minerals company? Anyone know what I'm talking about?
He has a real estate company that is going to build out Israel, and then
No,
he'll
one
probably
of them have. I think it's the son-in-law. He's like in it really big with which ties into all of this about Venezuela and cutting the deal with Russia.
The corruption.
I know.
How do we?
Truman couldn't even have a peanut farm, right? Was it him?
No, that was Carter that couldn't have a peanut
Couldn't even
farm.
have his peanut farm, but Trump can
I know.
make billions of dollars.
It's crazy. What is going on? Why are they tolerating it?
Why is who tolerating what?
The Republican Congress. Why are they tolerating all this corruption? Why aren't they removing him and holding trial?
They're loyalists.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
insane.
it's Congress is going to have to do that. If we depose him, they're just going to. I see how violent Democrats are. I think that's why Democrats
He
are
probably just kidnapped Moderna to figure out how to rig the next midterm.
Right.
Hey, you can't say
Which
that.
was it even rigged? I don't even know that it was actually
You
rigged.
can't
at this
say
point.
those things on TikTok.
No.
We don't like the truth on here.
Is it a fact that the election was rigged in Venezuela?
Yeah.
You can't say
That's the thing.
that.
I don't even believe it at this point.
We're going
We
down.
can't say that.
It's like you can't say
Allegedly.
that. Let me say it again. Let me do it again.
He's funny.
Oh, sorry.
Like-
Sorry. I love this.
It's like you say I can't say that. Hold my beer.
Well, we are American liberal. Like,
Yeah, not well.
I mean,
not anymore. We aren't.
I see a sign on the side of the road that says "No peeing," and all of a sudden I have to pee really bad. Like,
I believe you.
it's like yeah.
You can't tell me what to do or not
I'm
to
not
do.
good at being told what not to do. I'm really not, and I think most Americans are that way. Like, we're just not good at it.
You mean don't tell you to look over there? Don't look over there. I mean,
Yeah, if you say don't look over there, I'm fucking looking over there. Like, I'm not gonna listen to you. I didn't listen to my parents. I didn't listen to anybody ever. So
same.
Most Americans are like that,
I know it's the quality of ours.
And
We
I just don't. I just don't know how the don't tread on me people went to tread on me, Donald Trump. And then the whole thing about like my mom, she's super MAGA, my whole family is. And these people, they literally spent I don't know how many decades talking about, creating militias and buying, end of the world supplies for when the government takes over and we have to use our pew-pews. But now that it's the Republicans doing it, and the same thing with the P file, like the PDF, they were right about that. Our government is run by a bunch of PDFs. But as soon as it's the Republicans, it's just like they have amnesia,
It's like all the Democrats are, not the Republicans. It's not MAGA. No, it's not MAGA. It's only Clinton. Clinton and everybody else and the Democrats are on the list, but not Trump.
Yeah, it's so crazy. It is so crazy. That's that watermelon of loyalty that I'm talking about. It's just, it creates societal chaos and breakdown.
Okay, so it looks like now watch the arm of this person. It's almost like they were blocking the road and then telling some people to come on. Do you see that? And then that person drives around like saying, come on past me. And then the police show up, or ICE in this case, and get out. Yeah, because why is this person blocking the road?
I mean, they
Well, it
might be
looks like
trying to
that
get
car
away.
might. Is that car in front of them not blocking them? The white car?
Right. Or maneuvering to try to get
No.
out of their way.
But it looks like this area here may be like a parking area, right? Because there's a car right here parked, and there looks to be two lanes of traffic right here. So let's see here. Yeah, so I don't. You know what? They may have been trying to turn around.
What color is the person that was killed?
Brown, I'm sure.
No, I think it was probably a white person. Well, let's see. Let's see the arm of the person. I don't know. Oh, looks like they may have a glove on.
We don't have their name yet.
Yeah, I think we do.
I don't know if the color of the arm will tell anything though.
Well, the hand. I was looking for
Yeah.
the hand color. Let's see here. Okay, so this person put it in reverse before that person ever even got to the vehicle. You see that? See when the reverse lights come on? Right there. Sorry, I'll end up going through this frame by frame because that's how I do. And they're like, get the fuck out of here. And there's that murderer. Now, look at when he reaches the gun. Look when he reaches for the gun. The vehicle hasn't started moving forward yet. Oh,
It's in
yeah,
reverse.
yeah, it actually
It's the
did.
guy.
And let's see.
It's the guy on the left or the right?
No, the guy in front.
Oh, in front of the car?
No, you see the little head, the white head
Yeah.
behind the
Yeah,
guy
yeah.
with the beanie? That guy.
Yeah.
Right
Oh,
there.
okay.
And then I need to put this into Premiere Pro. Let's see.
Yeah, he straight up put his hand on his hip before they started moving.
Oh my God.
God.
He had time to move out of the way, right?
Who
Oh, of
raised
course.
these
Yeah.
men?
It was just a matter, like I
Idiots.
said, of you're not going anywhere, even if I have to unalive you, right? That's what it was.
Yeah, and who is that person? That person that left. This was the vehicle that was there, wasn't it? Yeah, that's the vehicle that was sitting there that whole time.
A conscience!
I haven't seen the whole video yet.
Leave! Don't let the murderer leave!
Okay, so did he get in that vehicle? Let's see. Oh God. Sorry guys. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, TikTok. I'm trying to see where that dude went. Okay, so he walks back. Look, I just saved America. And then gets into which car?
Shame!
I think this person turns around and we miss it.
What's happening to her? What happened?
Okay, no, I can't. Okay, so it doesn't show. I think that
Did
guy.
they like drag?
I can't.
Sorry, did they like drag her out of the car after she was shot and like tackle her too?
I don't know.
I think they just left her there.
Yeah.
NBC has an article on this. This happened in Minneapolis.
Do you have a conscience? Do you have a conscience?
No, they do not have a conscience. No.
Yeah, I think that guy is in that vehicle right there. And I believe that's the same vehicle that was parked the same way on the other side of the person that was shot.
Criminals, you don't get to tell us what to do. Fucking criminals. Don't
And this is after the shooting?
Yes.
Yeah, he's leaving.
I love this woman, whoever she is. She is amazing.
And
I
they
hope they
got
got
the
her.
fuck
I
out.
hope they got him on his face on camera.
Well, he won't be charged.
No. But still, we need it to be at least documented.
Don't they have immunity already?
From everything, even stupidity.
Yeah, it's a fucking crime. We fucking know it. We're here.
God damn.
And that sounds like the kid that got run over. Oh, horrible.
Yeah, like what the
It's the
absolute
same
fuck,
day
man?
that they ran over
What
the
the
guy with the
absolute
leg.
fuck?
No, not the same day.
Oh, okay.
No, that was like in November.
Okay.
Do you have a conscience?
Vancouver, Washington.
This is the time, man. This is the time to have a conscience. This is not okay.
You can't reason with these people. They're disgusting.
Okay. Get a fucking conscience.
Can you look at me and tell me you're doing the right thing here? Get the fuck out of here, bro. You didn't fire any weapons. Fucking your people did, man.
In the head. In the head.
I didn't do anything.
And she drove into the pool.
Murderer. You, look at me. Look at me. You can't even.
Watch out, man. Watch out.
Why don't you look at me?
Well, that car drove at that guy. Why did he get shot? No, you're fine. You can stay
You
here.
okay, mommy?
Wow.
That's intense.
Crazy intense.
That's what
That
our
is
country
really
is.
intense. Yeah. That is remarkably not the America I know.
And here's another angle. Got another angle here. I need to download this one too. So yeah, they're gonna say it's justified. That's trending on Twitter, by the way. Justified in self-defense.
Oh my God.
This country's
This
so fucked.
administration is a disaster.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, a part of his body was close to the front of the vehicle when they were moving forward. Like, bitch, whenever a car is driving, I get the fuck out of the way. Just saying.
If I understood the video right, is it were they continuing to pew pew when the car was
Past them
moving in
already.
an area where there's pedestrians?
Well, it was a residential neighborhood.
Or residential.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Because my understanding is, I mean, that could be a case there, because if I was like a bystander, or if I was in the route, I was just an innocent bystander, and I was near that car, then we know that pew pews aren't accurate per se, right? So it takes someone who's trained. So you have a duty of care when firing that, especially when you're amongst bystanders. So I mean, I'm curious to see if the driver had a pew pew, or but I don't think the article doesn't make any mention of it. So I'm thinking right now that if the officer was wrong. So
I mean, of course they're going to
Well,
say he did, right?
yeah,
Whoever, I mean, she did, right? Of
yeah,
course they're going to say that.
and having a pew pew in your vehicle doesn't mean anything after the
well,
fact.
they raised it.
When they, well, it didn't look like they ever did. But
Yeah.
let me just the Slobo video proof, and I'm about to debunk this proof. Watch frame by frame as violent suspect in Minneapolis accelerates and tries to ram stranded ICE agents with her SUV. That's the claim they're making. But I'll point
my
something out to
God.
you. Let me see if you catch it too. Let's look at it frame by frame and see what debunks this.
Yeah, but they'll
Well,
feed
just
it into
watch
AI.
frame by frame. What do you see in this video that debunks that claim that they were trying to ram this person?
She turned all the way to the right, a hard cut.
Do you see that tire? If
Yeah.
she was trying to ram this person, that tire would have gone the other way.
Well, she's obviously just not a very good driver.
Well, I'm
She
just
didn't.
saying the claim is that she purposely was trying to ram this ICE agent. That's what they're saying. That tire tells a different story. That tire says, no, I'm going away from the guy that's, put himself in front of my vehicle when he realized that I was about to leave. I'm sorry. That's like you put yourself in front of a freight train as it's coming and you're like, oh my God, the train conductor must go to prison. I mean, it's not a good analogy,
Freight train,
but
dude.
you see what I'm
just a
saying?
little
Like
car.
you put
Yeah.
yourself in front of it and then complain whenever, and these are the same motherfuckers that say, if you're protesting in the street, we get to run you over, while simultaneously saying that, no, we can put ourselves in front of your car and you can't touch us. Make that one make sense.
Can't.
Yeah.
But when it's the government gets to tell you what to do. And see, these people that argue for smaller government, that's a lie.
Without any facts.
Yeah, that's a lie. Absolute fucking lie. Crazy.
They're not going to wake up until it's like 100 years too late.
Morgan says,
Well, that's the concern.
Morgan says, why not just stop and live?
What the fuck,
That's
Morgan?
not the point.
You're missing
because
the
they don't
point.
have human.
You didn't
they're
stop.
They don't believe in humanity.
Yeah, and you didn't stop, so I'm going to shoot you directly in the face within a foot from your head. Execution style.
Before you start moving.
Yeah, because we watched the video. This person put their hand on their hip to reach for their gun prior to the vehicle moving forward.
So he had intent.
That's right. He knew what it was going to do. And so if he claims, well, he was getting ready because he knew that they were going to come forward. Well, bitch, if you knew they were going to come forward, why would you put yourself in the pathway of the car?
Well, think about this too, liberal. That people are blowing whistles and stuff, right? So they're warning. There's warnings going everywhere. So people are just at high intensity, right? People are nervous. These guys are in the area. I mean, this is not who we are as a country. Let's just be freaking candid.
Yeah.
Aren't we though? Isn't this exactly what we are?
We
always been
most
like
definitely are. Yeah, we are
Yeah.
exactly this.
I say become. I want to use the word become because
we've
been this.
We've been this. We've just been blind to it.
Hiding
it. We've been hiding behind blinders, right?
We're cockroaches, and somebody, turned the lights off, and now we're all coming out.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the propaganda, the big propaganda machine, right? It's like they want us to believe stuff. So they use words that work. They watch their tone when they're saying these words that work, right?
I used to go to lives and talk about things like Turning Point, right? And I used to say that they're a propaganda machine, but I didn't realize how much effect they had on J6. I didn't understand it until I watched, the questioning of, people who participated. I was like, man, this organization's got a lot of shady stuff going on.
Well, apparently they're infiltrated by the military. This is all a big psychological operation. We know that the military does that.
Wow. I don't know.
You
It's
just
just
call
spooky.
it Israel Point or something.
Right.
I mean, they basically own it, right?
But isn't it ironic though? Like at least in my history, I'm an older person. Just in my history, like I've seen a lot of puping of a few presidents and situations like that. And there, about the shooters, about the information behind it. You try to understand the motivation, and it's all in the news. These things that have happened last year, just last year, you don't have any information.
Yeah, they just disappear.
Yeah,
So
so
they
it's like,
keep it out of the news.
well, more so. You didn't, Mr. Kirk. You didn't see them. They just took the C scene and just sort of just nobody blocked it off. They just sort of broke it down, and then on top of that, they reconstructed it after they left. Like, who does that to a crime scene? I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
And now they're charging people $50 to take pictures with a prop of the tent that he was unalived in. Who does that?
I don't.
His wife, his grieving widow. Come on, guys.
Well, it's just
We want
awkward. I don't know
small
if
government. We want small
Yeah.
government, okay?
Yeah, small.
Yeah, good point.
This is
That
small
I can
government.
put my hands around. Yeah.
This is so disgusting to me, guys. Like,
Who are
and then
these
you've
people?
I
got
agree.
fucking Morgan in the comment section, just proving that they want to be forcibly led like sheep to their own slaughter. Like, I don't think that I'm capable of ruling myself. I need a strong man to do it for me. That's what Morgan believes.
Pull
That's
my
what
hair,
these
Daddy.
MAGA
Pull my
believes.
hair.
That's right. But like, I need somebody who's stronger and more ruthless and brutal than me to tell me what to do. That's what they need. That's why they love
need
this.
Yep.
So Morgan,
Little
just
bitches
come out.
without their minds.
Just come
Carson,
out.
when you said
Call
Carson,
yourself
when you
a
said
cup.
pull my, yeah. Carson,
Yeah.
when you said pull my hair, I have to admit I got turned on just a little bit.
Yeah. Rule and law.
That was me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
funny.
Sorry,
Yeah.
TJ.
Good to
Let's
know.
not
Rule and
save the
law.
conversation there.
Yeah, rule and law. International law says what Donald Trump just did in Venezuela was also illegal. Do you care about
I have a
that, or is
question.
it just the ones that you like? Why do I have a feeling you're probably hooked on Oxy and have a rug dealer?
Ooh, but don't let Trump know.
Guys, I have a question about the National Guard. So we know that the court said, send them home, and now they're appealing it. So wouldn't you normally?
No.
That's not true?
No. Excuse me. I
He's
told my
talking to
dog
us
no.
now.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad.
You mean your
Oh.
The
child?
white
You mean your
people?
kids?
The white people? You were talking to them.
Your family.
My dog. I'm
Your
sorry.
blood relatives.
Sorry, that goes back to what Potivity was saying about the inbreeding. Anyway.
That was funny. That lady got triggered though. What was I saying? Oh, about, the court denying, right, them being in Washington, D.C. So the fact that they're still there because he wants to do an appeal, is that legal, or would it normally, like, is the precedent, okay, send them home and then we'll wait and see if we win our appeal? Does that make sense to anyone?
No, what's the issue? Because I'm not even following. I'm not tracking. What are we talking
Okay,
about?
so the National Guard in DC,
Okay.
it was ruled, I think, by the Supreme Court, right? Or it was ruled that it was illegal, right? That they could not be in Washington DC, correct? And
Right.
and so he's trying to appeal it,
Right.
right? So in the meantime, he still has them there. So my question is that legal, or would normally, like, is the precedent like, okay, let's send them home since the court ordered us to, and then we'll wait and see if we win our appeal?
Normally, you would have to obey the fucking court ruling until your appeal is finished. Unless the court that gets appealed says we're going to stay the previous ruling until we have an outcome. If that doesn't happen, you are supposed to abide by the ruling. Like when I sued the fucking school and the preliminary, or the TRO was granted to me immediately, they had to unban me from the property until the preliminary injunction. And that's how that works. So until you've won your case, whatever the court tells you to do, you're supposed to do. But Morgan doesn't care about rule of law. It's just a rhetorical tool for them. You know, they pretzel. They lied. They're hypocrites. That's why they have such a hard time defending what it is that they talk about, because everything that comes out of their mouth one day might be rebutted by the thing that comes out of their mouth the next day. And they don't care. They just don't care. They can't even keep track of their own lies and what they say, like that Cook Talk guy that was here. He did it in real time from one paragraph to the next. This guy was contradicting himself constantly. That's what they do. So.
Yeah.
Right.
They're
They
broken.
very broken. Like if you can see all this shit and you like preach, Trump is blah blah blah. Trump is, and then the next day Trump isn't, and you aren't, and the following day you come back and say Trump is, I am. Like how? Like I mean, the dreams they must fucking have of his dick in their mouth. Like I don't get it. I really don't.
Dude, don't say that. It's
I'm
covered
sorry.
in poop.
I couldn't have said it. I couldn't have said it any better.
Like,
I mean, I can't believe the people who dream about a poo-covered dick. Like, ew.
Even when I was a teenager, I don't think I fucking had a passion like this towards someone. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, ew.
That's what Bubba thought about Trump, too. It's like, I love the passion that you show towards me, Trump.
Ew.
You want to get some of that Bubba Gump shrimp? Come and get it.
But what about Obama? But what about
If you think
what
about
about
it,
Clinton?
he has. I'm pretty sure Trump has a micro. So if you think about it, like he kind of has to be like the one, you know.
But you don't have to think because we know.
On the bottom.
We fucking know.
Yeah, that bothers me too. Like, I never wanted to know the shape of the president's penis under any president. Like, ew.
Well,
we all know.
Wait, the shape. What happened? What happened? Tell me about this. Tell me about this shape.
Stormy Daniels.
Stormy Daniels
that's right.
told us that it was shaped like the Mario mushroom. So
That's right. That's right. My bad.
yeah. So I mean, you can't even play Mario Brothers anymore.
I must have seen too many Mario Brother mushrooms to have remembered.
And then the files are released, and they're like, "Oh, that's fake. All that is AI."
And every time somebody gets with it, it does this.
No, it doesn't. It just makes fart noises.
Even then it starts over. Yeah, no.
Oh, no. It goes. That's what happens. That's what happens.
Look, I've never seen women take this kind of discussion down this path. I'm just saying.
It happens on this panel quite often, actually.
A lot worse than this.
Yeah, I've heard some pretty.
You'll definitely have to come back more. Yeah.
The poo on the peen was probably the farthest I've seen anybody take it. But hey, you know,
and bigger than the peen.
There's always
There's
time.
always
Bigger than the peen.
There are women that are like walking up to like these cardboard figures. Marjorie Taylor Greene at one point and like touches the front of it, like where his peen would be if he had one, and it, like I just pictured like the hand coming away with like dirty poop all over it. Like, ew, why are you lusting after this man who
I definitely don't want to smell their fingers. Right.
is liable? I mean, he's liable to leave brown streaks on the sheets. Like,
Look, as long as I've lived on this earth, that is a visual I just don't want to think about it.
yeah.
I kind of
we
feel
have
bad
to.
for Marjorie, guys.
Wait, what? No.
Well, listen, the only reason why I feel bad for her, right, is because she described herself as a battered wife by him. And I believe that that's exactly what she went through. Like, the abuse.
I mean, being in a cult is
no.
like that, right? But
no, I wouldn't give her any credit
Well, I
for
know
anything.
I know she contributed to most of it the entire time, and it wasn't until it was turned on her. So I understand all that. But at the same time, you know, like, And that's why I'm like, because all of the MAGA people, they love MTG. So it's like, where's their outrage? They have none. They've turned on her so quick.
They've turned on
It was
themselves.
all about Trump Daddy.
Literally,
Well,
they turned on themselves. They were the ones that wanted the Epstein files. Let's be honest here. It wasn't liberals running around going, "Hey, let's see what's going on with Trump's past." It wasn't. It wasn't. It was MAGA who wanted it. Well, you got it, and all redacted.
Trump literally trumps every fucking thing in MAGA. Every
Yeah.
fucking thing.
Oh yeah. They must have a throne or not a throne, but what do you call that? A thing on their mantle that they praise to.
That they love getting trumped. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a cowboy fan. It's like a cowboy fan. They're gonna love the Cowboys, but they're gonna be miserable their whole lives.
It makes me want to throw up in my mouth even thinking about him in any sort of sexual position. Like, ew.
Okay. This is completely and totally side point, has nothing to do with what you're talking about. But earlier somebody, I think it was Hoodlum, said, "Mark my words." And anytime I hear somebody say either "mark my words" or "you can take that to the bank," this video comes to mind. And since I have that earworm, I want to share this with everybody else. Plus, this is from Oklahoma. I don't know if you guys have seen this video or not, but just watch. This is the fucking most hilarious thing I've ever seen.
I'm telling you, this right here is going to be doozy. I'm telling you right now. You know what? I bet that storm's coming. It's got tigers in it.
What?
Hey, you mark my word, you write it down, you take it to the bank.
Okay.
I bet you there's tigers in it.
I'm sorry.
Is that a glass pipe in his mouth instead of a chewing tobacco?
He's got a chaw. This thing's like 3 minutes long. This dude is he is like quintessential Oklahoman when the storms are rolling in. Like that's for real.
He kind of reminds me of your MAGA guy.
Well, he has a point, though, because if the storm's coming from Florida where they shot the Tiger King and it's a tornado, like it could have picked up tigers and could drop them everywhere.
Thank God I never got into that show.
It's possible.
It's a great show, actually.
Jeff, you gotta watch.
I have no idea.
It really is a good show. It's a good show.
Good after I watch
it. It is good. Yeah.
You know what?
You know why it's good? Because it's so crazy.
It is fucking nuts. This dude was nuts.
It kind of sums up what the fucking United States is today, actually.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
But just in a different funny way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Have you guys seen that show? I can't even remember what it's called right now. It's like This Is Florida or something.
It's Florida.
I've heard of it.
It's Florida, man.
I haven't even heard of it.
Is that the one with like the water dancers and the neighbor rivalry?
Yeah, and the guy who like put an ad in the back pages, where you get sex.
Yes.
To cut off. He wanted somebody to force him to cut off his own toes and eat them in front of him or something.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my God, what is going on?
It's
I
Florida,
live in
man.
Florida, so I don't have to watch anything. I just have to go outside.
All you have to do is say Florida man, and it's something crazy.
Oh man, they're just
or like the long neck guy or the wide neck.
They're proof of my theory. Too much inbreeding over time.
Oh my God.
Ends up in a society full of Floridians.
Stop.
Right.
Wait.
You got us there.
Wait. So is it donkeys or alligators? Crocodiles? Which one is in Florida?
The alligators are there to stave off the inbreeding because they eat the people that are too stupid to know to get away from.
Yeah,
that's how that works.
Population control.
Yeah, it's social.
It seems like the stupid people are surviving. Seems like it's opposite.
Right.
They just become president.
Exactly. What the fuck? Did you know?
He's a reality TV star, so think about it.
Did you guys know that? Sorry, I think you were about to say something, did you?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, did you guys know that? Well, you know how when Trump, put in the Supreme Court justices to get Roe v. Wade back to the states, right? Our threshold was moved to 60%, so that we couldn't, because the majority, like over 50%, voted to keep our rights, right? And because the threshold had to be above 60.
Oh God.
We have no rights here, us women in Florida.
Wow.
Good old Florida.
So even though, the majority voted over 50%, it doesn't matter.
Well, you realize that you do have alligators, and alligators are kind of like pigs in that you may
Inbreeders.
never find the bodies.
That's funny.
That's true.
That's funny.
Ooh, good
Not that I
thinking.
know. It's just what I heard.
What?
I heard
That's
that
what I
somewhere.
heard. I mean, that's what I heard.
I mean, that brings me back to that movie or that documentary on the guy, the pig guy. Remember?
Yeah.
He was like in a I don't know. I can't remember where he was, but he lived in a trailer on his mom's farm or something. I don't remember. Pig farm. Do you remember that?
From
No?
Canada? Is that like the Canadian like cereal on a liver?
I think so. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And he would feed those pigs were happy.
Now, Tracy, I see your request, but guys, I got to shut down. I actually have to make a call. The city's going to have to chop down one of my trees because it's getting into their septic line. And I'm like, okay, are you going to fucking charge me for this shit? Like, you know what I mean?
I think the city will handle it. Well,
Yeah,
at
he
least in
said that
California, I
they'll
don't
cut
know.
it
My
down,
bad.
and I'm like, cut that bitch down because, it's fucking right up against the house, and I'm okay.
Yeah, they'll cut it
Careful
down,
with
but
your
will they send you a
foundation and
bill?
your foundation and your water system. Make sure that they protect it coming into the house. Just want to give you some advice on that.
What do you mean?
Well, because if there's any lines that if they're toying with the tree, right, and they're trying to dig up roots or whatever they're doing,
Oh,
right,
they're going to take the tree out.
So
yeah,
it's
they're
just,
going to cut
but
the whole tree down.
Well, they start smelling shitty.
And we're
Yeah,
talking
they're
like
gonna-
it's a massive fucking, it's a huge tree. It's
Yeah, I
a
have one in
huge
front
tree.
of my house. Huge one.
Yeah, it's a fucking,
Yeah,
it's
but
it's been around for a while.
They're taking it out because it's brushing up against the septic. Is that what you said?
What kind of tree is it?
Pine tree.
It's a pine tree. You tell them to leave all of it and then sell the wood.
Oh, hell yeah.
Pine wood isn't worth all that much.
Shit, $5 is $5.
But here's the thing: if they can sell it and cover the cost of taking it down,
No. They should.
by all means.
They should cover it. They should cover it themselves, anyways.
Yeah,
Because the sewage system is theirs, right?
One day I'm on a live and I'm, getting notifications for my cameras because I got Fort Knox up in this bitch. And I see this big white square going into my driveway, and I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? And they're like marking the lines and shit. And it turns out that it's the large septic or sewer pipe that runs underneath my yard. They're gonna have to come in there and fucking cut it up. And so they just called me earlier today when I first started the live, and they said they got to cut it down, but I gotta work that out.
All right, bro. I'm gonna drop, and thank you for the opportunity to see you again. I'll be back.
Appreciate it, man.
We had a big giant sinkhole on the corner of a couple blocks down, just in the middle of the fucking street. Yeah, like it was crazy. Just because the water pipe or whatever broke and they didn't know. Insane.
Oh my gosh. I have a phobia of sinkholes. I have no idea where it came from, but my kids, just to torture me, send me pictures of sinkholes everywhere.
What about Marjorie Taylor Greene?
You mean Trump? You mean Trump's ass?
I'm sorry.
Ew.
So hold on. There's another apparently a pew-pewing with gas. Oh wow. Here, let me play this before I jump off. Real quick. It may not let me. I may have to. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. All right. Let me pull it up. All right, here we go. Wow.
Oh my God, dude. That's a 40 millimeter grenade launcher. Guys, that is a 40 millimeter grenade launcher shot.
But I don't think it hit him with a projectile. It didn't look to me, did it?
That's not AI, host, liberal?
Yeah, I don't think that was a projectile. I think that was just smoke that came out of it. But that doesn't
Right
make
in
any
the face.
sense. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but this is probably in the same place because people have congregated to the area where they unalived that woman. So
Liv, I'm gonna find that post about the kid, and I'm gonna put it in the chat
okay,
because it's like I was so shocked and like was almost in tears all night after I saw that. After learning that the Zionist agents of the Secret Service in 1953. Yeah.
Well, Tracy,
It
I brought you
Yes.
up to thank you for sending that to me and that other video also. 'Cause I'd known about the shooting, but I am shutting down. But I wanted to thank
Okay.
you. Did you need anything before I drop?
No, there's a couple of more messages before the videos that I posted. Just whenever you get a chance, check them out. It's important information. And I'll
Okay.
let you go.
All right,
I hope
thank you.
everything goes well.
Yeah, I appreciate it. All right, guys.
Can I say one more thing, liberal? I'm sorry to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to let you know. I don't know if you've seen it already, but there is another video. If you wanna, when you come back on the live one day, but it's a woman getting pepper sprayed right in her face.
Yeah.
Like
This is
so.
Oh yeah, I think we've seen that one. I think think you've actually played that one.
That one's terrible.
It was planned too, because he put his hand on the agent's shoulder, and he walked back, and then he pulled his hand up and was like right directly, like a foot away.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, and like that pastor got, pewed in the head with a pepper
in the
ball.
fucking head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
over
they
and
just-
over.
This is what dictators do. And then turns around and this motherfucker's mentioning to Iran, if you do anything to the protesters, if you shoot any protesters, we're going to get you. Yet they literally shooting them in the face now. So,
Yep.
Do as we say, not as we do. That's the American way. Fucking weird.
Trump
Anyway,
why? It's a Trump why?
yeah.
Well, that's his technique, is to have his people still support him. Oh, he's not violent. This isn't because of him. This is just the responsibility of that ICE agent, because look, he just said this. And it's a ploy of his.
Yeah, a Minneapolis mayor tells ICE to get the fuck out of our city. He literally said that. So that's good. At least people are starting to
Good.
say this. These cities in these states need to just tell him to go fuck himself. Stop sending money to him. Stop doing anything. Because they cut off child care funding to 5 Democratic states.
Yeah, and
Fuck
like
'em.
California should fucking stop paying them taxes. Like, okay, you cut us off, motherfucker. We're cutting you off.
Yep.
We're taking it back.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
maybe it's time for
absolutely.
blue
That's
states
what
to
should
just rally their fucking National Guard and send them to D.C.
And soft secede. Let's keep our money.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can afford childcare in our own states if we
Yeah,
just
and
don't pay the red states for
let those fucking red
their
states feel
welfare.
their own fucking pain. Like,
Yeah.
this is how you vote. This is how. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
they have to steal what they get. That's how that's why they love rich people so much, because they know they have to steal what they get because they're too fucking lazy. They got to make everybody else do the work for them, and then tell them that they're wrong when they don't do it for them. It's fucking it's gross. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time, guys. I appreciate all the support. I do have a Crash App and a Vimo, and if you want to support the live, you can send your love offerings. All that information is on my bio if you want to do that. And then we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks a lot, guys. We'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Take care.
Thank you.